Welcome back to Once Upon a Time in Blackpool Season 2, and I'm your host, the one and only Tom Smith. Free kick now, Pichu to take. What a goal! Brichenko's time as the free kick taker is over. Pichu, I said it, he is the man. What a free kick, the man can do it. We win 1-0. What a start to our season. Try and launch a counter though with Boller to Hardy. Hardy on halfway. Can he find someone here? He finds Herbie Kane, and Herbie Kane has scored. We got 15 minutes left here. It is Stoke 0, Blackpool 1. So even a full-time whistle goes. Stoke City 0, Blackpool 1. The result of our season so far, ladies and gentlemen. Pichu now down on the left here with Boller. We're trying to create something early doors. Herbie Kane with distance. Herbie Kane. Every time he does it, he is warmed up. It's a 20-yard blockbuster. I can. This is unbelievable. Then Bailey now comes inside. Kane again! What is going on? Herbie Kane again! It's unbelievable stuff. Everyone is a worldie, ladies and gentlemen. Between us, Alfonso's played it again. Play it across perhaps. Bennett's gone in. It's a penalty to Blackpool. And Herbie Kane's going to take it and get the hat-trick. Herbie Kane, 35 minutes gone. Peterborough 0, Blackpool 4. We're still haven't conceded a goal. This is crazy. Bailey, can we find a place? Can Herbie Kane? I was saying, can we find a space? Herbie Kane finds a space. He can find a space. His fifth goal of the season. We head to the international break. This could put us top of the championship. Well, just before we get started, I've been summoned to the boardroom, and normally that's bad news on Football Manager, but in this case, they want to offer me another new contract. So I'd like to gauge your opinion on whether discussing a new contract we're obviously pointless time. I think that's a fantastic.
Yes, guys, we're back, and I'm sorry it's been so long. It's been a busy few hours for me recently. Yesterday, I did a 6-hour live stream over on Leicester Till I Die television, which was a great time, if not slightly long, really, especially in the hot weather. And as you can see, I'm still trying to get a tan. It looks like I've got panda eyes, actually, in this light, doesn't it? Maybe part of me's tanning, and the rest of me is just still a little bit red. But anyway, those of you that are aware so far, there was an episode 5 live stream before. However, there was massive technical difficulties and consequently we lost the entire episode, which was awful. So sadly, there is a spate of matches that were recorded that have sadly been lost to the internet forever. I did try and salvage it and upload it. Unfortunately, there was only actually 10 seconds that was salvageable in the circumstances, which was a bit of a shame. But anyways, we're going to start here and take you through what you've missed, because as you know, there's some very important things going on, especially when it comes to club finances, because that's the biggest concern we got going on after our promotion last year from League 2 as champions, as you can see in the bottom left of the screen. And now we're in League 1, you know, and we've got a smaller budget by £20,000 than last year, which I've self-imposed. The board seems to think we can spend £80,000 a week. I will quickly show you that to start as we go to finances. And as you can see, we're 1.6 million in the red. So that is not a good place to be. So I am running it at 64,000 when I should have 82. And I still think when you look at the summary and we look at the projection, yeah, at the end of the season we might be 3.5 in the red. So that is not a good position to be. So we might have to cut back further yet if we weren't already on a shoestring budget, excuse me. But anyway, say hello in the chat if anyone's in tonight already. It's nice to see we've got a few likes and a few people around. So thank you very much for joining me yet again. Obviously, we're trying to pull miracles out with this. And there's a part of me that thinks if we were to get promoted to the Championship with the smallest budget of any team in history, can we compete enough to be able to stay in the division? But I'm kind of thinking now, after the results we've had so far, we've got to push for it and just try and make the best of it, because maybe we'll bring in more money naturally that way, right, and save the club, because this is gambling on Gillingham's future right now. But anyway, the end of the last episode we played Crawley. I'm just going to remove the webcam so you can see this fully, alright? So I'll see you in a minute, you'll be able to hear my voice. So let's quickly remove us. And there we go. So you can see in the top right there now, that was the end of the last episode where we played Crawley at home. We won 3-1 with Declan Glass scoring and Ben Knight getting a brace as well. An own goal, but it doesn't really matter at the end of it. And also on that note, if you do want to go back and watch the previous live streams, I have left a tagged comment, or pinned comment, sorry, to use the correct YouTube terminology, in each episode, which allows you to be able to catch up with all the bits you've missed so far. And that goes back to games this season and last season. And you can actually click on a chapter that says transfers happened and all the rest of it, and just get a little flavour for what's been so far. But anyway, into the next game now, and it was Stevenage away. And this is interesting because this is going to come up later on, as you will see very shortly. And we've got a bit of a history with Stevenage that's brewing now. But we managed to win away by 4-3, and we had Derek Abou sent off for the second time in his Gillingham career. He's the only guy, I think, apart from one, who's managed to get sent off twice, and we've only had 3 sendings off, is what I mean by that. But also we had 2 yellows for yellow chap. He gets straight reds every time. He's a lunatic, but when he's on form, he is incredibly dangerous, as you could probably quickly see here with his acceleration and pace. But yeah, technically he's a bit of a Jeffrey Slupp loose cannon, right? So anyway, we managed to get a win there despite that, and then came a shocking 5-0 win at Fleetwood. And what's shocking about that is when Fleetwood came up with us last season, they're also right now competing towards the top of the league like us in League One. Which is fascinating. Bear in mind, Bradford are right near the bottom. So it's interesting how we managed to turn this into a 5-0 win. Once again, goals from Phoenix, Patterson, Declan Glass, and Hutton and Dunn. So a really, really good performance. That's the best performance I've had as manager of Gillingham. Hutton got a 10 and Glass got a 10, which is insane because you very rarely see those as a football manager. Then came an away loss to Preston. I mean, relegated from the Championship. We were 1-0 up due to Birchall. And then last minute or so, Brad Potts in the 87th to nick it. I'm actually not too disappointed, really. They're on a different operating level to us. We beat Burton in the Bristol Street Motors Trophy, or as I call it, the Bristol Rovers Trophy. We beat them 1-0 with Conor Masterson goal in the 82nd minute. I'm not bothering about that competition too much. I've been simming it and not actually playing that in the only exception to the rule. An away win at the Valley against Charlton. Miles Leeburn on the 20th minute there to take the lead for Charlton. But we turned it around with corner to Glass and a Robbie McKenzie penalty. Oxford United were up next at home. A Max Waltman wonder goal this was. It was from outside the area and pinged into the top corner. We haven't particularly got time tonight to show you it, but maybe in the future we'll have a quick look at those. Home win then against Stockport County, though, to bounce back with Birchall getting 2 and Jack Marriott finally breaking his deadlock as a Stockport County striker after we signed him on a free transfer on a cheap wage to make sure we had more attacking options for this season. I was a bit worried of our ability to score goals. Then I rotated the teams. As you can see here, we had quite a few fixtures in a row. I decided with the Gegenpress systems we're playing, we're going to need to rotate players. So I made a change, and unfortunately we got absolutely hammered away at Bradford by 3-1, which was a shame, but we're saving legs. It's the overall perspective of the season, and I'm working the players very hard. So it was what it was, and this team had no connectivity at all. They hadn't really played together before. But then we followed that up with an away win of Cambridge by 3-0 as well. Charles Dunn getting his second, who's been an experienced centre-back signing. Similar to the striking element, I needed someone who had a bit of experience. I normally go for younger, as you know, like under 20 to save the wages as well, because they normally ask for under £1,000. People like Birchall, for example, who's been superb for us. But I needed to get someone just with a little bit of a head on him because I just felt we were lacking that at times, and earlier in the season we were throwing games away as a result. Then came a huge game for us. I know it's only Barnet, but with the financial situation of the club as it is, it's incredibly important for us to have a really good FA Cup run. I wanted to get to really the 4th round actually before I get a big tie. So we had to go away to Barnet to win. I put a pretty strong team out in the circumstances. I didn't want to mess around. And we did get the 2-0 win from Bertram and Azoro. But actually Barnet were very good. And obviously they're in the conference. And they're actually not doing too well in this save in the conference. But they're still a very, very good team. So you've got to take care with them. Then we followed that up with a good home win against Huddersfield, obviously ex-championship team in their own right as well, currently in mid-table. Yuri Futi, our youngster on loan from Sheffield Wednesday, who's exactly the same as Derek Abu, really. Even though his acceleration and pace has dropped, his determination is still where I want it to be, and actually his crossing and dribbling and finishing, could be right wing. So that's really helpful to have that as a right back while I'm having the push-up and the gegenpress of those fullbacks pushing forward, narrowing in the middle, and then we got 5 people on the end of a goal anytime. Then we had Bristol Rovers at home, and once again, like Bradford, a few rotations here, and also trying to bring in Lewis Richardson, who was a free transfer signing from Burnley, who I'm trying to, improve. His heading's not great, but his acceleration and pace and finishing are very good. Determination's getting better. There is some potential resale value for a free transfer as well there, so I felt it was worthwhile getting him in. Then we had an interesting one, because I was simming these. We lost 9-0 to Chelsea under-21s in the Bristol Rovers Trophy, which I don't really care about. And even funnier than that, we still actually went through from the group. So if I go to stages here and we go back to the group stage, are we in the Northern or Southern? We must be in the Southern, obviously. Are we Group A? Yeah, we were. We still qualified, look there. As you can see, -8 goal difference, but we had 4 points, and I wasn't even bothering, so that was amazing in the circumstances. So we got through despite a 9-0 spanking, but that team did have Datro Fofana in it, for one, and also Tyreek George, and also Chiwemba in the midfield. I mean, come on, it's not really fair, is it? Then we ended up the episode when the stream completely failed last time, with a 3-3 draw against Barnsley away, and that game was chaos because we led the majority of it. Scott Tiffany had a good performance. Adrian Khan, who's obviously come on loan from Reading and looks incredibly talented, but he's kind of unhappy right now because I've not played him enough, which is a shame. He's only costing £140 a week, and when you look at that wage budget, that's a deal and a half, isn't it? But yeah, anyway, we only got the 3-3 draw there. But overall, when you think about, we've come up from League 2, we have no doubt got the smallest budget in the division, around about £64,000 a week. We're currently in 5th place, which I think is utterly commendable. And also, don't forget, we got a away draw at Birmingham. We beat Fleetwood 5-0. We've drawn with Reading, and we only lost really to Oxford and Bristol Rovers, and then go down to like Preston and teams like that. So I'm quite encouraged. Once we look at the goal difference, we're competing more with the top 2 positions than we are the playoffs. So I think if we can get on a run, and I do wonder if maybe we need to look at the formation and maybe tweak it back to the original one, and then we might be able to get a run here and get ourselves into automatic promotion. Before I kind of said, look, we just need to stay up this year. That's all the board wants. But I look at it and go, we can stay up and we can try and reconcile, and I'm going to have to sell one of my talented players, and I think it's going to be Dominic Corness. I'll just put the webcam back on now. You can see my beautiful tanned face, and that's the wrong button. Right, there we go. Now we've got through the stuff there. But actually, Dominic Corness, who we picked up on a free transfer last year from Liverpool, he's the guy that's probably going to be the one to make us rich. I mean, if we can get £2.5 million for this guy, I think, look at he's a star player who can improve. You just see that behind my head. He's a championship player. He could be a Premier League player. There's no doubt about it. And resale and training players up is going to be our way out of the financial problems we are seeing. So I think that's really, really important for us as a strategy. But anyway, interestingly, yeah, Mr. Lawnmower Deb, yeah, 9-0. But mate, don't forget, I'm simming those games. I literally picked like all the under-18s and put them out against Chelsea's under-21s, and that team had like Datra Fofana in it, who played for Burnley. We still went through, which is even more crazier. I mean, maybe I should take it more seriously, but the top prize is only 100,000. So, I need to get the FA Cup as my priority to get that big draw against real Chelsea, hopefully, where we can have a go, right? But yeah, 9-0, yeah. I don't care about that competition. I'm letting that one slide. But anyway, if we go back quickly to the schedule, we obviously went through in the FA Cup first round. In the FA Cup second round, we've got coming up Newport County very soon, which obviously is the biggest game I've probably had as the manager of Gillingham so far. And just one other piece of news is going to what injury has happened, which you haven't seen. Phoenix Patterson's obviously played really well. He's played 10 games, got 7 goals and 1 assist, and what a rating. Sadly, torn knee ligaments, out for 3 to 6 weeks, and it happened against Preston. So that has limited us, and as you can see, he has still developed quite nicely here. So it's disappointing that he's not going to feature. However, it has allowed Ajani Birchall, who's now on a 7.3 average rating after 8 games and 2 sub-appearances, 4 goals and 1 assist, to start proving again. Look, so we still like the dribbling and the finishing and the first touch here, and the physicals are superb, the passing's great. This kid, for £800 a week, from a 2-year deal, happy days, right? So we're in a good spot there. But anyway, we've got Peterborough today, so we just need to pick a team now and get into this and see how we can do. So Ziyech has ended up becoming our number 1 goalkeeper. We brought him in as an emergency loan for 0 wages, but Brad Young has played so terribly on his average of 6.64. And every time I tell him off, he seems to play even worse. So I've ruled him out, and Lewis Thomas, probably isn't good enough for this level, so he's going to be my backup, and I'm going to go all in on this guy, and I think he might be out of contract at the end of the season, and he is. It's an expensive one, but I think, could he be a championship goalkeeper? Very possibly. I think there's something there, especially at 21. Anyway, let's get picking this team now, and also I've got to be a little bit careful here, because I've got Peterborough here away, Mansfield at home, but then in 7 days I've got Newport, and Newport is the one for me. I think we need to try and keep ourselves, though, in this top playoff area, and I think a win is very important today to keep us up with Fleetwood and Birmingham. So I think we'll go strong today and rest next time. So even with Hutton's fitness being low, I'm going to go for him. We can always bring on Footy later, so I'll get him in there ready to go. Charles Dunn, really, for me, has really added a bit of maturity, so he's going to keep his place in the team. I'll go with Masterson alongside him, I think, and as OG's fit. Actually, with OG fit, what do we do here? We'll go with Dunn, Masterson on the bench, and give OG a run out. I'll put Derek Abu back in now. He's got off his suspension again, his second one with the club, would you believe it? Wants to get a reckless tackle where he dove in. Zentrich, obviously my boy, the guy I signed for £100,000, and he's been a pretty good player for us. He started as a centre back. We've managed to make him a pretty decent central midfielder now. He is wanted by Swindon on loan, but that's not going to happen. That's influenced by the breakthrough prospect there, which is a bit of a shame. But look at his contract, another 3 years yet, guys. Got him wrapped up. Anyway, moving forward now, Corness has got a knock, so we'll go for Azorio because he's been very good. Maybe I'll swap these two around, but I'll go... Actually, no, I'm going to swap the formation around if I can't do that, because I can't see Azorio playing that Regista playing very well. So I'll swap this around. Zentrich ball winner, Azorio box to box. Azorio, sorry. I'm very good. I'm like Murray Walker for doing that. I'll say the wrong thing as often as you believe. Right. Now, so I think Birchall's got to go on the left, right? I'm going to go with Tiffany on the right because he's actually done pretty well and he seems to perform. Ben Knight's going to go in the middle. I think we lose our connectivity here a little bit as a result. But Knight is a superb attacking mid. He also performs better attacking right. But to be fair, on a 6.6, he's had 18 games, 5 goals and 6 assists. So I'm still quite happy with that. Joaquin hasn't worked out for us. He's terrible. I wonder if I can tell him off again quickly while we're here, because it's just impossible to get a performance out of him. I'm going to warn him that I'm going to criticise his recent form here. He needs to play better. I'll give you a target. Right. Let's suggest a match rating target. I need it to be at least 6.8. Cool. Right, so now, should we gamble and put him in for the laugh? Let's do it. Now we've done that. Akande's concerned, which worries me because Reading might recall him, but he's got to be on the bench. I think then we go for Mackenzie as our fourth because he's a utility man. He's concerned as well. We might have to sell him in the transfer window. His stats aren't great, to be fair. If we can get maybe £150,000 in the door, might not be a bad bit of business. We'll go with Kand. And I think then I'll put both strikers on because Yana's kind of a write-off for us now as well. I mean, his stats aren't there, are they? He's got a deal, but we might be able to get £250,000 for him off another League One club. So, and Richardson and Marriott I want to try and keep sweet. Neither of them have really done a lot so far, but I think it's important for us to keep them sweet, just so we might be able to sell them on for some value at least. Birchall and Abu have now created a bit of a connectivity there, which is good. So we're going to try now and see what this does. Mr. Lawmadev, would the Championship TV rights give you a bit of money? I know it's 8 million euro, but I think that's a Sky deal done. Yeah, it's not in the game, mate. It's not going to be enough. Let's put it that way. I think, mate, to be honest, the gamble's going to be having to sell Corness, isn't it? You know, the fact we managed to get him in on a free, and what was it only cost me £12,500 with all the agencies, so that was really good. And we persuaded him from joining Aberdeen. I think to sell him for £2.5 million and get a 50% sell clause, because you know I'm a tough negotiator, right? I think that will secure the club's future, and I think from there we just get the club in the Championship, hopefully this year, and just keep them in there. It's going to be hard. We might the first year struggle and be outside the relegation zone just or something, but we're going to give it a go, mate. Why not? In for it now. I prefer to face a challenge of struggling in the Championship than throwing away games in League One just to stay out of the promotion place. But anyway, Peterborough, mate, are 17th. And here we go for the first game of the night. And I'm excited to see how this team does, because we seem to be either turning up and utterly railing teams 5-0 or end up in 4-3s and stuff like this. So the change of formation today, we'll see how this goes. I might switch it back. So it looks already after 10 minutes, Peterborough having more of the shots. So and we really need to keep up with this lot, I think, because if we do fall away a bit, it's going to be interesting. It looks like Azorio's got a knock here. It's a pulled groin. I might make that change pretty quickly, so I don't want him to tear his groin, obviously, because that would be incredibly bad for the football club. This half is shooting by, isn't it? I've only got key highlights on so we can get through some games, but it's shooting through here. I mean, nothing hurting, I guess, as Charlestown goes in the book there. And then Jones for Peterborough. 3 minutes of added time, and there's nothing to report. I mean, we're going to have to make some changes here. I'm going to say I'm not happy at all with that and just try and see if we can get some action out of them. Let's go to the number 3 formation. Why not? Because it seemed a little bit dead that half, didn't it? Yeah, and I think we'll go for Mackenzie, and he can play the Regista in this system, which will be fine. Anyone else you want to take off here? Birchall having a good game. I think I'll rest him next time and just see if we can keep him going for the moment. Joaquin again on a 6.3. He is terrible, isn't he? I tell him off and go, you need to get a 7. He just doesn't do anything. Collins with a corner though. Lucky Zich picks it up here and goal for us. That was a nice claim there from the goalkeeper, very assured. Rolls it out to Dunn. We could be in trouble if we aren't careful. Birchall knocks it on though. Joaquin's not really paying attention as usual, so he goes back to Peterborough. They'll play it forward, but luckily Abu's going to pick it up here. Take your time. Mackenzie comes forward. Tiffany, nice stuff here. Birchall using the space, running into space, creating overlaps. Down to Abu's inside. He's going to score. He does. He's got the finishing of 0 pretty much. I think it's like 3 or 4. But the thing is, he's very good at getting himself into position. And I think that's his third or fourth goal of the season, as we saw there, which is wicked. So, yeah, 1-0 to Gillingham, and that's what we want. We want the 3 points. Come on, let's do this. I'm really happy with that start. First half, you know, if you nullify the game and save some legs, you know, it's some good management, really, isn't it, in the circumstances? I think Joaquin's probably going to have to come off, though. I think he's limiting us a little bit. I'll go with Lewis Richardson today because I want to develop him, obviously, thinking about the money situation. And, yeah, we'll get Birchall off here for a Kande from Reading and see how this does. Peterborough look just as knackered as we do, so I think we're having an effect here as they have a throwing now down to Shashua. He's a good player. Sparkles in, heads it over the top. We'll take that every day of the week. And if I've got one more sub, I think Dunn's going to come off. I do, and it's going to be Masterson. There we go. Anyway, Peterborough now coming up from the back here. Coleman through to Kiprianu, up to Crankshaw. Good ball for Tishamarga. Good save from Zish. See, if that was Young, we'd probably be 2-1 down by now. He's been terrible. So I really think we lucked out, actually, by the fact that he had an injury, which meant I had to bring in Zish on loan. As I say that, though, Crankshaw has equalised, which is frustrating here. So, going to demand some more of them. We've made all our changes, haven't we? Yeah, it's a shame because Hutton could have been replaced by Footy, which might have been a positive difference as well in the circumstances. But, you know, we'll just keep going here so we get on. It was a good ball in, and to be fair, the goalkeeper just fell over on his own, didn't he? I mean, I guess they're working on the 3D Football Manager graphics for the next one, but that is quite remarkable how that happens quite a lot. 5 minutes to go. Can we get the winner? We've got a throwing down the side here. They try and clear it, but Hutton's going to pick it up. Plays it in. Unfortunately, Crankshaw reads it better than our boys. And he's driving forward now as we've got our defence scampering back across. Tishamala luckily gets deflection on it. And it's cleared away here. It looks like it might only be a point, which would be disappointing. As soon as you talk about promotion, you end up jinxing it, don't you? It's almost like the game's listening. As we enter the final minute of added time. And we start today with a draw. Peterborough, I guess, are a better team than 17th right now, but as you can see here, they probably should have won it at the end, actually, so maybe a point is better for us. I'm not happy, guys. I think we need to perform a little bit better than that. I think 1 or 2 players turned up, the rest had a bad game, drops us out of the playoffs, so maybe that problem of being in the championship on the smallest budget might be gone. Azora ends up out for 7 days with that pull groin, so we probably took him off at the right time. Charles Dunn is 1 game away from making another appearance to get his contract extended. Yeah, I forgot I had that. That's right. It's after a certain amount of games, it's 15. But anyway, Mansfield at home next, and I think this is going to be a rotation, ironically, because I've got to get this FA Cup run for the money. That's going to be far more important, right? Antonio isn't happy with his loan agreement. Mostly play as a goalkeeper. Oh, yeah, I'm playing him as a sweeper. He's playing a lot, that's the main thing. I'll back down, and then I'll just lie to him. Makes sense in life, right? We don't want to tell the truth, just lie to someone's face. He'll record him in January, and then we'll have to probably make a last-minute decision to get someone else in. Joaquin's picked up an injury here as well, which is probably helpful, because I haven't got to pick him then after how bad he's been. Actually, to be fair, Philippe Marshall's the guy I want as my probable long-term goalkeeper anyway, because look at his aerial reach and one-on-ones. He's at Bradford this year. Is he out of contract at the end of the season? No. He's on 6,000 a week, guys. Gonna have to save some pennies to get him in, aren't I? Right, let's get ready for this one. We're going to go for Zish in goal again, despite how upset he is. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to be a sweeper goalkeeper, because every time he does it, he seems to fall over when he's trying to save a ball. Anyway, we'll put Footy in at right back here. I think Abu retains left. I think the defence only conceding 1. Go for Charles, Dunn again, and Ajo. And we'll go for Masterson on the bench. Hutton. Right, now we got a decision. I mean, I can replace Abu next time out with someone else, perhaps. So, or I'll take him off. So I'll put Mackenzie on the bench as well here. Zentrich might have a rest today. Let's go for... And actually, I want to change the formation back. I don't think this did anything, did it, to be honest? I think it actually made things more difficult for us. Seemed to nullify the game a bit. Kumbi will go back here. Declan Glass is back fit now, which is very helpful. But I'm going to save him for one more game. We'll go for Tiffany. Who have I got actually as another midfielder? Yeah, it's going to have to be Zentrich, isn't it? And I'm going to have to just rotate a little bit here. So let's get Glass back on the bench. Birchall on the left. Perhaps no, we'll go for a Khan today. We'll go up top with Marriott. Mix it up. And Ben Knight in the middle. Birchall on the bench. And Richardson. Maybe I should give Jana a run out, actually. Yeah, let's give Jana a run out. This might be a mistake, but we'll give it a go. And I think the rest we can leave. Right, okay. This will do for Mansfield. Bear in mind, they're 23rd as well. So really, if you're going to compete at the top end, you've got to be able to rotate here, right? And they've got a dodgy formation with a lot of defenders back here, which is interesting. Bear in mind, they're 23rd. They probably want to try and win a few more football matches, but Mr. Lawnmower Death, I think I've actually got hooked into a save. What's your save, mate, you got hooked into? Like, you know, it's cool when you get hooked into one, isn't it? I normally, mate, to be honest, like start a few sometimes, and then I find out which one is the one that bites almost. But it's funny, I do know what save I want to do after this one already, and as you'll hear, I'll give you the scoop. I think it's going to be Fortuna Sittard in Holland in the First Division, because I kind of like doing a First Division team that's kind of towards the bottom or in the middle, and you can maybe develop them into a powerhouse, especially when they've got the financial disparity to say, like, you know, Ajax in particular, right? And, you know, Feyenoord. I think that'll be really interesting to do. So, yeah, there's the scoop for you, mate. Unless you've got any suggestions, obviously I'm open to them. Anyway, looks like the formation change has helped us here. Look at the shots there on the left, jumping up. We got shots 5 on target 1. Right, got to be a goal coming up now, surely. This could be one of our 5-0 jobbies. Dunn picks the ball up over halfway. We're pushing forward with the gegenpress. Oji down to Abu. Oji again, waiting patiently. Nice bit of pace here. Tries to play it inside. Finds Kumbi. Great pass. Abu again. Gets it across. Off the defender. It's bouncing around the area, but luckily Mansfield will get it away. And that's what we're trying to do, right? We're just trying to, as I call it in ice hockey terms, put pucks on net. Just literally get the ball in the box and try and smash it in. I don't care if it hits 5 defenders' arses before it goes in the back of the net. Just keep pressure on that goal. Make it as difficult as possible for them. Really force them back. And anyway, we've got a corner here now. Knight's going to take it. Headed in by Dunn, and he's already got quite a few this season from corners. So, unfortunately, they're not to add to his tally. But, you know, we're looking quite dominant here. We just need to break the deadlock. Otherwise, you can fear getting FN. And it's a corner to Mansfield with Bacchus about to take it. Into the near post. Williams there, and it's ended up deflecting in off Kilgore. Shame. Really, real shame there, because we were dominant. And it looks like we might have to do the hairdryer treatment at half-time, guys. Crazy. Oh, off the defender's head, and Zich actually went down. Oh, it's such a shame. One of those frustrating ones that you can't really do a lot about, but it goes in. Right, half time. And as you can see, actually, we've been utterly dominant in the XG as well, which makes it even worse. So I'm going to thrash my arms. You've been terrible. Do more. Do more things. Kick the ball better. And actually, Jan is obviously part of the problem on 6.3. So let's make a change here. I'll go with Birchall, invert him. I'm going to take Marriott off here for Richardson as well. And I'm going to have to take a Boo off, I think, as well. But anyway, Kilgore comes forward now. Mansfield looking to double their lead if they can. It's a stray pass, but unfortunately, Kumbi gives it straight back. You can't do that, mate. We need to take advantage of that. Ball's played forward. Luckily, Dunn's there physically to head it away. Evans plays it back to Blake Tracy here of Mansfield. And they're passing the ball around to the back here. They've got no rush here now away at Gillingham. They're 1-0 up. They're 23rd in the league. And they'll take that all day of the week. Ball across, and we get it over the crossbar, luckily. But once again, not very happy with Zich there. He looks like he's having a bad game today on a 6.5. Anyway, Dunn comes forward. We've got a goal in us. We're quality, you know, putting the ball in the net. We just got to get forward here. Footy does. Plays it across. Header in. Goes over. Corner. Knight now, the short option's on. I think he might take it, and he does to Ricard. Back to Knight, who dinks it in. Dunn was trying to find it. Oji with the header. Winterbottom's got it well covered, though, in the goal. Right, looking tricky here, but Kumbi's going to come forward now. At least we keep trying to press onto them, but we've got to find a bit of quality. Nice touch from Kumbi there off the back heel, and then managed to pick the ball up again. Zendrich, Akanji's in. He's going to finish. He does. Akande. Yes, 1-1. We'll take that. We'll take that. Right, let's get a Boo off here, because I wouldn't mind resting for the next game. We'll put McKenzie there. He's obviously a utility man, but we'll put him there and he'll do the job. He's onside by a long country mile there, right? So that's great. York City. Oh, wow. Yeah, York City's a good one because there's a lot of potential to grow. I like Torquay United down there. Similar principle. They've got a big stadium. You've got a lot of potential, you know. And this is the 4th tier. I'll try to come back to. Oh yeah, the club I said I was doing next, mate. I think it's going to be Fortuna Sittard, who are in the Dutch Eredivisie, the first division. But yeah, I'm open to suggestions though, mate. Obviously, like chuck some things out there. And anyone else in the chat, obviously say hi tonight. You know, we like to talk football and stuff as well. As we get a penalty here, look at that. It's more. I like this live stream to like be a hangout, really, more than just a save. You know. Oh, we've missed the penalty. What's he doing? What on earth was that? He looked so intent to put it over there, didn't he, as well? It's almost like he was giving it away as a souvenir to someone in the front row. Right, I'm losing it. Demand more. Get your goal in here, guys. Come on. A point's not going to be enough. Come on against Mansfield. And we're heading into a big FA Cup game. I really must win to get a third round draw, right? And it's going to be 1-1. And actually, I've also played Knight a bit too much. He's on a 6.3. He's a bit knackered now. I need to probably put him back on the right-hand side, but he's probably not fit now. Not good enough today, lads. Terrible. I mean, okay, it's another point. We're not going to get relegated. And I guess as long as Wickham and Oxford and these guys don't do much or any games in hand, it might be all right. But it's frustrating. It's also frustrating because I have 4 players that can go on international duty, not 5, which means I don't get any cancellations. But I have to play those games with no players, right? So that's a bit frustrating. It's always people like Birchall as well who are pretty good. But anyway, let's get now to this big FA Cup game because I want to see what the FA Cup third round draw is going to be. I don't normally watch draws on this, as you know, guys, but I'm going to watch the draw on that one because I think that's going to be the interesting one because we haven't made it so far. And last year, also, we went out to Stevenage at the same point. So, you know, it's a big game for us in the context of this save. And actually, then we've got Shrewsbury. Maybe I should take the Bristol Rovers trophy more seriously. So much so I probably shouldn't call it the Bristol Rovers trophy. But right, a couple of injuries here. Scott Tiffony's pulled his groin, which is unfortunate because he probably would have started. And Zik has pulled his hamstring. He's out for 4 weeks. So it looks like we're going to have to go back to Thomas or Young. I think it's going to be Thomas. I don't think I've got faith in Young anymore, despite the fact his stats are better. He's not quite done it when he's needed to, which has been very frustrating in the circumstances. But there we go. We'll keep trying anyway. That's all we can do. Right. Mackenzie's developing concerns here. He wants to be starting more games. I'll sell you. He doesn't want to leave the club, which is crazy because last January he did. I think that's honestly, guys, you ever get asked that and you want to keep the player, just tell them you let them go. And unless they are really head and shoulders above you, then they should stay normally. I mean, if you're in the conference, maybe it's different, but there we go. Anyway, let's pick this team for the biggest game so far for my money for the save because we've got to win. Right, so we'll go with Thomas, Hutton. We'll go with Dunn. And do I go for Masterson today? No, I think we'll keep it with Ogie and Abu. Futi's got to go on the bench. We get more subs today because it's the FA Cup, which is helpful. Zentrich can go out again. Cornus is back fit. That is the bit of luck we needed, right, guys? Because he's not been fit for the last 2 or 3 games, so that is a big help. And Azoro's back fit as well. And in fact, Azoro might have to go in the middle. Yeah, because I want to go Knight, and we're going to give Declan Glass, though. No, we'll put Declan Glass in, because he's been superb from there. He's already got 5 goals and 2 assists and a great average rating. He's had a couple of injury problems, which is a shame. But when you see his stats, he's fine for that position with his passing, right, his first touch. Yeah, so we'll go with him. We can always bring him off. Let's get on the bench a few more people here. We'll go for Kumbi and at Birchall, Kande. Oh, is Kande going to play here? No, we'll play Birchall, right? Definitely play Birchall. Joaquin could go on the bench. I don't know why I'm even trying this bloke anymore. He's terrible. I'll go with Marriott today. He seems a little bit better. And I think Sekou Yana will miss out. And I think he's going to be on the chopping block come January. Because we're going to have to tweak it a little bit. Anyway, let's get to what is, like I said again, the biggest game. Need to get this and get a nice FA Cup third round tie. I'd actually prefer in the third round to get someone below us and just get through the fourth. And I don't mind riding that out as long as possible before we get, say, Liverpool, right? Or Chelsea. Anyway, let's get to kick-off here, mate. Yeah, I think I did a York save when they were still in League 2 and Championship, got relegated and sacked, so I've got some unfinished business. Yeah, I'm like that with certain clubs, mate. I am as well. There's certain clubs that I really like. I've got a bit of a thing for Dundee United, oddly. I don't know what it is, but I think it's the colour of their shirts and the fact their stadium's so close to their rivals. But I've done about 2 or 3 Dundee United saves. They've always been some of my funnest. Yeah, so maybe that's another one we'll see in the future ourselves here. But anyway, let's get back to this. Corners plays a short corner across. Knight's going to pick the ball up here. As you can see, we've still got everyone forward here, so we don't particularly want to give the ball away, but can we do something? Doesn't look like it. Boney's going to try and counter here now. Luckily, we get the ball back. I'm a bit concerned. Obviously, the downside to this formation is when you press so high. Good save from the goalkeeper there. You can get caught out now and again, which can be, you know, frustrating because you brought it on yourself perhaps as well. Anyway, ball out to Brennan now. Newport trying to come out. Obviously, they're in League 2, don't forget. So really, it should be a walk in the park for us. But it could be one of those where you end up jinxing yourself. Marriott's in. He's got to score, and he does. Second goal of the season. And would you believe it? That'll be his first goal from open play. He put 4 in the back of the net previously during the broken stream. And like all of them were offside. The only time he scored was from the penalty spot. And actually, I wish I had him on in the last game so he'd have converted that penalty for the 3 points, right? I had to put some lights on in a minute. I didn't realise how dark I look. Sorry, guys. It's terrible. Mr. Lawnmower Death, my favourite scenes are going from lower leagues, especially non-league, to the top. Yeah, they're really fun, right? Exactly. I mean, in some ways, League 2 is actually the easiest place to start because, like, the league, as you can see from this season, the League 2 to League 1 jump isn't necessarily that dramatic. Good shot from Knight, unfortunately, curves wide. You can normally compete as long as you built a good squad in League 2 to get you there, right? But to get from, like, the Vanarama National South, yeah, that's incredibly difficult because then you've got to become a professional club for one, and you've got to be able to navigate that and all the revenue. Great goal from Declan Glass. I think he was onside. It's going to count, and that's what he's good at, Declan Glass. It's funny because you can play him up front, and I've played him up front, but I actually think he's better affecting the game from attacking mids. So yeah, so I think he's been a good choice here, and yeah, straight through and bang there, great goal. And it looks like my worries about this game and that bit of anxiety, you know, is actually going to be okay. I don't know, guys. I'm so interested to see who we're going to get in the third round. I actually hope we get York City, Mr. Lawnmower Death, or in the conference or something. That'd be really cool, right? Mr. Lawnmower Death, I say to the top, I very rarely win anything. Maybe the odd League Cup or Conference League, but one day I'll take a non-league to the Prem title. Mate, that's the luxury of the game, right? I mean, that's what makes it so good, right? Because every time you start it, it's like you are playing an entirely new game. You know, it's about the same thing, of course. Oh, and it's in. Is he offside? Jeffrey Boney. No, it's counted. Oh, wow, that's a shock. I thought that was offside. I don't know about you guys. Let's have a look here. Is there VAR in this game? Or was it just, you know, we were pushing up again? I think he's offside. I really do. I think we've been done there. But anyway, yeah. But no, I agree with you, mate. I mean, I think I've done this sort of save before with Swindon, not streaming it. And I took Swindon back-to-back promotions to the Premier League. And can you imagine? I think my budget in the Premier League was £80,000. That's all I could afford. And I managed to keep them up on the last day. I wish I'd recorded it. Obviously, it'd have been insane. Centric's got an injury here. But it was really hard. So I know what you mean. There's a satisfaction that comes from it, right? Because it's really difficult to do. I think we'll go for Azoro here, guys. Azoro's normally the guy that pops up and gets a goal. But that's a really unfortunate early injury here for us, isn't it? So yeah, don't forget to hit that like button, guys, if you don't mind, and you know, all that jazz. And obviously, if you're new in, happy to talk, you know, so please leave a message in the chat. I might sort the lights out a minute. Give me 1 second here. I'll probably miss a goal, knowing my luck, but we'll do it. 1 sec. Goal disallowed for offside there. That's frustrating. We'd have taken that every day of the week, right? Right, how are we looking now? Oh, a bit better. I mean, I've got the face of radio, so it's probably like better not having the webcam on, really. But, you know, we'll stick with it. As you know, Newport County here are starting to worry me because they're getting back into this. I wonder if maybe I should try and lock this game down a bit more. And I've considered this. I mean, I've got 3 tactics, but they're all quite aggressive in different ways. I maybe need to change one of them to a shutdown tactic. But I kind of feel if you do that in Football Manager, it brings on negative results, right? 5 minutes of added time here. We're going to have a free kick. Dunn picks it up now and runs forward with it. Back to Oji. Oji plays it forward to Birchall. Glass is in. He's going to score, surely. Oh, good save on the fingertips there from Onbang in the goal for Newport County. Going to be the long corner in this time. Corner's towards the near post. Dunn's trying to get there. Back to Glass. Great strike again and another corner. Glass is dangerous. His finishing's much better than the 9 it says, right? He's going to take this corner now and play it into the near post. And Dunn's got there. 3rd goal of the season from centre-back. I think that last-minute signing there has been utterly brilliant. And actually, also, Marriott, if he looks now on a 7.2, and we found it really difficult to get him scoring. But now he's done it, I think we might have broken through. And for a £1,000 wage a week, I think we're onto a winner here. The 5 minutes amount of time passes. We're 3-1 up. I'm going to say, don't let your performance levels drop. I don't mind if some people are upset. I need to focus this, boys. That's mental, 80k. Yeah, dude. Oh, no, it was mental. I still had Paul Glatzel on the left wing in the Premier League, you know, and he starts in League 2 with them, and his stats were like, you know, like 2-star, 1.5 star. I had no choice, you know. I just loaned in as many frees as I could. Oh, you know, I loaned in and put in as many frees as I could. And I did keep them up, but I was in the relegation zone the entire season. I thought I was dead and buried. Great goal from Marriott from the penalty spot. Yeah, and luckily for me, my final 3 games were against Derby, Leicester, and I think it was Brighton, and all of them were down in the relegation zone with me, so I won 3 in a row and stayed up. It was insane. I haven't got the save anymore, sadly, because I've changed computers since then, but it was just bonkers. I actually think I stopped the save there, because I think my mental health was just in the gutter trying to make that save work. 64 minutes on the clock here. Probably time for a change. Knight is knackered and we need to get some points next game. So let's get Akande on here. I think also Dunn can come off after his goal. Masterson can come on to cover off the yellow card. Corners keeps getting injured, so I'm going to make a change here for Kumbi as well. Just to rest up. We should be there now at 4-1, right? I mean, the stats are all in our favour, so it should be us. I think they switched to a 4-4-2 as well now. Anyway, they've got a chance here. Davis down to Evans. They get one back here with 15 minutes to go. It could be game on. It's off the bar. I think the goalkeeper did just enough here. And credit to Thomas as well. Obviously, he's back in today after a spell out. He's on a 7.3. And that's what we're looking for. I think he's much more trustworthy than Young. He seems to be better stats-wise, but not so good with his head on the actual pitch. That's the problem. Anyway, 5 minutes of added time here, and I'm looking forward to the third round draw. I'm going to sit back and watch that and enjoy that with you all, because that is going to be interesting to see who we get. I think it's my most fun draw in football. I know the World Cup draw is pretty cool. Maybe the Champions League ones. Not so fun nowadays. It's probably just league fixtures rather than, playing, groups. But I think they're fun to see sometimes. We'll take that. That's a good win. Zentrich is out for how long? Oh, torn wrist ligaments out 5 to 7 weeks. That's a shame. I'm not going to speak to him. It's not that bad. He's just got to make sure his personal life at home, his missus is doing all the heavy lifting, let's be frank. Right, Shrewsbury away in 3 days next, and they're actually in the playoffs, which is crazy. You wouldn't think it. I think they're like 5th place at the moment. For 3rd place, they're actually looking at automatic, so that's an insane one. And that's obviously in the Bristol Street Rovers trophy, so... Bristol Street Rovers, Bristol Street Motors. Oh my word, I'm Murray Walker. Right, our balance is still averaging out 1.6. Excuse me, negative. Let's keep going up here. We've got no players of the month. But interesting how Jimmy J. Morgan, who obviously was alone with us last year, is obviously leading the line for Birmingham this year. A rival in this division, 3 goals in 3 appearances. And like I said, looking at every part of Premier League player, I firmly expect him to be in this save. Monthly board review, A star. Support review, A star. We'll take that for 7th place, won't we? Shows they like me, which is good. And then we've got Colchester, who came up with us last season. I think we'll sim this game. I really can't be bothered with this, and we'll just get to the draw. When is the draw for the FA? I think it's a long way away yet, isn't it? Oh no, it's today. Right, guys, the FA Cup 3rd round draw. Let's view it. Oh, big one. Who are we going to get? Right. I wonder who we can get. Wrexham, MK Dons. I mean, it's all the big clubs. I mean, FC Farda, a small one. Let's have a quick look here before we start. FC Halifax from the conference. I'll take a conference team here. I prefer to get to the 4th or 5th round, maybe if we're lucky. Talk here and Woking before we get, the big boys, because I think then you get more of a payoff, right? Right, let's start the draw here. I'm going to skip it a little bit. Peterborough up first against Burnley. That's a big game for them, isn't it? In our division, at home to Burnley. We'll take this away. FC Halifax. Who's it going to be? Crewe. Good opportunity for FC Halifax, that one, to maybe get through as well. I might just skip the first, I'll make it a bit easier. So Bournemouth there. And they got Sheffield Wednesday. And then we got Middlesbrough against Bradford City. So there's some big ties there. That's the next Premier League tie from back in the day. Kidderminster at home. We'll take this one. Come on, give us this one. Sheffield United. Why do I get a feeling we are going to get a big draw on this one? I seem to see a lot of smaller clubs going. Wigan, right. I mean, they're in and around our level, right? But do we really want... I think they might be in the division above, actually, now. Norwich. They're in the Premier League, Norwich, as well, so they got promoted, so that's interesting. Leeds United are at home. We're in the Premier League. They're going to get... I don't think Leeds away is good for us. Tottenham Hotspur, all Premier League tie. We'll take that. Birmingham, we don't want this one. This will be a nightmare. And they've got Everton. That's going to be interesting because Birmingham are playing very well this year in our division. We've got Luton. And they've got Leyton Orient. Oh, they're going to leave us to the end here, guys, aren't they? Wolves. We don't want Wolves. It's not big enough for us. Who's it going to be? Derby. Still got 22 games to draw. Match 11. Blackpool. I wouldn't mind Blackpool, I guess, because, I've done a save with them before. They'll take Carlisle or Swindon. Plymouth. That'll be interesting. Mr. Lawnmower Def, one of my best accomplishments was having Yeovil finish 17th in the Prem on like 35 points. Dude, that is a very good accomplishment, to be fair. That is a very good accomplishment because that's not an easy thing to do at all, honestly. I hope I didn't miss our draw there. I wasn't paying attention. Are we still in it? Let's have a look. Did I just miss our draw? That would be really funny, wouldn't it? Hang on. Gillingham. Yeah, we went. Who do we get? I missed this. Right, we might as well advance. Who do we get? I missed that talking. Oh, Nottingham Forest away in the Premier League. Oh my god. Okay, that's a big game. After all that waiting around, I missed the moment. That is typical Tom right there. I'm very good at that. It must be a man thing. Alright guys, away at Nottingham Forest. Wow, that is a big game for us, obviously in the Premier League. Where are they? 18th. What's their tactics? I think we stick with our tactics, see how we get on. Do you reckon we could beat Nottingham Forest? I mean, that would be insane. We're a month away now from the transfer window being open, so it might be time to start offering out some players in a minute. But that's a huge game for us, guys, isn't it? Nottingham Forest. That's a huge game. The only problem is I don't know if we can get very far. Yeah, I just missed it when I was looking at the other screen. Yeah, I was reading your comment and I didn't see it skip by, mate. So that's my own fault. Maybe I should have actually focused on what I was doing there. But yeah, I saw the team had been greyed out, so I knew at that moment we'd be gone. But Nottingham Forest, wow, that is a big game. Obviously, as a Leicester fan, that's a really big game for me, right? I'm going to rotate the team for this one. I'm just going to skip through it. I'm not going to play it because, well, I mean, it's only 100,000 for the winner. It's not really enough for me to get too worried about here, so I'm just going to get out of the way of it. Put the B team out. That's a big game. I can't believe that. I actually think we could win that, though, guys. I'm going to say it now. I don't think we're, you know, I think we might be surprising people in that game, controversially. But we'll see. You know, you don't know, do you, till you actually get there, but. This is why I lose 9-0 in these sort of games, by the way. So I end up playing like literally all the youngsters, including people that are utterly knackered. But you know, it doesn't bother me too much, this competition, really. Right, let's just keep picking a few more players there. Heisman can go in. I'm still trying to develop him because I think he's not a bad youngster, really. Look at his determination. There is some potential there. He's not worth a lot now, which kind of sucks. But have I got a DM in here? Yeah, Lee Booth can go in. All the youngsters, nice and simple, and a backup goalkeeper, and we're just going to holiday for the day because that's the best way of doing it. So today, go on holiday. Yeah, one day. Right. If we win this, it'll be a miracle. Bear in mind, Shrewsbury are above us, but it's very unlikely. Oh, we won 3-2. How in the hell did we manage that? Did they rotate the team as well? Now I'm through. I'm going to take it seriously, right? Yeah, look at this. Yana Kumbeni, Richardson. Richardson got a goal. Joaquin got a goal. Maybe I should be playing him in attacking midfield because he's useless up front. Maybe I stumbled onto the answer, guys, by actually being lazy. That never happens in life. You can never be lazy and stumble onto the answer. That's ridiculous. Anyway, Colchester at home next, so we'll get to that. I've got to start offering players out in a minute, actually. Let's make some decisions here. So I think Yana's going to go. Right, offer him out. If we can get some money in here, then, you know, I can maybe still make some moves, but I still don't want to do anything too dramatic. I won't be able to sell anyone who's just come in, obviously. Oh, Phoenix Patterson's nearly back to fitness, which is good here. Right. I mean, Mackenzie wants to go, but he's a utility man, so unless someone comes to me, I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to bother this, because I think Robinson's going to be recalled. And possibly Akand as well, because he's concerned. But I think if we try and move on Jana, that's going to leave us another wing option to go look at, and I think that will be the answer. I need to find another winger, because I think when you get a couple of knocks, I think we just need that other option that we can come off the bench. The younger the better as well, right, so we can save some wages. If I can still do this by saving some money and come out with less money, Azora's out for 7 weeks, which sucks, but then I'll be quite happy in the circumstances. I think that's the most important thing, is looking at the money still and just going, right, how can we trim? And just trim a little bit more as the game saves it. Anyway, everyone should be pretty fit for this. I shouldn't be too worried about people not being fit. So we'll go with Thomas again for this one. I've lost my faith in Brad Young, and actually Zish might get recalled, actually, don't forget as well yet. But then we'll have to just go with the two goalkeepers. I think that thing would change the end of the season, because it would just be better for us to look at the free transfer options rather than get stuck in paying fees for him. Although I do like Marshall, like I said, that guy on Bradford right now. I think he could long term be a top Premier League goalkeeper, so to get him in at this level would probably be really helpful for us. Corness will go there. Yeah, with Azora out here and Zentrix, I'm lacking in midfield, so I'm going to go with Kumbi. I think he's played alright so far, really. Let's put Declan Glass back in the attacking mid position, although Joaquin is obviously going to go on the bench, and I might consider bringing him on to see how he does here. Ben Knight on the right, not rhyming obviously, Birch on the left, Tifoni. Marriott, I think, now has knocked that position into his hands. And I'll go over Carn on the bench. I'll give Richardson a game where he's not going to be on the bench. And let's see how we get on here. Home against Colchester, and not doing as well as us after their promotion. They're -4 goal difference as well. They're about 7 points behind us. So you'd argue here this should be a big win for us. Maybe we can get another 5-0 like we did against Fleetwood. Anyone we recognise in their team? Yeah, Kymini Gordon's a good player there, look. And also Vincent Young and Macy, the goalkeeper. They got a pretty decent goalkeeper for this level, actually. We're favourites, guys. Make me proud. Go out there, win the game. Send the home fans away happy. And here we go, right? With our cobbled together team of cheapskates. They play David Whittier. He's about 40, ain't he? Yeah, I think nowadays he is, mate. You're right. That is correct. He is about 40. Because he was definitely 36 when he was playing at a high level. I know that much. I think he was playing in the Championship at 35, 36. But I think he had a major injury then. He ended up down in League 2 for a long time with Colchester, didn't he, like you say? But I don't think he ever fully recovered from that. Anyway, early chances. Going to be a throw into Hutton. Knight picks it up. Cornest now. Knight's inside, off the underside of the bar. Disappointing. Should have found the back of the net, really. Cornest now. He plays a nice pass there. Hutton across. It's off the post again. And it's played in, a Macy now will collect it. We seem to be playing a game of hit every post and crossbar before you get a goal, lads. Anyway, short kick out here from Colchester from the back. We're pretty good at pressing these. And he's giving it away to Birchall straight away. Reed's going to pick it up, and Marriott's picked it up. It's the lower leagues, guys. It's just pass the parcel rather than actually do anything with the ball. We were just passing it to each other between Gillingham and Colchester. Luckily, we came out on the right end of it there. We put it in the back of the net with Marriott. Marriott's now finding his feet, guys, right? I think he's solidified. He's our #1 striker. And I think we're getting value for money there as well because, you know, he's not expensive. £1,000 a week. I'm really happy with that signing. It was a last-minute swerve deal. And he's never really been prolific as such, I don't believe. He's had 1 or 2 good seasons. But he has played in the Championship recently, which I think is encouraging. We can definitely consider him as a backup next season if we're lucky enough to get up and get some money. And then hopefully we can, you know, add a bit of quality perhaps. Anyway, Colchester now looking like they've got a highlight, but they keep playing out from the back and giving the ball away, so hopefully we can still press them up here. Grimshaw and Vincent Young are tagging up here. Reed's coming deep and finding Tovid, but he makes a sloppy pass and Hutton's going to break down here the right-hand side. Ball across, Marriott's waiting, he's physical. Corness some distance, deflects into the back of the net. We'll take that, and that's what Corness is good at. 25 yards out, just a real scrappy strike, but the desire to get some power on the ball and put it back in the danger zone here. Terrible clearing header. One chest down. Oh yes, it hit the defender, went into the back of the net, didn't it? There was no offside. I think he was just in line. But 2-0 to Gillingham, and that will move us back into the playoffs. And I'm looking at that goal difference and thinking, if we can smash this team today, that'll be really helpful because it looks really tight between these attacking, the teams in first and second and the teams in the playoffs. Corner in now, glass some distance, deflected again. Like I say, get shots on net, right? Shots on net, team presses up, our set pieces are very good. We've got dangers at the near post with Dunn now, haven't we? And actually that's been the most successful thing about Dunn, really, rather than even the defending. Just getting forward and getting his heads on the end of a ball and putting it in the back of the net. So I'm really happy with his, addition as well in the circumstances. Now Colchester have got us back at 2 minutes of added time. We are 3-0 up. Will they reduce the deficit by a goal here? Grimshaw up to Ando. Gordon comes in. Great goal from Gordon. He's the one you don't want to let go, guys. And the problem we've got with our fullbacks is their positioning. They've got pace and all the rest of it, but their positioning is questionable. If you were the manager of a team opposite me, I think that's exactly what you would do to get after me. Just literally, go after those fullbacks because they are the weakness. Anyway, still 3-1 at half-time, and we still got a massive XG advantage. I'm going to say, don't let your performance levels drop, lads. I still want to get the goal difference up here. Corner to us at the start of the half. Can we just solidify this with a fourth? Corness, what a goal that was. That might be the goal of the season, guys. He literally, first touch, left boot, top right corner. That is a finish of a Premier League player for my money. I keep thinking he's Championship. I think he's Premier League quality. What a finish that is. Relentless. Frank Lampard-esque, wasn't it? On the outside of the box, a little bit of space, back of the net bulging. We'll take that every day of the week. 50 minutes now. Can Colchester make a game of this? Back to Terry. Grimshaw comes up here. We've got people pressing. Ball into Gordon. Plays it all the way across to Iando. Plays a shot in. Very good effort. Goes over the top after Thomas gets his fingertips. And once again, Thomas looking okay so far here for my money. I think he's going to be decent, even if we do lose Zich. Sorry. Back to Aston Villa. Going to be another corner though to Colchester. Reed to take it in. It curves in. Keller tries to get there, but Charles Dunn reads it well and gets the ball away, which is what we want. Cornette on a 9.1 in this game. On a hat-trick as well, guys. Right, let's get a boo off here. He's not having a great game. Let's get on Footy, who's pretty good and can play inverted. Birchall's looking a bit tired, so let's get a Kande on here as well. Let's see if we can drive on from here. Glass with a free kick from distance. Wall did the job there, pushed him around to the right-hand side. The goalkeeper read it well, though. Glass with another corner in. Plays it in the danger zone. Marriott, good save again. We just keep the pressure on, guys, don't we? If you notice, when we attack, we swarm. And the only way you get rid of us is by conceding, even if it takes us 3 or 4 different chances. Be it from winning corners, having shots saved, hitting the post and deflections. You know, I'm really happy with that about our team. I think we're really dangerous when we attack. Mr. Longmerdef, another 500k on his value after that volley. Absolutely, mate. I think that was a hell of a goal, wasn't it? And the thing is, I know he can do better, mate. I know he can do better than that. He's got it in him, you know. So, you know, we're very lucky. He's the guy that can save this entire football club. We should do what Bellingham had at Birmingham. If we sell him for like £2.5 million, oh, so they pull a goal back here with 3 minutes to go. I'm going to say concentrate, for God's sake. Where is it? Focus. You know, if we can do that, we can retire the shirt like Bellingham, right? Because he will just save the football club's entire future. So, and all for a free transfer from Liverpool, right? God, it's so hot here in England today. I don't know about you guys where you are in the world right now, but it's really hot here. It's really stifling. I can't really have the door open either because it seems to attract a lot of flies, which is really annoying. Well done, lads. Nice win. Gets us back to winning ways after a couple of dodgier league games. Still some games, you know, in hand for Oxford there, and you know we're still probably 3 points off. But I think we're competing with Wickham and Fleetwood. I think if we got into the playoffs, we probably wouldn't get there because I think we'd end up against someone like Oxford who are probably going to beat us like they did in real life. Sorry, at the start of the season, right? But Millwall next at home, and I'm pretty sure they aren't doing as well as you expect. No, they're 16th, and they got relegated from the Championship last year. And I wonder if Jana's going to get an offer here because he's the one I really want to get some interest in. He's got some interest from Charlton and Mansfield. Let's talk to his agent here. We're keen to sell him. Plenty of clubs interested. York City are interested as well. Isn't that interesting? I don't think they'll be able to afford him, but we got an offer here of 71,000 plus some instalments of 140. Bear in mind he's a free transfer, 145,000. I can't negotiate it, but I'll take it. I will take it. Not a problem at all. I mean, it's a pimple on a fly's backside, right? Isn't it? You know, for the whole overall problems we got financially in this football club. But Khan's got a cold. Send him home here. But despite that, you know, it's going to be a little something, and I think we can upgrade him as well, right? And that's the most important thing in the circumstances. Injury for 3 days, that's fine. Yeah. Zentric's still going to be out for a little bit here, which is frustrating. And of course, the Nottingham Forest game is going to be a little bit away yet because it's going to be at the start of January when the transfer window opens. So we'll get through a few more games, and I think the strategy then will be we'll just double check through the team for anyone we want to sell. Couldn't be showing some good progress here. His potential ability is getting better as well. I quite like him. I mean, he's got great physicals, hasn't he? I mean, he's not that strong of a player. Well, he is strong as a player. He's not the biggest player, which I think can be quite restrictive in the defensive midfield positions. But so far, so good with him, you know. And if there's some value there as well, long term down the line, and that's really good, right? Looks like Millwall won a game in between the last game and playing us, so they've gone up to 13th now. But anyway, guys, don't forget to hit the like button and all that jazz, honestly. Mr. Lawmed, I've been right on the north coast, nice breeze. Oh, mate, lucky you, honestly. It's just where I am. There's not a breeze, particularly where I am. I've been somewhere today with a breeze, and it's been utterly lovely, that's true. But and I shouldn't moan because I actually really like the hot weather, but the problem is we're not Florida, are we? We haven't got swimming pools in our gardens, you know. We have to get the wheelie bin filled up with water. It's yeah, it's difficult, mate. Right, let's have a look at this team. They all look pretty fit to me, so I don't see really much change being required, right? Archie Chap is wanted on loan. Do we consider loaning this guy out? I mean, he's declining, but I don't think it's still particularly worth it because he's not unhappy to not be playing, and I think that's important when you need numbers. They've gone 4-4-2 Millwall. Sometimes 4-4-2 can be tricky against this formation, but I'm going to stick with it. I've got the 4-2-4. They've got Greta in goal, guys. Used to play for Crystal Palace. I won't click past it. I'll let their team roll by. I think they've got some quality in their team. I'm quite surprised they're down where they are, really. And actually, I want to try Joaquin in the attacking mid position at some point. They've still got Tangana, look at that. And Connolly, that's a young chap from Brighton who's got really good stats. In theory, on paper, when you look at the teams irrelevant where we are in the league, and actually they're only, 6 points off us, they probably should be the favourites for this. But who knows, maybe the formation will make a difference. That's a really good defence for me, Cooper and Tanganga. And, the goalkeeper as well. I think that's really good. I mean, we're definitely going to be fighting above our... And Baker Boatley's not a bad player as well on loan. I think he's got a lot of upside. Mr. Lawmedef, we also get 100% humidity all the time, every time. Dude, exactly right. It's just heavy, man, isn't it? It's a real heavy heat. It's obviously, I used to live in Canada, as I said last time, mate. And, Canada is, I think, maybe 8 degrees hotter than us right now. I used to live in Toronto, and Toronto's about 8 degrees hotter, but... And don't get me wrong, it's still hot there and they're still moaning, but they got a lot more air-conditioned places than we have, right? Air conditioning there is everywhere. We didn't have air conditioning, we have brick houses. Goal for Jack Marriott, as I say that. And it's offside. I was just going to say, it looked offside to me, and that's par for the course for this bloke. He loves to get offside, and his stats normally drop, so that's a bad start for him there. But yeah, it is a different type of heat for my money. So I think we're struggling a bit. Luckily, I think it's going to rain here tomorrow, ironically, so we might actually get a bit of relief, but then it's going to come back probably hotter, which is insane. Anyway, Glass picks the ball up here, and we're going to try and launch a counter-attack. Still 0-0. I think we've probably edged it, actually, when you look at it, but I just fear the quality of Millwall might FM us in this game. Abu plays it inside. Corness now will come forward here. Plays the ball forward to Birchall, and it's a double deflection. It's in with Marriott. 100th league goal of his career, guys, and he's done it as a Gillingham player. We'll take that. Corness again, I think, driving forward. I like how he plays because he's willing to make a long pass there. Look at that. Now, Birchall, of course, has got the pace. Goalkeeper makes a parry. It does fall to the man himself. And if he's one of those strikers that ends up being in the right place at the right time, that's all you want, right? So we'll take that here. 1-0 heading towards the break. And yeah, we are pretty much ahead of this. It looks like to me Millwall haven't got a good manager in charge because I'm going to say I'm not happy. I want to see more, actually. Just so we don't end up losing or drawing this game. But it seems to me like Millwall might not have a good manager. As the ball's played in here, Cooper's going to bring it down. It's off the bar and Abu's going to clear. Because I think they've got players there to actually probably be, top 3 or 4 in this division, right? I mean, if they played this formation with that team, I'm pretty sure they'll be doing a lot better. But maybe shouting at them wasn't a good idea. Sometimes I overdo it, and actually I probably need to give him a bit more credit. Ball in here. Oh, and it's in the back of the net from Fleming. You jinx yourself as a commentator, right? And I've probably actually not helped myself by telling him off at half-time. That was a bit harsh. They were playing well. And you've got to balance it. And actually, the last few episodes, I got the balance right. I felt I kind of knew when the players had a little bit too much of a telling off. So maybe an arm around there would have been a better situation. But too late now, can't do it. I'll demand a bit more, and I'll start encouraging him. I'll bring Tiffany on. He's not played for a few games now. So let's get him on here. Let's see what can happen there. Goal kick to Millwall, so this is going to be interesting now as they kick it out here. 1-1, Fleming's got through. He's got quality, good save from Thomas there. But once again, I don't think he's really cementing the position, right? Because he's only on 6.6 today. I need someone who's going to get 7s for us. Oh, and the header's just wide, but the goalkeeper was all over the shop. McNamara there had a great opportunity from a corner. That was very much like what we normally do, so that's quite scary. Dunn's going to play the ball forward here. Yeah, up the flank to Abu. He's on a yellow, so I might want to consider getting him off a minute. Marriott's on the end of it. What a goal that is, to be fair. Great, perfectly timed header, straight off the crossbar. Come on, I'll take that. Marriott's coming into his own here. And I kind of view him as a player that, as someone that's still got something to prove. Because he's been, a 10-goal-a-season championship striker probably his entire career. We'll have a look at his history, actually, in a minute after the game. But you kind of feel he's always had more, the opportunity to maybe be a top player. To maybe someone gets 20 goals. He's got the heading, he's got the finishing. And also he can take penalties. Abu's across here, Birchall scores. Now we can take Abu off before he gets a red card. Footy can come on. Happy days. Gillingham 3, Millwall 1. And we need to make sure we keep winning games in. I just saw in the bottom left, Shrewsbury are losing, which is helpful because obviously they're above us in the league table right now. And I'll condense that gap back to where we're back in competition. If we are going to get this team in the championship, it's got to be in the automatics. I don't think we'll win the playoffs. At the moment, this puts us 4th, even though Wickham have got a game in hand. 3 points off Fleetwood, but of course we hammered them 5-0, so I think we'll beat them next time out anyway. Corness is going to come off because he's looking a bit tired, and I can't do the Joaquin one. That's the second game in a row I've wanted to put Joaquin in attacking mid and it hasn't happened. But looking at Glass, I might need to make a change for the next game anyway. But maybe I'm trying and he's probably a write-off. But we've got to try and at least get the money back. Off the underside of the bar there, I thought that was going to bounce in. I don't know about you guys, as Birchall tries to clear it. But 1 minute of added time here. And I think luckily for us, that didn't give us the scare at the end. And we're going to get the win. Gillingham 3, Millwall 1. Well done, lads. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I'm not happy with your performance. Oh, no. But ironically, they seem very motivated. Right, guys, I'm going to calm down on the anger now. I don't want to be an absolutely evil person when it comes to this. We move into, like, promotion places. Oh, hello. You want a new contract for a boo. Now, you know I'm a tough sell for contracts, right? I'm going to tell him I haven't got the money and risk. He might throw a little fit, but I'm going to be honest with him. I'm going to walk away. Potential issue. Let's discuss. I'm going to say I haven't got the money. We can't offer you. We can't do improved terms. Normally they understand that if they're happy playing at the club. If he doesn't, then we've got a decision to make, right? I can't pretend I'm not disappointed, but I do at least understand. Thank you for your time. Derek, thank you for yours, my friend. Mind those red cards. Right, we'll take that. Anyway, we've got out of a sticky situation there. I don't want to be increasing this any further. You know, you can't see it, but I don't want to be increasing that further. I want to be offloading and maybe reducing if I can still, despite trying to be competitive, right? But there we go. So that's in the fixtures. 4 wins in a row now, which is pretty good. And actually we scored 4, 3, 4 and 3. Mansfield away, and I think we need to owe them a little bit of a shot here, right? Because they gave us a very, very frustrating game last time out. It was only recently, wasn't it? Yeah, we only got the draw. We missed that penalty, didn't we? So, yeah, and we got Fleetwood away next. So, actually, I think we will slightly rotate for this again. We might be gifting Mansfield a chance of staying up just by the teams we're going to pick. But I need to save the players for Fleetwood, really. And obviously we've got the Forest game in the back of my mind as well. Janet is going to move to Charlton. We're going to get 95,000 up front, which, like I say, is a pimple on a bum, right? It's not a lot, but it's something. So at least we get a little bit back in, and then maybe I can replace him with someone on a free or someone, you know, who's going to be on loan or something. Just, you know, just to keep the budget down here. Right, let's pick this Mansfield team a minute here. So I'm going to give Brad Young a go, am I? I just talked myself into this, haven't I? Brad Young a go. I'm going to have a talk to him as well here. Interaction, speak about... Every time I do this, he plays worse. You need to play a higher standard. Right, okay. Go out there and do it today, otherwise you're in trouble, right? Maybe I should keep this guy happy, but the problem is he doesn't want to play the position I'm playing him anyway, so I don't think I can retain him. Right, defence. Masterson's going to come in. I can't go fully rotated, I guess, but Archie Chaplin, ironically, I know he's only got a 6.54 there. He's actually been better than that. It's just unfortunately his average has come out in the wrong way. So let's rest done. Hutton's going to be rested for Footy today, I think. Oji and Abu are my 2 left backs, or Mackenzie. Let's go full rotation and really mess this up because we might throw this game as a consequence, but I'll give Mackenzie a go as he's concerned as well. Right, as you can see, actually there's a few of them looking quite tired now. Let's get Kumbi in there. Midfield might be a problem as well. Might have to go with Mackenzie actually in midfield, ironically. Yeah, do you know what? Well, we can't fully rotate here because I will end up completely sabotaging any chance of a result. Tiffony's going to go in there. Joaquin, we did say about this. I want to give him a go after that game he had against Shrewsbury. Maybe that's where he's meant to be. And also let's give... No, let's give Akanda a go. I'm going to put Yana on the bench, so I want to have a chance to say goodbye to everyone. Marriott can start just to try and keep him in that thing, but I think I'll give Richardson a run out pretty swiftly. Knight on the bench, and the last one will be Declan Glass. Give Cornice a rest ready for the big one against Fleetwood, because yeah, they're pulling a gap now as well, guys. I'll quickly come back here a minute. Yeah, they've pulled a gap, look, so we need to beat them. We need to win this, and if we win that, we go back ahead of them and get back in that automatic challenge. So the next game against Fleetwood is going to be huge for us. Let's keep going forward here. Right, Mansfield. Let's get this on the go. No connectivity today with the team, sadly, which is a part of the problem. But, you know, we'll keep giving it a go and see how we get on. Right, I want to see... Yeah, don't let a good run of form come to an end here. I need a strong defence. I don't normally do this. And I said I'm going to try and be kinder. Actually, I'm going to be more sterner in my approach pre-match, right? And I think they've gone pretty much the same team as last time. Like James Gale was a bit of a problem for us last time. But anyway, let's get to it now. We are away at Mansfield, but they are bottom of the league. So even with this team being rotated, I still think we need to be winning this game. And also it gives an opportunity for people like Chaplin, for example, right? And Joaquin, to really come in. And Akande, who's not going to get in, over other options like Birchall right now because they're playing really well. And Phoenix is nearly back as well. Anyway, Kilgore's off the bottom of the bar there, the header. And Young, once again, is not filling me with confidence because he just sort of flopped onto the floor and missed the ball as it bounced over him and came back off the underside of the bar. Needs to be more assured there. You think Zish would come out and grab that ball and just make sure the first problem never happened. Here come Mansfield again. Maris. Tiffany picks it up well, though. Can we launch a counter-attack? Plays it back to Kumbi. Kumbeni's going to play it forward. It goes all the way through the Winterbottom. That's unfortunate. Marriott's not looking sharp in this one, but we've still got a long way to go. Half an hour gone and 0-0. Tiffany coming back here to help build from the back. Mackenzie coming forward now with Kumbeni. Tiffany plays a nice ball in. Marriott's in. He's put it wide. That was the chance, and that's the sort of chance you'd expect him at this level to bury into the back of the net. And it means we've had 8 shots and none on target in 40 minutes, well, they've had 3 and 3. So maybe I'm being a bit harsh on Brad Young because he's actually kept a clean sheet so far. 3 minutes of added time. Ball play back here to Kilgore. He's going to play it forward now to Maris and plays it up again. Butcher now is going to try and play it. We're really pressing nicely here. I think we can steal this and get the goal. And it's going to come to Mackenzie. Maris, though, finds it forward and it falls loose. Evans is in. Evans plays it wide. Lacking quality, both teams in the final third so far. Both had chances one-on-one. We've had more XG, but we can't score. I said I was going to be nice. We need to be better in front of goal, actually, lads. Let's get Akande off here because of that yellow and get Jana on for one of his final games for Gillingham. And actually, Marriott's had a bad game, so let's get Richardson on as well. I'm rotating with players that you could argue are probably worse. And I'm just going to encourage them, though. But we're still well in this, and the XG's well in our favour, right? So we should, I believe, still get the goal to win this. It just seems we've got a bit of a jinx against Mansfield where we seem to drop points. Maybe they'll get a massive win here, actually, for them. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, we pick the ball back up in now. There's going to be a Boo coming forward on the left-hand side, who I might need to bring off next, because obviously we know what he's like with a yellow card under his belt. It's a guarantee he's going to want a couple of weeks off just to, have some time, at Christmas or something with his family. Kumbeni's going to pick the ball up now as Jana played it inside. Masterson coming forward, down to Footy with a deep ball in. Turton's nodded it on, but Jana's done really well. It's off the bar again. No, Winterbottom made the save, apparently. Right. Come on, guys. Encourage again here. Abu's going to come off him. We're going to bring on Oji. Just give him 10 minutes there. We've got some other players that are tired. Joaquin's not played well in attacking mid, has he? I don't know what happened in that one game against Shrewsbury. It was obviously a bit of a random bit of luck because he's not done it in this one. And once again, it's around the 6.3. Maybe he needs to go, but I don't think we'll be able to get rid of him towards the end, until the end of the season unless we want to lose money on him. So it's going to be a draw. That's frustrating because we needed really to win that for this Fleetwood situation. But as long as we don't lose to Fleetwood, then it's still well in our hands, right? That's the main thing here. Could we get any money for Joaquin now? We should have a quick look, really, shouldn't we? I mean, are we going to get 120k, though? We paid 22.5, 13 appearances, 1 goal, and you can't see it, but a 6.48. It's terrible stuff. It's a stinky rating. He's a stinky footballer. Terrible. But I don't know if we're going to be able to get any money back for him. Birchall's out for 5 weeks as well. Now that's frustrating because that means he'll probably miss the FA Cup game, right, with Nottingham Forest. Which is really the main game of tonight now, isn't it? That's the game in the back of all of our heads now going, oh, what can we do against Nottingham Forest? It's the first time we're playing a Premier League team in this save, which, is always an exciting time when you're a lower league club. Now, who do I go with? Ironically, in the last 5 games, Thomas has apparently been worse, but I'm going to go back with Thomas. I'm going to tell him again, though, like I like to, interaction, speak about, warm player, because he normally plays better. You've got to play a higher standard, mate. I need to see a bit more. I mean, his aerial reach has gone up. His stats are slowly improving, so, it's something. And let's have a quick double check of the schedule here a minute. Yeah, we've got a lot of games coming up, and they're big games as well. Preston are 23rd in League One, guys. That's insane. They just got relegated, and they're 23rd this year. They might go back-to-back relegations. Similar to Millwall, they can't be that bad of a team, surely. No, they've got really good players. Look, they've got insanely... That guy's worth £18 million in League One, and they're 23rd. What's the betting we get offered the Preston job before the end of the season? I bet you that happens, honestly. I can't see anything else not happening there. Anyway, let's go for Hutton. I'm going to go pretty strong here, obviously, because it is Fleetwood. Well, pretty strong. It'll be full strength, so... We'll go... I'll give Dunn a go, even his fitness is struggling, but I can always bring on Masterson later. Because I don't think Masterson's really had the best season so far. Although saying that, no, I'm going to have to change it because we got a problem with Abu being slightly unfit. So we'll go with Ogie. Ogie's a solid option there. Chaplin, Mackenzie. Abu I'm not going to put back in. Give him a rest. Footy. Right, Corness is going to have to play here. We have got a problem, obviously, in that DM role as well. I'll go with Kumbeni as well, because his average rating is a 7.3, so, we'll keep sticking with him. Losing Azorio here is not helpful, because he's very good at filling in that position as well. Declan Glass back into attacking Miggs. We're not touching Joaquim again with a barge pole. He's terrible. Scott Tiffany on the right. No, sorry, Ben Knight on the right, and we'll go for Akande on the left. He needs to play better as well, so I'll quickly have a chat with him, see if we can motivate him for this game in particular. Need to be better. And maybe that'll keep the wolf away from the door when it comes to Reading, recalling him. Because maybe they'll think, oh, well, he's trying to work with them. But it's not quite working. Phoenix Patterson's still going to be another 7 days. But he might be in contention for Oxford. So that is something. Right, let's get to it here. Fleetwood away. It is a must-win game. And there's very rarely in that, isn't it? Mr. Lawmedef, I just had my red Raback doing a boost. Straight scored, then straight red. Mate, he loves it in my team, honestly. Honestly, he loves it. But that's why I do like this formation, right, as I was saying, because if you just get rid of the attacking midfielder from it and cover off the red card, you're still actually able to score a goal, which is crazy in the circumstances, right? Oh, did you see Fleetwood have got a centre-back, guys? Hang on. I'm going to quickly look at this. Oh, how do I get onto that? Hang on. I probably better find it. Can you see it? Look. Remember this bloke from last year? Oh yeah, he was on loan at Gillingham. They paid £25,000 loan fee for him though. But he is quality, isn't he? Yeah, Noel Atom is on loan at Fleetwood. I went back in for him and said, look, I'll take him again for a season. I would have played him as well because he's quality. I didn't realise he ended up at Fleetwood. That's insane. He's gone to one of our rivals. It was in the same division as us last year. Holy moly. Anyway, corner in. Will he be dangerous here? Tucci with the header. Goes over the bar, or just past the post. I was just thinking then, how many times did Atom last year get up and score from a corner for us? He'd do it all the time, wouldn't he? Oh my word. That surprised me. Anyway, they got a lot of players back in. They try and break with a long ball. And John Stead here, oh my word. They're going to do that. They're going to put the ball into a dangerous zone. And I think this tactic is why they're currently third in the league, right? It's very interesting. With John Stead as that target forward, just knocking the ball on into no man's land, it puts you in a place where your goalkeeper defence are arguing with each other. Here comes Knight on the right, though. Comes inside. Penalty. We'll take it. Come on. Is it going to be Marriott to take? Steps back. Marriott. Scores. Nice and hard into the bottom left of the goalkeeper's net. 7th goal of the season. I don't mind if he's scoring just penalties all the time. Just score, please. We'll take it. We'll take that. 1-0 away from home. And with their formation the way it is, we just got to be able to defend that long ball, and I think we should be able to build on this. Sang's going to pick it up now, though, as we're not even 20 minutes in, and we're seeing a lot of action so far. Great chance for a counter here with Knight. Kumbeni there. Reckless pass in some ways, but we get it through nonetheless. Akande's now down. It's another penalty. Can we score a hat-trick of penalties? We have only got 2 so far. This one's in as well. It's the same corner. It's harder. Krellin goes the wrong way. Oh, you're so nervous. Sometimes I think the second time he's guaranteed to miss, right? But that was a great penalty. Right in the corner, really well assured. We'll take that every day of the week. Brilliant stuff. And it's still 2-0. Right, this is good. I mean, the stats are showing it's pretty equal, but 2-0 I'll take so far. And it looks like we're nullifying that long ball presence. And also Virtue as the defensive mid for Fleetwood's not having a good time of it here. But as I say that, their stats are improving. Look at the match momentum. The home fans are getting behind them here. But we will get to half-time with the 2-0 lead. And I'm going to say I'm pleased. This could backfire. It's the first time I said I'm pleased with you, right? I normally would say focus. And I got to bring Dunn off because I don't want him to get sent off. So we'll get Chaplin on. I'm risking a lot here because he's young as well. But here comes Knight. Can we get the third? Oh, he's put it past the post. that was the opportunity, right, to maybe solidify this game. And there is still now 40 minutes for Fleetwood side to come back into this. Can Benny load a nice cross in? Can we win the header box? Oh, it's a penalty. I don't think it was in the box, guys, but Marriott on the hat-trick, and he puts it off the post. It's a hat-trick of penalties. I was Nostradamus with that prediction there. A hat-trick of penalties for Marriott, off the post and in. What a goal that was. It's almost like the game tried to make him miss, but luckily physics made it right for us. Oh, Tucci with a chance now. That was a good effort. Right, at 3-0, who else do we want to bring off here? I think Cornet's got to come off, or am I making too many dodgy changes? Probably am, but I'll soon, regret it if we end up losing it. But let's go for it. Mackenzie's on, replacing Cornet, so he can play utility role here. And at 3-0 here, it looks like the must-win game for us is going to be ours. The stats look deceptively even, but look at that XG though. That bit of quality difference. Marriott can come off as well for Richardson because he's looking a bit tired. And maybe Glass. We haven't got any more subs. That's a shame. If we had the 4 subs, I would have got Glass off as well because he's made a Glass sometimes. And we don't want to lose him now. We've had a few more players out like Patterson, right? But on that note, he heard me. He's going to score a free kick. Oh, Krellin gets across, luckily. It was going inside the post. Going to be the corner now. No short option, so we're going near post. Knight was trying to get on the end of it. Now Sang can maybe counter. But it doesn't look like he's got many options, and a good tactical tackle there from Hutton. Now, if that was Abu, he would have gone in two-footed, right, and got a straight red. So a bit of composure there is much appreciated from the more experienced option at right back there. And that is 3-0. That is unbelievable. Well done, lads. What a good win. I've never seen that before, Mr. Lawnmower Death. I've never seen a triple, 3 penalties being scored. They normally get one that's missed, right, or something like that. Huge one. Masterson's got an injury here and he's out for 8 days, so that's a bit of a shame. Luckily, there's only really been 1 or 2 injuries that have really crippled us so far. But there we go. We're just over the halfway point now, guys. Would you believe it? It flies by, doesn't it? It feels like we were in League 2, literally yesterday. And we got 41 points, 11 wins, 8 draws, only 5 losses out of 24. I tell you what, I'm chuffed with this. And then we got Preston next at home. And then we're going to get towards this Nottingham Forest game. Right, do we need to now look at maybe moving some other players on? I mean, I don't really want to change too much, though, to be honest. I mean, okay, the thing I want to do, let's see who's out of contract still. So I got both teams together. Let's look at contract. Who else is out of contract at the end of this season? Okay, so there's not many. So Johnny Williams, he's out on loan. Well, Johnny Williams, yeah, he's the guy we tried to sell. He's on £4,000 a week. So, yeah, we need to let him go on a free transfer. Jake Turner. Now, the thing about Jake Turner is he can improve. Is there an option to maybe get him for cheaper? I'll discuss your new contract. The reason why is because we can consider him as another goalkeeper option, or maybe still sell him. Probably wants too much money, really. I think maybe we should just let him go. Asking for too much. Okay. I'm going to hold fire there because maybe it would be better with the amount of wages he's on just to let him go. Brad Young's got an extension, so I'm going to trigger his extension despite the fact he's not been great. It should hopefully increase his value, and he's still only 1.6, sorry, so that's not terrible. This guy, Tate Holtman, doesn't look good enough to me. He's only £50 a week. I mean, his determination's pretty good, but his one-on-ones isn't where I want it to be if he's going to feature in this team. I've only got 3 or 4 left, actually. Bayliss, not looking like he's going to make it, so I think that's going to be a no. Will DeWild, getting better, but still not good enough. He's on loan at Froome right now. Stan Skipper, once again, not worth keeping. That's £200 saved. And then it's Harry Bridle, who actually has got some finishing and heading, but once again, hasn't progressed. Determination's not really there. Well, determination's there, nothing else is. And then once the guys 2 years down the line, I mean, that's the nice thing about where we are as well, guys, right? We're in a position where actually all the big guys at Corness, they've at least got 3 years left, or 2 years left. I've put a lot of investment in just having that stability. You don't see that sometimes in the lower league. So I think I made a real tactical play there to just increase the club's security going forward. So really, I don't think I want to do much. I think I just really want to stick with it. I mean, is there going to be an interesting Joaquin? I think perhaps he is that terrible. Ask agent. No club's really interested. I mean, I don't think we'll get the money back yet. I think we should wait till the end of the season. I mean, if we have to play him against a rubbish team, then we have to, right? And ironically, with all due respect to Preston, who shouldn't be a rubbish team, perhaps this will be the game we want to try it, right? And just see how he gets on. keep going here forward. And it'll be Boxing Day. Happy Christmas, everyone. Hope you had a lovely day. It's amazing how it's currently Christmas despite the heat we're actually currently in. Derek Abu is out for 8 days. I feel Oliver Zish has not made enough appearances to make a position to judge if he's playing as a goalkeeper or not. What do they mean by playing as a goalkeeper? Because he's playing as a goalkeeper, but I'm playing him as a sweeper keeper. I don't quite understand this logic. You know, is he off his nut and does he think he's playing as centre half or something? I don't quite understand this. Is it a glitch or something? That's really, really bizarre. Anyway, let's pick in the team now. And also then I'll have a look quickly at who is going to be available on a free transfer in January as well. Because there might be some Irish clubs that are about to release a load of players, right? So, yeah, actually, I think we might rotate a bit in this one as well. I'm still thinking of legs here, you know, and it's very important just to try and keep them as fresh as possible. I mean, Preston are probably going to hammer us as a consequence, but, you know, we're going to do what we're going to do. We'll go for Dunn and Chaplin today, I think. Robinson, even though he's going to be going. Actually, that's the point. With Robinson going, centre-half is going to be something we're going to need to look at, right? So while I say I'm not going to have to do too much business, I still think there is going to be something I'm going to have to do. Benny actually can stay in today. Corness will come in. Let's do the crazy thing and put Joaquim in there. I'm not going to talk to him because I feel like he's like an Adol Trapt who was at QPR. I feel like saying anything to him, he's only going to play worse, so I'll just like leave him be. Tifoni and Akande, and up front Marriott again, obviously after his hat-trick last time out. I think we're going to have a position for Jana again, so I'm going to have to go, yeah, so I'm going to have to make some business happen, aren't I? Right, and give Glass a little rest here. If Joaquim does play terrible, then we know what change to make, right? So let's just have a quick look here and see if anyone's out of contract in the next month, right? Expiring, edit, 1 month. There might be someone, like I say, in Ireland who might catches our eye. Okay, Bruno Tavares. I really like a Portuguese winger. Who doesn't like a Portuguese winger? And I've got the place for him as well. And I like the surname Tavares. I'm a Toronto Maple Leaf, and obviously that's very important to, you know, the Toronto Maple Leafs ice hockey team. We're very keen. And he wants 1.6. And he might get a work permit. I'm all in, boys. Right, let's make a little bit of a nice little player. Regular starter. I'm not guaranteeing you any of that. Right. I can allocate one of my 2. Yeah, well, I've only allocated 1. So, oh no, I've got, actually, to be fair, I think Zentrix actually got his work permit during the last game that got, sorry, the last save that didn't make it as well. So I think we got an option here. You know what I want to add in here as one of my clauses? Automatic contract extension of a year, and I'm going to lock that in. So I can make this a 3-year deal straight away, right? He wants 3,000 then, but I'm not actually against giving it because I think Jana's going to be on 1.5, and I'm still got the option of losing the loan players. Okay, we might be spending a bit more, but I really like this guy. Sometimes, you know, when you go out shopping, you want to buy that treat, right? Let's see if I can get him down to 2.6. I've got that money. I mean, I could offer you a massive signing on fee actually because I've got that money, but then actually I haven't because the club's skint, right? So it's not be daft. Okay, we're close. I think you'll take 2.8, and I think that's reasonable. I'm not giving the promotion wage rise. Okay, looks like we might have got our man. Looks like we might have a Portuguese midfielder coming in, guys. And then we've got a 39-year-old Chinese bloke we can look at here. No, I think we'll pass. Or we got a 33-year-old French bloke. So no, we'll pass. Right, anyway. Looks like we might have found a signing there, guys. I don't know what you guys thought in the chat about him. He looks very good. Expectations. What was that against Preston? A draw. Okay. Oh, Mackenzie's back in my office again. It's Mackenzie. It's Mackenzie. I feel like I'm a school teacher sat on my desk just like, what does he want? I've got trophies. I won League 2 last year. You just want to play for me. You don't need to worry about, you know, how much you play. Right, I'm going to sell you. Oh, I keep saying I want to sell him, and he's like, no. I want to sell him anyway, but then I can't really afford to lose the midfielder out when I need to get a central defender in as well. And let's have a... Oh, hang on. Oh, there's more players on my list here, actually. Carl McClelland. He's not out of contract. He looks a very good defender, guys, doesn't he? I mean, fair play to my scouts, because my scouts look like they're doing a cracking job here at finding players for me. We've got some available on frees as well. Charlie Adams, only 31. Not the Charlie Adams, a different one, surely, because he's a lot older. Doesn't look too great, does he, this guy? But Is there any centre halves? Hang on, let's do position and see if there's any centre halves available. Because that is really what... Why doesn't that work? They're all over the place. Hang on. Right, Tom Brewitt's a centre half. Not really good enough. We're looking for someone who's going to come in. I mean, Sweeney, no, his acceleration of pace is no good. We're looking for someone who's going to come in and really just make a massive step forward in the quality we got, really, if you're going to bring someone in. Maybe it's going to be loans again. I just wonder, because of this wage budget, I can't just, stretch it too far, can I? Sammy Robinson. He's a guy I nearly signed on a free transfer at the start of the save, but he's ended up at Bristol Rovers. Only $1,000 a week. If he only costs us £100, he might be one worth considering. Chap from Wolves, Sahid Oyunju. Good determination, once again, not the tallest. Good pace, though, actually, as well. For the minute, let's just keep cracking on, guys. I don't have to get too lost in transfers. We're not going to do too much, right? I just want to get that Tavares deal confirmed now, because I'd love to have him in the team. Right. We've rotated. As usual, when we rotate, it normally means we're in trouble, right? So, let's see how we get on. All the best out there today, guys. Let's have some fun. I want you to make the difference. Let's go. Preston at home. And they're in their red kit today. Sponsored by Spud Brothers now in real life, if you know what TikTok is and have been in the universe for a little while. And also, interestingly, they got Nwaneri up front, who obviously is an Arsenal youngster in real life. So that's an interesting bit to see him in there. Anyway, it looks like we're going to have the chance here. Akande, Appiah, who plays back around though. So we still got a ball in though to Marriott, and he has put it through the keeper's legs. I thought he might be offside. I was a little bit surprised there, as I didn't expect the long ball to come forward. We're not ones to usually play a direct ball, but I like that from Tiffany there. He just saw an opportunity to play him in straight away. Remind me of Leicester and Jamie Vardy, that. I'm not sure about you guys. Great finish past Woodman to find the back of the net. And it's Gillingham 1, Preston North End 0 after 15 minutes. So we'll take that one. Footy and Joaquin here are going to link up. Can Joaquin have that game today? And like I said, I'm not going to lose money on him. Any player I sign for money in this save, I just can't afford to lose money on. There's just no other way. So I've got to make him work in some degree. Or at least double my money, right? I mean, Hogarth's out on loan right now. I paid $25,000 for him, which is what I paid for Joaquin. And I'm going to get $100,000 back at the end of his loan spell. Now, Nwaneri's in here. Great finish, to be fair. Premier League quality, isn't it? And they got players in this team worth, like O'Kell's there, you can see, worth £18 million, and they're in League One. So you've got to expect it. It is all square here. Okel's obviously with a nice header, and the Nwaneri there does really well to take the ball down and run on through into the box. Yeah, disappointing one there. Finds the back of the net, though. Still, at the moment, with a draw, we move up to third, because it looks like Fleetwood are currently losing. Birmingham, though, are running away with it, and Reading are also looking incredibly dangerous. We got 2 draws against those guys so far, but are we good enough to beat them? I don't think so. It looks like the best we might be able to hope for, despite our goal difference being quite substantial, is maybe a playoff place. Yeah, Reading are 2-0 up against Barnsley here, aren't they? Corner to Preston now, though, and they really need to get a shift on here to get out the relegation trouble they're in. And that was a great save from Thomas in the circumstances, with the pressure of Oakles coming onto him. Nwaneri is going to take the corner for Preston here. Near post, headed over the top. Luckily for us, not on target, high, wide, and not very handsome. And the stats have all of a sudden tightened up here after it was all in our favour to begin with. We reach half time. 1-1. I'm going to say I'm far from pleased with that, lads. And I was trying to be more polite about things. And Joey Footy's had a bad game. Oh, I've just got the wrong sub there. Hang on. Undo. Right. We're going to go for Josh Robinson. And maybe this is why I'm not helping myself. But obviously it's making those legs last. But I think with Tavares coming in, that's going to at least give us a replacement for Yana, right? And we're exchanging money in for a free transfer, which is really good. Oji coming down the left now. Can we take the lead again here? We are at home. There is an expectation now that we should be able to, compete. Marriott with a great goal. 11th goal of the season. Superb goal from Marriott. That's a bit more like it. We're now seeing a bit more versatility in the goals he's scoring as well, because he should be a lethal finisher at this level. And for my money, that's one of the best goals he's scored so far, because it caught the goalkeeper out the near post. Woodman probably should have done better in the circumstances, but we'll take it. And that is going to be, is that his second of the game? It is. He might be on for his second hat-trick in about 3 weeks here for Gillingham. And also, to be fair, Chaplin's not playing badly alongside Dunn. I think Dunn's experience has really been helpful. Once again, Joaquin's not having a good time of it, but maybe we can rest Declan Glass here. Let's get Yana on, because he's going to have a couple more games to say goodbye to the home fans before he moves on to his next challenge. And I think from there, maybe Corness again. He's the guy I'm really trying to protect, because he does get injured quite a bit. And obviously I want to maximise him in case someone comes in and wants to pay £2.5 million for him, which will completely make us like we're winning the lottery. Joaquin, a curling strike. Bit of confidence from the guy from Atletico Madrid there. We've not seen that a lot this season. It's a shame it wasn't on target, but more of that, please, in that attacking mid position. I'm not putting you up top again because you were utterly crap. Right. Oh, it's in, and it should have been an equaliser perhaps, and it's gone over the top. Thomas managed to somehow save it. Corner into the near post. Yana does really well to read the play there. And it looks like we're going to leave Preston right back in the trouble here, as they're going to drop into the relegation zone, and we're going to get a huge win at home. And the XG at the end came back in our favour there. Brilliant. Well done, lads. That was a good win for us. And that was a good win for us, because I think Preston, despite that, look at that, they're down in 22nd, guys. They're now 4 points off, but they have got 2 games in hand. Crazy. We will get offered that job. It's a guarantee, isn't it, guys? It really is a guarantee we're going to get offered an opportunity at that job. But let's get to Oxford away next, and then we got Charlton, then we got the window opening. I just want to see Tavares saying that he's going to join us here. And don't forget, guys, if you're if you're very enjoying, my English went out the window there. If you're enjoying the stream, the heat's got to me the last 2 days. I sat in the garden as well. I did a 6-hour live stream yesterday on Leicester Till I Die television. Go check that channel out as well. And that was really fun, but it did knacker me out, I must be honest, you know. I mean, I could chat a lot of rubbish, as you guys know, being in the chat right now. But to do it for 6 hours is something. Oh, interesting. Release clause leaves Gillingham uncertain over Corness' future. There is report someone might trigger his £2.5 million release clause. Finances, minus £1.6 million. Inbox, £2.5 million. Someone wants to trigger £2.5 million on the release clause of Corness, who is a free transfer for us. Be my guest. I will have to face the pain of replacing him. He's no doubt up there with Zentrich for me as one of my most loved players in this football club. But despite that, you know, you've got to do what's right, haven't you? We've got a lot of contracts coming out, but I'm not going to do them now. We're just going to keep cracking forward here because we have got Oxford United. Right, I'm going to pick the team from scratch, because obviously I rotated for that Preston game as well, which makes the result even more impressive in the circumstances. I'm going to go for Zish today. I know maybe Thomas has worked his way back in, but this guy is generally the better keeper, and maybe playing him for 1 or 2 more games here just at the end of what could be a recall spell, because he's not particularly happy. He seems to think he's not playing goalkeeper. I'm guessing they mean sweeper goalkeeper rather than, you know, a natural all-out classic goalkeeper. But yeah, it's a bizarre one, but he might get recalled and then we'll end up hating life. But until then, we're just going to stick with it. Chaplin played well last game, but it's against Oxford, who we lost 1-0 to in the previous game. Corness isn't looking fit, so we're going to have to watch his fitness. But I still think we'll match up with Kumbi today while we've got the problems with Azoro, because I just think he's done enough to keep himself in the team on a 7.12 rating. Declan Glass into attacking mid. We're going to get Ben Knight on the right, as I always say with the rhyme. Akande on the left. Marriott, who's now got 11 goals in 10 games, guys. Okay, he came off the bench for 8 games before that, before he got a run in the team. But now he's got a run in the team, he's looking very dangerous. And Phoenix Patterson can do 45 minutes today, so let's get him back on the bench. Because if we are 1-0 down and we need a hero, we got a hero on the bench then finally. And it's good to see him back, because he was the player of the month in League One in the first month of this season. Scored, I think it was it 3 goals or 4 goals in 3 games? Great start from that left hand side for us. And then unfortunately that massive injury, and hopefully we can get him back in there. Give the players some faith as we head to the Kassam Stadium today. Oxford United got a championship quality team here. Look at this. Dembele, Bradshaw, Goodrime, El Mizuni. I mean, it's championship quality, guys, isn't it? We've got no reason to be able to compete with them, really. But we'll still keep going and see what we can do here. And obviously we have only lost 1-0 to them. But so far, of all the teams we played, this lot seemed the most difficult for my money. And we're away, don't forget. Masterson, though, is going to get the ball up here. Don't give it away. Done with a bit of intelligence here, perhaps. Plays it across to Kumbeni. Masterson. Can he come forward to find the pass? Oji's going to over that ball inside. Glass is trying to find it, but it's been headed away. Hutton, though, can pick it up now. We've got Oxford United pen back here. Akande tries to play it in, but unfortunately he gives the ball away. And my Warriors on the counter, they've got a lot of quality. Here comes Curry on that note. Comes inside and puts it past the post. That was a lucky one for us there, because they've not had a shot on target here in 15 minutes, but they are coming forward and looking dangerous. And that's what they're good at here, and also you think it might suggest they're going to be in an automatic promotion place, perhaps. Glass with a short corner. Oh, Cornet's try something different there. That's the first time I've seen us just ping it down towards the inside post. But there's one thing we know about Cummings so far in this save. Cummings is very good in the goal at just reading the game and actually making it easy for himself. He knows when to get back on his line. He knows when to come out. He's very good at it. Benny back to Masterson. Can he play it down the flank? No, he goes all the way back to Zish in the goal. Done. We're trying to force Oxford back again. And once again, I'm wary of this counter-attack. But here comes Hutton. Ball across. Glass. And it's saved. Really good. As the commentator said there on the screen, we're playing some beautiful stuff. It's some sexy football for the lower leagues, isn't it? Oji trying to win head tennis. Marriott, it comes off the defender. Akanj, Kimbeni. I like it. We're trying to get shots in. But Oxford are blocking really well on this one. And ironically, Preston have just taken the lead against Reading. And that's really helpful for us, bearing in mind they're in the relegation zone. Obviously, Reading are starting to pull away at the top of the division, so we really needed that one. And here we go. Corness is actually looking like he wants to be substituted. I did think he'd only do 45 minutes today. I guess it would have been the better team they keep doing. That's not true, but I want to keep confidence up. And let's get Corness off for Mackenzie. We can bring on Phoenix Patterson in a bit as well here. The problem is we're leaning on a couple of players for multiple games, right, of the Gillingham press style we're playing. So Oji, Kumbeni are starting to get a bit tired, even Dunn because he's older. Oxford United have got the ball here now. Would a point away here be a good result? It probably would, but we need to catch up a bit for automatics. Good rhymes in though. Gillingham, sorry if I'm saying it correctly. Oh my word, and that's a shame, but unfortunately we're looking a bit tired at the back there. We'll get Footy on like the recommendation. Yeah, he broke through. Positioning is not our strong point, we know this. And Zish, unfortunately, despite having a good game so far, didn't do well there. Yeah, and it's difficult because Marriott's not having a good game up top, so I'm going to have a go at him and berate him here because he should be doing better. And let's demand some more of the entire team in a minute and hope we can get something done. Akandi on the left's playing badly, so let's get Phoenix Patterson on for his first game back. Corner here, Glass into the near post. Masterson back up to Footy. Get the shot away, son. Off the post. Glass back now to Hutton. We need to get the ball in, boys. Glass, Mackenzie. Holding on to it. Knight's back there, and we lose the opportunity, which is a shame in the circumstances. After I shouted at Marriott, he somehow got worse, which is annoying. Knight with a diving header clear. Footy's the highest man up the pitch. Now, a bit concerned we lost a bit of shape there. Let's get Tiffany on as the striker here. He's normally a right winger. But I just think his finishing's better than Richardson right now. And he's also had a few more goals this year, right? So let's go for it. Ball forward here. Hutton's going to pick the ball up again. Oxford, every time they come forward, look dangerous. Down towards Knight. Can he get the cross in here? He's going to run inside his set. Oh, and it's in. It's Phoenix Patterson. He's back. He is back, baby. Like the Terminator. It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger turning face after the first Terminator film and becoming a good guy in the second. What a goal that is. He's back. He's scored. And we'll take it every day of the week. Have I got any more substitutions? Yes. Right. Dunn's going to be replaced by Chaplin here. Just because I need to protect him as our mature centre-back. Right. Encourage the team. Let's smash and grab one of our most difficult rivals in this division. Because we keep them right with us. We're keeping that lasso on them and holding them with us in those playoff positions. And we still then got an outside shot perhaps of automatic promotion in the most unbelievable of circumstances. But it looks like we're not going to get there. But a point away at Oxford after losing the first game 1-0, you're unlucky today. We'll call it that and not worry about it. I think that's a decent one. Keeps us, as you can see, in 4th place. Okay, there's now a 6-point gap to Reading. But realistically, Reading and Birmingham are head and shoulders, aren't they? So the only way we're going to get that back is by beating these people. And we're nearly at the Nottingham Forest game, which is crazy. Kimbeni's got a fitness concern, which I'm not surprised about because he's played a lot of games. And ironically, Charlton are 21st, I believe, aren't they? Oh, I just clicked on Peterborough. Hang on. Keep coming down. Yeah, they're 21st. So, I mean, they need a win, but we need to rotate because that Nottingham Forest game's huge for us, right? And then once we get past the Charlton game, hopefully we'll be able to have a strong team for what is the biggest game in this save so far. Bruno Tavares has got a work permit application. It will come through before transfer window opens, which is good. I just wonder if the FA Cup game is going to be on TV. Let's have a look. FA Cup 3rd round. No, it's a normal kickoff. That's frustrating because that's, excuse me, going to damage the money we make. Which actually puts us in a position where we might have to beat Nottingham Forest because we need to raise some money somehow here. So that is going to be interesting. Anyway, Charlton next. The application has been rejected, but we can appeal. And I still think we might win the appeal here because they seem to think he might get it. And if not, we have got the 2 ESC places. So obviously with Bar going from last season, you know, that has helped us out massively in keeping another place. He's going to have the application answered on the 3rd. So it's going to be, as our finances get slightly worse, only about 100,000, but gets slightly worse. And that means he's going to be here potentially for Nottingham Forest. So maybe the debut for Tavares, once we get our work permit sorted, will be against Nottingham Forest. Anyway, Jana's gone to Charlton, ironically. Do you reckon he'll start today? Can you imagine? They literally take him off the bus and he literally goes straight into the team. That would be insane. This guy's available as well at the end of the season. Stuparific. I can't say it. Yeah, Watford youngster, wasn't he? Stuparevich, sorry. Oh, Jack Marriott's won Player of the Month, guys. That's good as well. 8 goals and 6 appearances. To be fair, that's really good. Bear in mind, he really struggled, but once he had a few minutes and he got past, you know, the fear, he's done very well. Who's this guy, Mamadou Doumba? He looks pretty good, doesn't he? On loan from Watford. Add him to the shortlist. I like the finishing. Right, anyway, let's keep cracking forward here. We're going to rotate the team, like I said, and hopefully we still get the 3 points for that FA Cup game. And I'm going to double check before the next game about who's the best player, what's the best formation to use against Forest. I imagine it's going to be the one we're playing. I don't think we're going to be changing anything, but still, with that being said, it's worth checking out. So if they're doing something different, we might want to catch them by surprise, if you see what I mean, and do something different ourselves. Footy, Abu, I think, will start against Forest. So let's go with Mackenzie here. I'm going to have to really rotate this. I think actually I might even make some more changes than this. I think I'm going to have to look in my under-18s a little bit. I know you're thinking he's throwing this, but it might be. Don't forget Harry Webster's terrible, but last season he was always on an average of like 7.7 because for some reason he was glitching the matrix. No idea how, but he just was. But I can't play these guys with this Forest game coming up, right? They need to have a game's rest. I think Derek Abu can go on the bench. Footy obviously is going to have to feature a left back there now. Kumbeni's going to have to be rested. Gives us a problem in midfield actually a little bit here. Right, is there anyone else I can maybe Joaquim's going to have to be the DM. This is terrible, guys, isn't it? I'm going to get utterly hammered in this game, but let's just do it anyway. Ben Knight I'll put as attacking mid and we'll try and take him off. Phoenix Patterson I will not go for, but I'll get him on the bench here. I need to have some options on the bench, obviously, and maybe just bring them on, but I can't really play any of these guys. Marriott can go on the bench. Right, let's give 2 more youngsters a run out. I mean, the realistic answer is we're not going to be able to get into the automatics at this rate unless we pull a miracle out. But despite that, we're still going to give it our best shot, and we're still going to have to, you know, hope the rotation isn't going to damage us too much. Joaquin as a midfielder is probably a hideous error, right? But let's see how we get on anyway. Right, Charlton in the relegation zone at home, 1st day of January. Let's do this. Right, so I'm going to say they're 20th in the form table. Make sure they know why. I want you to dominate the midfield, and that's especially to Joaquim, who's going to play terrible here by no doubt. Well, he's number 9 and I'm playing with central midfield. It says it all about my level of management, guys, doesn't it? But there we go. Anyway, let's get to the game now, and it's a penalty early here. Lieburn's going to take it. That's not what you want. Can Zish make a hero of himself? He can't. He goes the wrong way. Lieburn, 12th goal of the season. He's a quality striker at this level. He really is. Gillingham 0, Charlton 1. And a home game we probably should be winning, but like I said, we've rotated, right? So it is what it is. Taylor's going to play the cross in now. Cleared up by Tifoni. Jones down to Yana. Oh my word, guys. What did I say was going to happen? We just sell Yana for £100,000 to Charlton. And I literally said they're going to take him off the bus and put him on the pitch. And then we forget he's not one of our players, even though he's wearing a red shirt. And he puts it in the back of the net. And it is Gillingham 0, Charlton 2. And yes, I knew we were going to lose this game with the team I put out. But I've got to look at that Forest game. I've got to give us a good opportunity there. We've got to pull a miracle out because I need a TV game probably here. Anyway, can we mug them at the back here? Footy with his pace is coming forward and he comes inside. Take the shot, son. Good save from Whiteman. We pull one back. The thing I've noticed about us is we normally show a bit of fight. Tiffany with a short corner here to Akande. Plays it in. Tiffany back towards Mackenzie at the back post. Nice idea. We couldn't win the header. We do win the free kick and the pressure will remain on the Charlton goal. We don't see the highlight for that, but we might be able to win from their throwing here. Jones at the centre-half position, playing it back to Whiteman in the Charlton goal. Ex-Tottenham goalkeeper, that. Richardson picks it up. Knight. Gotta hit the target. That was poor. And he's already looking tired, so I need to take him off at half-time as well, which makes matters worse. Mr. Lawnmower Death, with typical FM things, you're incredibly right, mate. This is the downside, mate, to the formation I'm playing, because it is very aggressive. It does knacker people out. It is about dominating teams up here, as you can see, all the players we got in the box. But I just think when you've got the budget, of a fly, you've got a budget which is nothing. The only way you actually compete is by being brave. Mwamba here's coming forward, and Coventry's going to pick the ball up now. Not the team, the player. Yeah, must be named after the city. Anyway, Ramsey's in. And he's going to score. No, I gave the curse to the commentator in the right way that time as Zish gets a leg out. His goalkeeping when someone runs in on him isn't very good, is it? He's good at picking up crosses, but when it comes to one-on-ones, despite his stat being good, he doesn't seem very, competent. Anyway, 5 minutes to half time. We've actually been evenly in this game by all accounts, but it hasn't quite worked out. We've actually managed to convert that into anything so far. 2-0. Right, you've been terrible so far. Let's sort this out and let's make some changes. Joaquin is playing bad as attacking in mid like I suspected, so let's put him into... Sorry, as midfielder. So let's get him off here. Ben Knight can come off. Do we go for the youngster? I think we haven't got a choice. I think we need to rest some legs here. And I think for the moment that will do, but I'm very concerned with what depth I've got now. And let's be real, I've sacrificed some of the good depth from last year to try and bring money in, just to try and keep the club afloat. So, this was expected, but we have got a goal back, and ironically it is Joaquin. And look at him, he's holding the ball and running back like this. He's going to keep that as a souvenir, That ball's not being seen again. He's going to get all the players to sign it, and it's only one blooming goal. It's third of the season. But well done to getting in the near post. And actually, he stole it off of Akande, who was actually probably in a better position. Right. Demand some more here now. He's miles onside. Not that we've got any VAR down here anyway. So let's demand some more. Come on, we're better than this. And in some ways, even though we're putting together a very loose team here, excluding Booth, who's obviously from the under-18s, and Webster, we might be able to talk them into playing. Oh no, that's a terrible header from Robinson saying that. And here comes Taylor, but luckily we do get back. Fruity down to Akande, who's not having a good game. He's had a few bad ones, but that is the equaliser. I'm shocked. Lewis Richardson has got the equaliser. And that is what he is good at with his feet. He can't header the ball. But well done to him and well done to the players there for breaking the lines quicker. And that's what we're after. Joaquin again. For all the abuse I'm giving him and, thinking of maybe transfer this team to see what we can get. He's so bizarre. He would do a 6.3 most of the times in this position. And then every now and again, one every 5 games, boom, there he is. And that's a great finish. It is his physicals that are the problem, though. Let's get that clear. It's definitely the physicals that are the problem here. But 2-2, and we're still well in this. And what substitutions we want to make here with that being said. I think Tafoni's going to have to come off, so we need to rest him. No, I'm going to bring off Akande, actually, and get on this Heisman. Anyway, corner to Charlton. They might still nick this back, and luckily it's well covered in the circumstances. Final 10, 2-2, encourage. Come on, boys. Let's go and get that winner. We've demanded more. Let's should encourage a bit of luck here. Whiteman's going to take out the goal kick here for Charlton. Can we win the ball in their half? Smith plays it forward. Great ball through to Carnu. It's 3-2 to Charlton. Oh, and that's such a shame. And that Carnu is someone I've looked at before because I have a thing where the board want me to sign players from the conference, which is ridiculous because there's only one or two and you've got to pay like ridiculous money to prize them away from the clubs they're at. Carnu's probably one of those. I believe he's a youngster that was at Barnet. I think he played for Barnet. We played him in the first round of the FA Cup, surprisingly. But can we still get the equaliser? Maybe a point is still going to be a relatively satisfying result in the circumstances, right? Taylor coming forward, though. We might concede next. And Yana, off the bus, into the team, scores his first goal. Nice back heel leg. Anderson hits the woodwork. The goalkeeper is worrying me, who's on a 6.2. Have we talked ourselves into a position where Thomas is going to be starting in goal for the big FA Cup game as we do lose? Not good enough. Hopefully that will inspire them for the Forest match. And yeah, but still, 4 points clear as 7th. And perhaps I'm being a bit harsh, but you kind of, when you see a team pulling away with 9 points ahead of you, when you kind of feel the playoffs aren't going to be your forte against other teams, right, you kind of want to see a little bit more. I like this guy, but I don't think we're going to get a work permit for him. And also his physicals aren't very good, really, are they? So I can't get mad, loading up with foreign players from the lower leagues, right? No matter how much you want to. Hopefully we'll get Tavares in the door now anyway, guys. And getting Tavares in the door is going to be a big one for us, because I think he might feature against Forest. And it should be today we get the decision here. Rejected. Allocate ESC place. Not a problem. Now I accept. And he should be in the door right now, because he was out of contract. And here he is. And he's a B- player, that guys. A good League One player already. Bruno Tavares. Good crossing. Good dribbling. Good passing. Decent enough physicals. And he's Portuguese. That's why we signed him. He played in the Fuena last year, had 1 goal and 6 assists in 36, but a 7.19 and a 7.43 before that. So I'm relatively happy with that signing. Let's give him his squad number and send him on his English lessons before we forget here. And that's covered off the loss of Jano, who obviously came back to bite us in the arse in the last episode. So that is good at least. Tavares can come and take the number 7. Yeah. Tavares in with the number 7 here. Just have another look at him here before we get to the game. Oh, he looks pretty decent, doesn't he? Well, like I say, I think he's still got a bit of improvement at 23 as well, so I'll take that on a free transfer in the circumstances. Luckily, it looks like no one's been recalled yet as well, which is very helpful in the circumstances, right? So, because I did wonder, as we were talking about, if we were going to see a recall going on for Robinson. Oh, we've got a learn approach for Abu. Not a chance in hell. He's staying with me. He might be on a hot prospect deal, but he's certainly not going on loan. Yeah, I can see Robinson is unhappy with his playing time. I think he might be going. So I think then we've got to move for a centre-back, right? Outside of that, okay, I actually think we are punching well above our weight when you look at our last 5 game stats as well. I don't think we're particularly brilliant. Some players aren't fully fit. Let's have a quick look at our opponents here, Nottingham Forest. So they're currently 18th in the Premier League. So if we have a look at their players, I'm going to get out of general info into selection info here. Goal-wise, they've not scored many goals. The danger man's Raymond Souza, who's got 4, and Jota Silva, who's got 5, and of course Teo Iwone, who's got 6. So really, this Nottingham Forest team, apart from, I mean, I like Alanga. I don't know why they're not playing him. Maybe his stats are a bit misleading. He's probably their best winger. But they've not really improved much from last year, have they? And we look at their tactics. What are they playing? Okay, they play this. So it makes me think that we're probably correct sticking with this, because I think with the attacking mid position there, we should be able to do something. In fact, I might even adjust that to just a support role. Yeah, I know it sounds insane, but I think if we drop back a bit deeper, we know Corness can do that. I'll switch it back before the next game, unless obviously it works really well. But anyway, I'm going to quickly grab a top of my drink, guys. So my throat is going a little bit, as you can hear. If you would like to hit the like button and do all the subscribe and all that stuff while I'm gone, then please do it. We will literally be back in 1 minute, all right? And then when we're back, we'll get into this Nottingham Forest game, all right? So cheers, guys, for sticking with us so far. I think so far it's been a really entertaining first half of the stream. See you in a minute. Right, let's go and do this then, guys. Thank you for waiting for me. I had to literally pop outside from it as well for a bit of fresh air because I'm sat by this hot computer and it's quite stifling in there. I know I look quite warm because of all my attempts to get in the suntan as well, but there we go. Right, let's pick this team. We've got some difficult decisions to make for this one against Nottingham Forest, right? So I think Lewis Thomas is going to get his opportunity. He's been my main goalkeeper signing. Let's get him in. I think he's the man today. I could go for Brad Youngs, obviously an ex-Leicester youngster. You know, and he's a sort of goalkeeper that can turn up and put in a performance if need be, but I think Zish has actually lost my patience a little bit with that last performance. So statistically, he's the best one, but I still think long-term we've got to fix this, right? Anyway, Hutton's going to be at right back here, I think, today. I could go for, obviously, Footy. Although Footy's been recalled. Oh my god, guys, there has been a recall. I've missed it. Hang on. Did that happen? Did they recall Footy? Yes, they've recalled him. Oh, guys, it's a disaster. Now he's listed. We need to go in for him, perhaps, don't we, here? I did not see that coming. I just skipped past that completely. That is a shocker, and that is not helpful in the circumstances. We lost Footy. Oh, no, that's a nightmare. Right, so it's going to be Hutton, then. We're going to have to now make a decision. We can maybe go Mackenzie as a backup right back, which is something, but that is still not good in the circumstances. We'll go with Dunn. We'll go with Oji and Abu today, I think. Masterson can also take a place on the bench here. Look with Mackenzie. I think Robinson I'm going to write off here a bit. Maybe Chaplin comes in instead. Not having Zentrich is a bit of a pain here because he's back tomorrow, which means it's going to have to be Corness and probably Kumbeli, but at least they both had a rest heading into this one, which is the most important thing. Bruno Tavares is our new boy, right? I think we go Declan Glass in attacking mid, and obviously we slightly change that position. Ben Knight on the right, which is my rhyming slang. And you know what? Bruno Tavares, let's put him on the left. He needs to probably be, yeah, I mean, it's not his ideal position, but let's get him out there and get him some minutes. And then we have got Phoenix Patterson who can come off the bench here, who I think, like he did last time, could get us a goal. Joaquin, even though he played alright last time, can come out. Marriott can go up top. And it leaves us with Akande and Richardson. Right, guys, what do you think is going to happen here? Get your prediction in the chat. It's FA Cup third round day. And we haven't got the TV game, which is frustrating. Because if we had the TV game, I think we'd have something here we could probably go after, right? But unfortunately, we kind of need to win now against a very good Nottingham Forest team that is in the Premier League. The only thing in our favour is they're 18th. We're 4th. Is there anything with momentum here that could help us? And we'll see what Team Forest put out as well. We know their top goal scorers are. It has been Yotta. It has been... Oh, it's been players that are not playing. And look at this. Emmanuel Dennis is in here instead. So, luckily for us, they've not even benched their top goal scorer here, guys. Although they have still got Morato and Murillo, who are two tanks at centre-back. And Dominguez is incredible, right? Elliot Anderson's not to be sniffed at either. And I quite fear Alanga. I talked about a Dundee United save I did earlier once, and he was one of my star players in that when he was a youngster. Right, media have done... the media have done. The media have been giving you a lot of credit, guys. Midfield. Tell the heat's getting to me. My God, it's sweltering. Right, anyway, I trust you to make the difference, guys. Let's get out there. Big game. Their recent form, they lost the last four. Mavuka is also a very good signing for them for me. I mean, in theory, we're attacking that dangerous part of their pitch, right? So hopefully it is going to mean we're going to do something here. Away at the City Ground, a big sold-out crowd. Well, probably. It doesn't look like it. I say a big sold-out crowd. Look at that. There's hardly anyone there. Corness is already in the book after 3 minutes, which is encouraging. At least it shows he's getting involved. Hopefully he can keep his head here. He is still a bit young, don't forget. Only 23. Corner to Gillingham. Near post, done! Great save from the goalkeeper. Tavares gets his foot in there, trying to get it back in. First chance to Gillingham. Away at Nottingham Forest. And it's going to be a corner now to Forest. It's going to come in, and it's in, and it's Murillo. And he's the danger man, right? And it's Kumbeni who couldn't mark him, and that's the problem. He hasn't got much physical presence, really. He's good with the ball at his feet, but Murillo completely pushed him out of the way there. And the yellow cards are already mounting here, Oji getting booked as well, which is disappointing. But the fact we got a good one on target, and we are dangerous in this set pieces, means we're not out of this yet. But it is Nottingham Forest 1, Gillingham 0 after half an hour. Is 1-0 at half-time going to be acceptable? Absolutely. Let's not go 2 now. Here comes Murillo into the back post. Cleared away, and it's deflected in off Maveka. Oh, it's such a shame. 2-0. It's disappointing. You get your hopes up, don't you, guys? You get your hopes up that you might be able to do something quite special and it ends up 2-0 to Nottingham Forest here. Do we go 4-2-4 second half, guys? I've not pulled this rabbit out of a hat for a very long time. But I wonder if a bit of direct football here, putting 2 strikers on the pitch when the guys aren't really making this formation work against a dominant Nottingham Forest team so far, might help us. A goal back before half-time might give us a bit of hope. Hutton comes inside, inverting in. Tavares in, Marriott's in. He's put it wide. Oh, and that's the difference between the two teams, guys. We've had a header saved off the line by the goalkeeper, and we've had a shot gone wide. So, right, you've been terrible so far. Sort it out. I know it's Nottingham Forest. I'm harsh, right? We're going 4-2-4, guys. I'm going for it. Right, and let's cover off a yellow card here. Marston can come off emoji. I'm going to leave Corness on. He's going to be the deep line playmaker. Kumbaini's not impressed me. Oh, I've put the wrong player on there. Undo. Kumbaini's going to come off here for Mackenzie. And I think forward-wise, even though they're not playing well, we're going to leave it for the moment and see how it goes. Start the second half. We're going to encourage and get encouraging them. And let's see if change. This could, come back and bite us, because now we're not really matching up for them anywhere on the pitch. We're just trying to play a bit more direct and get balls forward. Hopefully Marriott can sort himself out. He's on a 6.2 at the minute. Let's shout at him here and say, demand more. Come on. Need a bit more here, guys, from an entire lot of you. 20 minutes to go. It's still 2-0. Give us the goal to at least make this a challenge, guys. A defeat here means our chances of getting money back is going to be limited. Corness in. Marriott got fouled there, surely, for my money, but Alanga's going to have a counter-attack. I said he was my worry as a danger man, and it's in the back of the net from Alanga. That is the Premier League quality difference. That play is Nottingham Forest 3, Gillingham 0. We had a strong player at this, but unfortunately it hasn't quite worked out. Let's make the change up top and get Richardson on here. Have we got any other subs, or is it only 3 today? We're about to find out. It's a great finish off the post though from Alanga, isn't it? And it's a huge opportunity, for us here to, maybe do something. But it's not going to be our day, I don't believe. Dunn's not played well. Chaplin could come on here. 6.1. That's unfortunate, because I think if we scored that early goal, this game might have been entirely different. And it is 3-0 though. Here comes Danilo, plays it forward. Hutton does well to pick the ball up. Knight's in. Corness from distance, perhaps. Great strike. Turner does really well. He's had a good game today for Forest. That Premier League quality and goal has made a massive difference. And a 3-0 defeat, actually, when you think about it in the bigger picture, isn't that bad. But it does mean our FA Cup dreams come to an end in the 3rd round. And I'm going to say unlucky, boys. It was nice. It would have been nice to win, but it wasn't to be. Let's not beat them up. They didn't play well. We had a go. We could have taken the lead. Unfortunately, we didn't. And poor finishing has cost us, which means we lose that 4-0. It means our FA Cup money is only £3,000, guys. Look at the finances, minus 1.5 million. Oh my God, I'm going to have to sell someone. I mean, I'm going to have to sell someone, or I'm going to have to try and do something here. I need to reduce the wage budget, surely, right? I mean, let's look back at FFP here a minute. I mean, I'm now on 71,000 with the Tavares signing, so I'm going to have to do something. And also, of course, Futi's gone now as well, which is a pain. I can't really replace him, so perhaps we go with Mackenzie on the way out here. Difficult decisions to be made now, but maybe I need to go back to loans. How many loans have I got so far? Let's count them out, guys. 1, 2, 3, and actually I think 2 of them might be about to be recalled. But I think we need to try and get some cheap loans in there to bring this budget down now, because that has made things incredibly difficult for us in the circumstances, which is such a shame. But we did try. We had a real good go at that. And actually, Worm Leighton might not be a bad shout to come in at right back if he's interested from Leicester City here. They want 80% of his wages, so I think that's a no-go for us, though. And let's have a quick look here. Carl Smith from Millwall, same division. I mean, he's £800 a week. If they want to give him to us on a free loan, I think now beggars can't be choosers, right, in the circumstances. 80%, yeah, he's in the same division as us, so that makes sense, right? Sam Inwood at Bolton. I mean, we can't invert really anyone, but I quite like this kid. He looks very good. He's out of contract in the summer. Got a lot of potential. Let's just add him to the short list. Pedro Lima of Wolves. Yeah, if you want to let's have him cheap. 20%. Complete wing back low. I can sacrifice that. I can change that when it needs to go. And actually, that reminds me, we're being a bit chaotic here, but let's get that back to attack, because that didn't work for us, did it? Right. So that should cover off the right back problem we got if we get Pedro Lima in, right? Now it's about defensive mid for me, because I still think we need to improve there. Maybe this guy's the guy, but actually, Kumbele's not too dissimilar to that. Caleb Roberts of Plymouth, not got it in the technicals for me that we require. Bradbury of Wolves. I mean, actually, he's a bit better, but once again, his heading's not good, is it? He's not really physical enough, so I don't think that's going to be a go for us either. Right, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to find it. Sidney Peck in real life's done quite well for Sheffield United, hasn't he? But unfortunately, his stats in this game don't look brilliant. And we've got Ivanovic, is someone I've always liked from Millwall as well. He's out of contract at the end of the season, so we'll keep an eye on him here. I think that's going to be it, you know. I don't think there's a lot else we can really do at this time, so I think we'll leave that there. Pedro Lima should come in, at least, you know, cover off the Footy problem. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to bid 180 grand for Footy, right? So he should be out of contract at the end of the year. And I like the kid, you know. I mean, he's offered a lot to the team, so we can consider still getting him back here, right? And up next, we've got Bristol Rovers. Ironically, in the Bristol Rovers Trophy, as I call it, so... yeah, so that's going to be good. But I'm still gutted about that FA Cup result. That really is disappointing. And it does mean we've got back-to-back defeats as well. I mean, it is Nottingham Forest, so what can I do, right? It is one of those things. But it's just disappointing we weren't able just to, you know, maybe pull a miracle out of ourselves on that day. No offers for Mackenzie at this time. He's only worth 85,000. Let's ask the agent. Number of teams that will make number of teams that will make an interest. 85,000 I think we'll go for. Let's see if we can get that. I mean, it's not going to affect the balance, is it? But I think that at least we're doing something to try and benefit that. And also perhaps the idea should be to try and offer out some of these guys who are out of contract at the end of the season. So who's expiring? Johnny Williams, and he's come back. That's why our wage budget's gone up so much, guys. Let's see if we can get rid of Johnny Williams for some money now, because that is a pain. I didn't realise that. I thought he had a whole season loan, but he doesn't, so that's a pain. But at least we should be able to get something here and hopefully be able to make it a little bit better. But anyway, quickly go back to the development centre. Yeah, I messed that up, didn't I? Right, filters back to under 18. Right, okay. And right, Bristol Rovers. What round is this in for this competition? That would be the real question now. It's Southern third round. So how many rounds are in this? Let's have a quick look at the rules. So, okay. So we win this, we get to the quarterfinals. So really, we might want to start taking this seriously. It's only 100,000 for first place, but right now we'll take it, wouldn't we? So I say I'm taking it seriously. I'm going to put Brad Young in goal, guys. So this could get difficult. Let's put Zich back on here. Then let's see what else we got going on. So right back obviously is going to be difficult. We'll go with Hutton for the moment while we bring in someone else. I say I want to play a strong team. Do I really? I don't know. I'll give Chaplin the go out there today because I still think he's got a lot of potential to grow here. Zentrich is back, so let's get him back in here to give him a game. Corness is unfit. Kumbele can play the Regista role here, and Oji can go in there. We'll get Abu on the bench. Mackenzie on the bench despite trying to sell him at the moment. Right, Joaquin attacking mid. I said I was taking this seriously, didn't I? And I'm actually now picking Joaquin and attacking mid. I might be a lunatic. Tavares, let's try him on the right. It didn't quite work out on the left last time, but obviously Ben Knight's looking a little bit, you know, tired now, which is not going to help him here. Marriott can go up top to see if he can continue his goal-scoring vein that he's been in. And I think then it will be Tifoni on the bench as well. Right, and we're going to play this. We might as well, because I think now at this point that is a competition we can win in this division, and it is worth a bit of money. And right now, £100,000 being on a table, we can't really turn away from it, right? We kind of got to look at it and go, that's something we've got to consider here, right? A chance to extract revenge on Bristol Rovers. Let's keep it nice and simple today. Sometimes in life you've got motives for doing things. Revenge is quite a common one, especially when it comes to films, right? So we'll do this and see how we get on. Hey you guys, thank you so much everyone that's been here tonight. It's been a quieter night so far. I'm trying different time slots just to try and see what works. But obviously we do want to go back and watch any of the live streams. I've got a pinned comment in every episode which shows you exactly what's happening when, so you can click on that and just do a proper easy catch up rather than having 4 hours on, you know, throughout the entire way. Ball forward here now. We should be able to beat Bristol Rovers, surely. Ball across, and there's Bruno Tavares with his first goal. That's validating when you bring him in on a free transfer. The best option we could have got on a free transfer. Yes, we're paying his wages, but if we get rid of Johnny Williams in a minute, he's going to more than make up for it and actually be a profit for us. Hudson across, good finish, nice play, 1-0 Gillingham. And it looks like I should have played him on the right against Forest. I went with Knight to give him the opportunity because obviously he's been there since day one, but I think I made the wrong decision there in hindsight. But anyway, long way to go. It's only half an hour in. Bristol Rovers now with the ball. Ward's going to pick it up. Robinson down to Moller. Up to Moore. Moore flicks it forward now. Hutton's going to make a clearing header. Kumbelong at left back. He's a pretty good player, actually. He's underrated. Moore now comes forward, though. There's a little bit of long passing here we don't normally do. Marriott now trying to link up in the middle and go back to our usual style of game. Oji down to Kumbeni. Joaquin now linking up well. Maybe attacking mid is his position after all. Hutton in. Deflects around. Tavares gets a head on it. It's off the line and Hall manages to pick it up. Looked to me like the goalkeeper and defender were in two minds who was getting that. Bear in mind it was so close to the line. I'd argue the goalkeeper should be doing it, right? And actually, the only downside to this, it looks like after 37 minutes, Tavares is also looking knackered, which is not good in the circumstances. You'd think hopefully he'd be a bit more better when it comes to his, you know, what's the word? His stamina, yeah. But anyway, he tries to go down and win the ball there and he can't, but Hutton's going to pick it up. Joaquin will now get the option to play the ball to Phoenix. Oji down the left, plays the ball in. Tavares is there again. I like the guy's positioning if he's not even that fit. I think he's done very well in this half. Looks like we're going to get into the break 1-0 up. Bristol Rovers got a strong team out there as well. I'm going to say I don't like what I saw because I don't think we really dominated. Tavares after his goal can come off for Tiffany here. Or Tiffany. I can't say it was Tiffany or Tiffany. I do say both, so I apologise, guys. It's not intentional. It's just because I speak quite quickly, actually. Hutton's looking a bit like he needs a rest as well, despite being a better player. Let's get Mackenzie on, despite him going. So we haven't managed to get the loan deal done for Pedro Lima yet. Who I think actually, maybe playing a complete wing-back in that position might not be a bad shout. Maybe we need a slight tactical shift now, just to be able to get on a run of games. Tiffany with a corner in, off the bar. Hall blocks it as well and gets a hand to it. Combination of bar and goalkeeper for Bristol Rovers, keeping them in this match so far. We have got double the chances of them. Dunn now picks the ball up from the centre-back position, lays it off to Chaplin, who's looked pretty good today. He does this, I think, he needs a few minutes perhaps, and he could be like Birchall, who obviously had an injury, but Birchall did this. He came in as a young player, and you think he's got raw potential, but when you give him a run of minutes, they really start getting into it. Ball across, Marriott scores. Good finish from Marriott. He's looking a bit tired himself, as is Zentrich, actually. So I think we're going to make another change here, actually, in a minute, and see if we can, freshen it up a little bit. But Gillingham 2, and it is Bristol Rovers 0. So that's a good stuff. Let's get Marriott off for Richardson, because it's an opportunity for him now to maybe get a couple of goals. Moore's going to throw it downhill over Bristol Rovers, and with 15 minutes, there is still a chance here of where he gets the next goal to really impact this game. Young comes out of his area and lays it off to Dunn. Dunn to Joaquin here, who looks like he's had a relatively okay game in attacking mid, which is rare for him. Oji comes forward now. Ford runs it back to Ellison. Back to Hall, who plays it forward. Bristol Rovers trying to launch from the back, but unfortunately the long ball gets lost. Kumbeni now through to Joaquin. Good layoff to Mackenzie, who plays it to Tiffany. Great goal. Tiffany scores his 5th goal of the season. 3-0, and I think now we can rest Zentrich as a consequence of this. I'll go with Masterson in that role. And we won't see the replay there. We don't need to see that. We see Tiffany do that when he scores quite a lot, right? Unfortunately, we've got no more subs. But once again, we've got that problem. We're only in January and there's a few players looking tired already. So perhaps I need to work out another formation. Oh, an overhead kick from Richardson. I think he was offside, but an overhead kick attempt. Unbelievable stuff, right? And it looks like, guys, we're heading through to the quarter-final here of the Bristol Rovers trophy, as I call it, by knocking out Bristol Rovers. It's going to be a short corner. Phoenix to Tiffany. Can he get his second of the game? Masterson, Tiffany, gets brought down. Oji plays it across, and it is in from Lewis Richardson. And that's good, because that gives me more confidence now. If we need to have a run with Richardson in the team, because Marriott is on the older side. If an injury happens, you're going to have to call on someone. And I think he could do a job for us here. Ball across, great ball in, great goal. And actually, Joaquin, to be fair, is starting to show a bit of a redemption arc here in the circumstances, because he was really poor, but he looks like he's now finding his feet now. I've told him off a little bit. And maybe learning English as well, right? You've got to give him time for that. Loose ball across from Tiffany here, but we've only got 1 minute left of added time. The clean sheet would be nice, and it does nearly happen there. It does nearly happen. The goal nearly happens there, sorry. Senior plays it forward. Mackenzie down to Kumbeni. Kumbeni now comes inside. Masterson from distance. Oh, what a goal that is. He's a centre-half by trade as well, guys. And when it was looking like in the first half, We were only 1-0 up. We had so many chances. I gave him a telling off and said, you've got to take your chances, right? And he did it there really well. Masterson, what a finish that is. David Beckham-esque just curled it into the top corner, and it's 5-0. Great stuff, and we'll take that. We will take that. Gillingham 5, Bristol Rovers 0. Move on to the quarterfinals. Now we've got to focus on winning this trophy. I know problem is we come up against Chelsea, but we know we can't. They're out. Man United under 21s are still in, and they're the only one. Everyone else is in our division. Birmingham are still in. The final's going to be against Birmingham, isn't it? And that's going to be an utter nightmare. That's 40,000, so that will increase every round, which is very good. And here comes Pedro Lima. So we got a replacement for MB, where, you know, and that should hopefully make a bit of difference. He looks quite good to me. He's still raw. He's got no tackling and no marking, but acceleration and pace is in the right mark for a similar sort of player. And he's out of contract at the end of the season, so if he does do well, we should be able to keep him in the circumstances, which, you know, it's part of the thing I look for when it comes to players you're going to pull into the club, right? Let's give him a crazy number. Let's give him number 44. I think that's quite neat, isn't it? And I think from there, I don't know what changes we will make outside of this. We've got players coming back from injury, don't forget, as well. I still think defensive mid's a problem if Mackenzie goes. But we've also got to appreciate, what money will I get for the sell-on clause? Not a lot, really, is it? I'm between the two. I'll get 24k. Is he got any interest in him? I mean, he's at Bodrum. He's not a bad club. Maybe someone one day will make a move because he's 24. So I think we'll leave it for the moment. Is he getting appearances on that note, actually? Yeah, he's had 16 appearances, so we should get the other bonus. We need to cash out on it early, right? Yeah, up to another 34. I think that'll happen within 2 years. So it's not really worth getting it now because we'll get the whole amount later, but there we go. Anyway, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button there, guys. Really appreciate it if you would be so kind as to do so. We should be doing live streams a lot this week now. I seem to have got the internet back sorted after the disaster of the other day. So that's good. Oh, and we got Manchester United under 21s. I skipped that in the quarter-final of the Bristol Street Rovers Trophy. Bristol Street Rovers Trophy. I can't stop saying Bristol Street Rovers. It's Bristol Street Motors. I'm terrible, guys. I might tell you what. You tell I've had a long weekend of chatting utter rubbish on many, many platforms because I'm now at the point where I'm struggling to speak. That is definitely the reality of the situation. You think just talking to a computer screen for hours on end would be easy. But my God, in this heat as well. I can't believe how hot it is now. I think it's still like 28 or something, or at least 25. Right, Josh Robinson's got a virus, which might be COVID because he's going to be gone for 3 weeks. I think we'll send you home as to not end up spreading that around the team. I'm going to hire an intermediary here and see if we can get some money for this guy. It might only be 50,000, but let's just maybe upgrade a little bit here. You know, just to solidify where we are. I mean, it's not going to be a disaster to stay in this division, as we know, for next season because of the money situation. But although saying that, you know, there is the element of we seem to be hemorrhaging money, so I'm going to have to sell a star player. But at the end of the season, I firmly expect Corness will probably get a few offers here. At least now heading into Bradford, we need to now get back focused on the league. And also we're getting a lot of players back from injury, which is going to be helpful. I wonder if we stick with Joaquin in attacking mid. Or am I making it hard for myself? In the last few games, he's got a 7.08, which is a lot for Joaquin in the circumstances, because he's not been that good for a hell of a long time. Right, let's have a look here. So, goalkeeper-wise today, I think Lewis Thomas is back in. Or should we go for Zish? No, Zish has played badly. I'm going to give him a warning, I think, in the circumstances. In theory, I could just sack him off, or I could actually just, you know, get rid of Brad Young. But I think we're not going to get the finance in now to make a difference. And I think there's enough in him that we might be able to get some finance down the line. There we go. Excuse me. Right. Hutton. Done. Masterson today. I'll give Masterson a run out after how he played in the last game. I thought he played very well. Abu. We'll give Ogier a rest on the bench there. International break for Pedro Lima with Brazil. We've got a Brazilian national in this team. Now, we've added a Portuguese player in Tavares, right? And we've added a Spanish player in Joaquin. And we've also got a Czech Republic international in Zentrich. And we're Gillingham. I mean, maybe I'm just, you know, I mean, you've got to view the bigger picture. That's a good position to be in, guys, isn't it, in the circumstances? Right, let's go for Corness as the regista. It'll probably be the first time we actually put a fully strong team out against Bradford. And normally we struggle against them, but I do wonder if that's because I've not put out the best team. Go with Tavares. I'm going to go with Knight in the middle, perhaps. Even though saying Declan Glass is better. Actually, I've got a problem in attacking mid, haven't I? Let's go for Declan Glass, actually. I'm going to go on the left, actually, with Patterson. Ben Knight's actually ended up dropping to the bench here. He's not been good enough. So let's have another chat with this guy as well. Because, you know, for the money he's paid as well, he's not been good enough. So you need to play better. And then hopefully he won't be too upset when he's on the bench. Like how both our strikers are now getting better. So I think Richardson can go back on the bench. We try and involve him where possible. Ben Knight. Hang on, let's make sure we've got defence covered here too. Yeah, I haven't really got another wing back, so I need obviously Pedro Lima to come back. So I'm going to go with Tifoni. Maybe he's going to have to be an improv situation here. And yeah, Akande. Why not? Right, let's get to this. Home game against Bradford. When we played them in League 2 at home, that was a game that won us the title. Oh no, it wasn't a game that won us the title. That's a mistake. It was a game which actually, you know, they gave us the clap onto the pitch to say we were champions. So that was really good. Right, I have faith in you guys. Let's go out there and get it done. Marriott looks to me like the sort of player who could end up top goal scorer this year in League 2. Or League 1, sorry. God, I'm having a terrible night for my speaking. And it's a goal early from Tyreek Wright saying that. So it looks like the Bradford curse might continue at the moment in the circumstances. Richards was with the throwing in there. Plays it back across. Wright gets on the end of it. And Thomas, unfortunately, not very good there to get down. But you could argue Phoenix on him didn't do a particularly good job at shielding it either. Problems with the full-back positioning again. There's a thing we're sacrificing here for what we're trying to do. 1-0 Bradford. And it's only 10 minutes in though, so I hope there's a long way to go yet. But we'll see. It is very difficult. Anyway, comes forward now Masterson. Corness. He's the guy you really want to look at here to get something out from long range. Tavares back to Corness. Ball towards Marriott. Trying to feed the guy that's going to put it in the back of the net. Phoenix. Nice ball to Abu. Ball in. Marriott. Over the goalkeeper. 13th goal of the season. 1-1. We will take it. Marriott has found his scoring boots, which is exactly what we've been after. Happy with that. That's a really good bit of play. Abu there. The sort of technical football we've been looking for in the middle with this formation. Nice one-touch football. Get into a bit of space. Run into space. Take some accountability on the ball. Great finish. Gillingham 1, Bradford 1. And there's a way back into this now. There's a way back for us here to literally go and get the winning goals here. I think we could probably win this 5-1 from here. I really do. Masterson's still pressing up. Abu coming forward and he wins the penalty. We'll take that. Should be Marriott to take it. He's got a hat-trick of penalties already this season in one game. Marriott scores. Goes the same side every time pretty much as well. Always to the goalkeeper's right. Puts it in the back of the net. And after a shaky start where he gave away an early goal from being asleep, Marriott gets his second. And that's Gillingham 2, Bradford City 1. And he's on a hat-trick here in the first half an hour. Looks like we're going to go past it though and not get it. But that's always amazing when it happens. But anyway, Reading have also taken the lead against Shrewsbury there, which is disappointing because that's going to make it difficult for us to catch them in any automatic chances of promotion. Odur comes inside now though from Bradford. He's going to grow. He's got a good little bit of running on him there, hasn't he? That was an interesting little jink inside. He's got a lot of potential there. Header from Smallwood. Thomas makes that look very easy, but still we're shaky in goal a little bit. I think these guys are on the verge, if they could find consistent performances, of improving their game to be decent League One goalkeepers. But we're probably quite not there yet. Phoenix, off a defender though. Glass with a whole net to hit. And unfortunately, despite getting the shot on the goal, the defender managed to clear it away here now as we head towards half-time. Abu's having a good game. Corness once again shown up here. Phoenix once again, now he's back from injury. And look at the XG there, guys. We've really turned that up. I'm going to say don't let your performance levels drop because I think Bradford have got that goal in their game, right? So we've got to be careful of that and knowledgeable of that. Phoenix with a free kick, though. Take the set piece, and it's gone wide. Marshall, of course, don't forget again, to be the third time I said it in this stream, he's the goalkeeper I want long term. I think he's the guy that's going to be able to, really push on and maybe be a championship quality goalkeeper. He no doubt keeps Bradford in a lot of games. As a corner comes in, and there we go at the near post. Dunn's not having a good game. Let's get Oji on here. Tavares is having a bad game, but he's looking a bit unfit. So let's get him off here for Ben Knight. Phoenix now have another free kick over the wall. The goalkeeper does well. Corness gets the equaliser. Equaliser. Sorry, Cornest gets the lead. Oh my word, I'm so tired after this week. I think I'm going to end this stream on 3 hours today. I didn't go to 4 hours. I'm so fried after that Leicester game yesterday. And it's funny, it was almost like an energy coming through the screen because they were playing in a hot sun, you know. But it fried me as much as it fried the players. And I was just sat there watching it drain the life out of me. Anyway, Zentrich is going to have to come off here as well because I want to cover off that yellow card. Well, they're saying that I haven't got a player for it and Phoenix has got a knock and I can't afford to lose him. So let's get a Kande on here. I hope Zentrich can get through to the 90 minutes. Only 5 to go. Bradford with a chance here. Cook has scored. We need to focus now because there's probably going to be 5 minutes of added time. And it's Gillingham 3, Bradford City 2. Interesting stuff, right? Yeah, great finish. It's funny because Cook is obviously quite old now. I think he's like 34. Bradford has stuck with him for like a couple of years here now. Let's focus here to finish off, guys. Just got to get through added time. Don't need to score a goal. We need to hold on here. 6 minutes is going to be an opportunity for us, I believe, from the free kick. Are we going to go short or are we going to go long? We've got 5 minutes of added time to play. Corners into Akande and he's put it wide. Let's hope that doesn't come back to haunt us as we enter the last 2 minutes. And there is another highlight here, which means there's another chance coming for someone. Corners picks the ball up. Akande down. Oh, and it comes back to the Bradford player, which is disappointing in the circumstances because we don't really want that. Here comes Cook. Are Bradford going to smash another point off us like they've done so many times? Masterson clears it. Get the ball away, guys. Get it in the corner. Akande driving forward. Look at that pace he's got on him. Comes inside. Glasses scores. The home fans are happy. The home fans have got the winning goal there. That confirms it. It's going to be 3 points against Bradford for the first time in a game or two for us. I think they've taken a few points off us now. And that has come across. And luckily for us, the defender wasn't awake. Gillingham 4, Bradford 2. And Declan Glass coming in on a free transfer has been a superb signing for us in the circumstances, hasn't he? And that is 3 points. Wonderful. Well done, lads. And that is good news. That puts us back only 10 points off automatic, but they have played a game more than us, so that hopefully will become 7. And we have still got to play Reading and Birmingham. So while it's unlikely, we are still 6 points clear of Wickham. Perhaps the playoffs are going to be what's going to be the final place for this team this season. The playoffs, I mean, I don't think we'd have expected this, would we, at the start of the season with the budget? So, I mean, you've got to take it and be really happy in the circumstances. Right, transfers. Are we doing anything else? I don't think we're going to consider it at the moment. The finance is slightly improving. How's that projection? Still pretty horrible. Minus £3 million. I've got to do something about this, guys, immediately. And I don't know what that thing's going to be, really, apart from loan players and sales, right? So Mackenzie's going to go out here. Is there anyone else you think we can sell? If there's anyone in the chat you think we can sacrifice, pop it in the chat there. But it's very difficult to understand where we can actually get this from, right? Oh, I just try and fix this. There we go. Look, perfect. Yes, this is a difficult one for me. I don't quite know how we do this. I don't quite know who we save and who we let go. I mean, Kumbi's probably not been good enough. So do we just get rid of Kumbi? Is that a good idea? I don't think so, really, in the circumstances. Chaplin, we can't really sell him for much. The problem is we're going to get low-end offers for these guys, right? Maybe it's a goalkeeping thing. But then I don't think I can trust Young. And I don't think I can trust Zish. So I think for the moment, let's get to this Stockport game. Because then we've got Reading at home afterwards, right? So let's just carry on playing through the games. And hopefully we're going to get an offer in a minute for this man here. If I come down, Johnny Williams. No one's particularly interested in it. It's very difficult because he's on a whacking wage. I mean, luckily he's out of contract, but let's hire an intermediary. I'm going to move him back into the first team, so I just need to remember to get rid of him. That's £4,000 a week we can't afford right now. So the best idea here should be to get him back in the first team. And actually, do you know what? Bear in mind we need to look at new players. Let's get Jimmy Heisman into the first team as well. Last year it was Harry Webster who came up and ended up shocking the world, right? Maybe this year it will be Heisman. And we need to do something. And we need to save some money. And he's only on 200 quid a week. So that then allows us an opportunity to perhaps look at maybe moving someone else on. I'm not fully convinced because I don't want to leave us short when we've got injuries to consider and legs to consider for the rest of the campaign, right? Anyway, we've got an offer coming in here. And and it is Mackenzie, and it's loan offers, which is not what we want. Well, there is optional future fees as well, and there is future additional fees, which would do something. Right, okay, in that circumstance, let's take the Barrow one. I think that's the best one, isn't it? Maybe it's not. 70,000 optional future. That's the best offer, so we'll take the Barrow one. And I think then at least it releases... I mean, 40% of wages, though. That's terrible, isn't it? I mean... Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, he's a utility player, but maybe we can do something else. Frustrated not be able to move to Port Vale. It's the money. Let's sort the money out, mate. I want it to be 190,000, and he accepts. Right. This might be a backdoor way of actually getting 190,000 out of this. Let's try. I doubt this is going to work because no one was interested last time, but we can always cancel the loan offer and maybe pull a bit of a jinx out of this. Right, Stockport. They are in 8th place, so this is a sort of team we could end up dropping, a bad result to, and we might end up regretting this. I think Zish is going to have another go here. Why not? Let's get him back in. And we've got Hutton, Dunn, Masterson. Oji can come in because Abu's got a fitness problem today. Corness retains his place alongside Zentrich. They're my main two, right? Johnny Williams is not going to get any offers, is he? This is so frustrating because we've got lumbered on such a big deal, and it really wasn't necessary. Right hand side, we'll keep with Tavares. No, Ben Knight needs to come back in now, doesn't he? He's much better, actually. Glass, Patterson goes on the left. And then up top, we're going to have Marriott, right bench. Thomas, Chaplin, we're going to go for Abu, Kumbani. And we're going to have Tiffany, Tavares. And then I think we'll go for Richardson and give these guys a sit-out for today. Right, we've got some connectivity now going between these players. It's good to see Marriott and Glass getting a link up here. I think that's going to be very important to us going forward. So let's go here. I want you to pick up where you left last time out, guys. Right, and Stockport away, Edgeley Park. Don't forget Stockport have had a real nice run up the league now because, of course, they were in trouble. They were down in the National League a few years ago. Corner's going to come in here from Stockport, and it's in from Carl Wotton. And they're a team trying to get on our heels here, guys. And right now, they've got us penned under their thumb because after 5 minutes, it's Stockport 1, Gillingham 0. Wooten with a great shot there. Pennington has come off here. He was an ex-Everton youngster, wasn't he? Another corner now. It's usually us dangerous from corners. And it's across, and Wooten's got his second. Wow. Is it time for us to consider tactics? Last season I was quite quick to refresh them, but this season I felt with a quality difference, I think doing the different system was probably a wiser idea in those circumstances. However, it doesn't seem to be working out. So I think at this point you've got to consider your options, right, and go, well, what do we do in these circumstances? Well, is there anything we can do in these circumstances? 2-0, and it is looking like they are dominating us right now, and it looks like with this defensive mid position from Norwood, who's obviously one of their top quality players, we're finding it very difficult to break them down. Perhaps 4-2-4 is the answer like we tried against Forest, and I've been brave before in this series, as you know, and that normally makes a difference to make, a dramatic shift in how the game's going. So 3 minutes of added time, and I think that's going to be 2-0 at half time. Right, hands on hips, disappointed. You weren't that bad, but you can still get better. Go make a difference. Right, and let's go for the 4-2-4. Why not? Let's give it a go. No need for a substitution. They all fall into the right place there because we can play Knight on the right, Phoenix on the left. Glass can go up to be a striker as well. And he has scored a lot of goals this season. And this is a bit more old school now, a bit more lower league football we're trying to utilise. Corness comes in, he needs to make sure he retains the ball there. Ennis comes across, Oji goes in there like a boo would, and if he caught him, it'd probably been a red card, so we're very fortunate. Horsefall comes forward, and Fevier's picked the ball up, plays it in, and it's going to be Wooten's hat-trick. One of those things where you go, no matter what I do, it's not working in this moment. Mixed music vibes. Good morning, Tom and Mr. Warmouth. Yes, mate. I just woke up. This is my usual wake-up time, mate. It's funny you say that because I might go with later streams in the future. Mixed music vibes. So I'm considering in the next few days maybe running a bit later. Today it hasn't really. It's been my lowest view turnout for this. I mean, it can be expected when you've got a lot of competition on a Sunday night over in Europe, right? But I'm thinking to maybe run later, like midnight perhaps. But there we go, mate. Anyway, it's been an interesting one today because we've gone out the FA Cup third round, sadly, to Nottingham Forest, which was a big draw for us. But unfortunately, we couldn't quite compete. We are in fifth in the league, though, and we have made one new signing, who's Tavares, who's come in as a right wing on a free transfer. I'll show you him in a bit, mate. As we come forward here, maybe to try and get back into this, and unfortunately we can't. Stockport have got our number here, and they're right on our arse now because they're going to catch up to sixth. So this is interesting. I think we're going to have to make some changes, though. And a big problem I got here is tiredness. There's no doubt about it. Look at how tired these players are. This is the new guy, Bruno Tavares, who's coming on a free transfer, and he is very good. I say he's very good. He's Portuguese, and I've also got now a Brazilian coming in at right fullback as a loanee from Wolves, Pedro Lima, as well, after Futi got recalled, which is such a shame. Wooten's on for 4 goals here as well, which is insane, right? But this is probably the worst performance we've had all season. I'm not saying you jinxed us by waking up, mate, but yeah, it's been the worst performance we've had all season so far, which is difficult. Anyway, Zentrich back to Masterson here. I don't like the white kit. When we play in the white kit, we generally are terrible. Tavares tries to come inside here. Knight is in. He's got to score, and we can't even score from there today. It's one of those days where everyone's a bit off and the fitness is down. I think I need to rest players going forward here and just save some legs, right? I think that's the most important thing to do. And actually in training, just give them some rest as well. But it means I can't pick my best team either, which is causing a problem. Stockport could get 4 here, and they have. And Zish, unfortunately, in goal. But then when he came in and forced his way into the team, yeah, unbelievable, eh? And I completely agree with that mixed music vibes. It is insane how that's gone on there. Honest to God, terrible. Have we got any more substitutions? Declan Glass does score. We'll get Richardson on here to save the legs. Zentrich is looking tired as well, so let's get him off if it's Tifone, even he doesn't really play there. And let's just try and save these guys from breaking down, having massive injuries here. But it's going to be 4-1 to Stockport, which drags them back onto our backside. And it does mean automatic promotion already in January is going to be an impossibility. Although we do have Reading next, who are in second place. I'm going to say I'm far from pleased with that. I'm actually going to have a proper go at them here. Woeful, woeful, woeful. And I rarely do that. I'll do one, but I won't do all 3. But that was the worst performance we had so far. Still, only 10 points off Reading. We've got a game in hand. So we win the game in hand, that's 7. We beat Reading, that's going to be 6. No, 7-6. Oh my God, I'm like that female commentator. And it's not because she's female. There's a lot of good ones. The one on ITV who can't do her maths. I've forgotten her name now. It's a Luco, isn't it? 51, yeah. So yeah, if we win back-to-back games, there's still a chance here we can catch up. I was saying as well, mate, like I had a long weekend. I did a 6-hour live show on Leicester Till I Die television yesterday, where we were watching Leicester versus OHL Leuven. And since then, I seem to be unable to speak properly because we spent 6 hours chatting utter rubbish, trying to make it pre-season friendly. Pretty important. Corness is still improving. This is what we want, right? Current ability 4-star, potential ability nearly 5. He is the hero. He started to decline his stats there a little bit, but he's the hero, and his £2.5 million release clause, which you can't see behind my head there, could save the finances of the club after the fact we went out in the FA Cup third round. Let's get to this Reading game now anyway. And also, let's just remind everyone, he's away on international duty. We have a Brazilian international now in our mix. Pedro Lima on loan from Wolves. Not brilliant, but once again physically fine. And that's because Futi sadly got recalled by Sheffield Wednesday in what was a bit of a shock actually, because the funny thing about Futi was that he's been recalled for maybe a potential sale, but like we were playing him, right? I mean, I haven't really got the money, and interesting enough, the team interested in him is Shrewsbury Town as well, who are currently right with us in 8th place, and there's a bit of a clump here of teams, right, as you can see, with Reading up there in 2nd place as well. So interesting times. Yeah, just one of those days. You're right, mixed music, and they need a rest. I saw it. only the first 30 minutes, I say. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate you checking along with that, you know. We got a good crowd of people on Leicester Till I Die, because obviously it's a Leicester City fan channel, right, you know, so it's going to be Leicester City themed. But I think we're quite fortunate, because a lot of fan channels, look at Arsenal Fan TV, or maybe, you know, Goldbridge, for example, for Man United, a lot of it can be quite negatively emotive. And what I mean by that is, you know, just like in a negative vibe all the time. And I think on our channel, with people like Jim, you know, from America, you know, and we've got Clibbo, who's really talented as well, Wayne, who is superb. Wayne's like just the voice of reason. He's really got a good head on him, you know, and Chris leading it. We're very lucky to have a good group of people that get on really well as well, you know. When you're doing those live shows for like a long time at times, you know, it's good to get on with them. So I feel very lucky to be involved, mate, you know, and have that platform as a Leicester fan as well. But obviously it meant I couldn't stream yesterday, because I couldn't do 4 hours of streaming, you know, after doing that, could I? Because it was just, I was utterly killed. But anyway, we've got Reading tomorrow. I still don't think I want to make any more moves here. I still think if I could move someone else on, I mean, Mackenzie's looking like he's going to go out on loan. I'm still not sure I want to let him go out on loan, really, but I'm trying to get 190,000 from him, and no one seems particularly interested. But I need to make some more savings here. And Johnny Williams, of course, is becoming a big problem for us, because I want to move him on, but no one's particularly interested. Here comes Bromley in for loan offer, and wants to give an optional future fee, but the wage percentage is nothing. So they're saying that the overall price will become 120 with the loan fee, and the instalments are for about 120,000. Can I get more wages out of this? Can you do 100%? They're going to say no. I know they are. Okay, 60 and 70, and they're going to give me an unused fee as well. Let's do the hard negotiation that you guys all left. 70, 70, 50, up to 60, and we might get 120,000. Okay, alright. I'm not going to barter too much, because £120,000 right now would be helpful in the circumstances, right? And it's not going to come now, but there we go. I learned a lot of you are analysing the game, the player traits and skills. Appreciate mixed music vibes, yeah. And the thing is, when you're in the lower leagues, right, you can't afford players that are going to be, you know, like Lionel Messi, right? You can't afford it. So we're looking for those individual stats, right? I mean, for Pedro Lima, yeah, his tackling and marking, they ain't great. But the thing is, we want to play him back here as a complete wing back. He's got acceleration, he's got pace to get forward, just about. He's got, you know, off the ball is good. His dribbling's good. And bear in mind the tactics we play where this guy's pushing up. That's really what we need, right? The quicker the better. And obviously that's why we got Abu, who's done so well on the left with his acceleration and pace. I mean, technically he's rubbish. His crossing's not great. His penalty taking, his finishing's a 6. But despite his finishing being a 6, if I quickly remove my camera here so we can see what's going on, look. He still had 2 goals and 5 assists, and his rating's still pretty good. And of course, he can only get better. So it's definitely worth, you know, going for a bit of a gamble on a young player. And that's also what makes these saves interesting, isn't it? Right, the goalkeeping situation is annoying, right? So I can't really terminate this guy's loan, but he's been utterly terrible. So I think the best idea is Brad Young going back in again for another pop. As you can see, they've all had the same amount of games. They've all literally been like, he's played 13 games, Brad Young's played 11, and Zish has played 14. So there's no difference between them particularly here, and they've all kind of sucked. All of them have sucked. You know, I haven't quite got the goalkeeping position right. Sadly, right back today is going to be a problem because look, Hutton's out as is Lehman. This is the big game against Reading, so I think we're going to have to go with Mackenzie here, unless we put Abu in as an inverted right back. But actually, do you know what? Why not? And we'll go with Oshie at that, and then we'll go with Dunn, who has been our experienced centre half signing. And as you know, I don't like going for older players, but I felt we needed a bit of maturity. And he's got 2 goals this season in 22 appearances, so I'm quite happy with that. Masterson as the left one. That means we'll go on the bench here with Thomas and Chaplin, who's also played pretty well for a youngster. Mackenzie will go on the bench. Right, Azoro's nearly back to fitness, which is helpful because we've missed him actually as an option. And in fact, he will start today because he's normally got a goal in him. And Kumbeni hasn't quite been at the level we require here to make this work. Ben Knight has really dropped off a cliff, hasn't he? Which is really frustrating. I'm going to tell Bruno for Tavares off here, even though he's only been here for 2 minutes. Warm player, criticised last game. I'm going to say I need to be more direct. And let's get him in and see if that makes a difference here. Phoenix Patterson's back from his injury, and he's been one of our star performers. You know, when he's got his 8 goals and 1 assist in 13 games, he can come in on the left. We can't get rid of Johnny Williams, can we? This is ridiculous. I need this guy gone. He's costing me £4,000 a week that I just can't afford right now. And actually, the backup option is I've got 210,000, which I technically don't have because I'm in debt. But maybe I just pay him off because it'll make the books look better in the long term. I don't like doing that because it's kind of throwing money away, right? Attacking mid-centre, Joaquin has actually played pretty well there recently, but it's against Reading. And I think with that quality level going up, we're not going to feature him today. It'll be Ben Knight in the middle. Marriott has been our guy, 15 starts, 14 goals. Took a while. He took him 4 offside goals before he got his first. But when he did, he's now looking dangerous. And Richardson as well, to be fair, has also got 5 and 8. So he's started to improve. Joaquin can miss out today. Let's get to this game. Second in League One versus 5th. We need to... we need to do this. I got a message there. Let's see. Don't let him wait. Wait till his manager make noise mess you. But yeah, that's right. Exactly. Don't play the lone player. No, you're 100% right. I agree. The only thing is, obviously, we're in the January transfer window now, mate, which means that I've already had Footy be recalled. So I've had a couple of messages already where they're saying they don't want, me to, we want me to play them more, and consequently with that, they might just recall them now because they got the option in this window. Anyway, home game against Reading, mate. Let's see how we get on here, because this is one of those where you look at it and you go, we really want to get 3 points to keep us in this playoffs and also to drag them back towards the playoff picture. Corness down to Abu. They're in their away kit today. Nice ball across, off the crossbar from Tavares, our new Portuguese signing. Corness from distance. He curled one of them in the top of the net earlier in the season. So, God, I tell you what, guys, I've not recovered from that 6-hour stream. I'm struggling to get my words out still. It's terrible. I almost think I had a funny turn because of the heat we got going on here. I mean, you must be used to it in Malaysia, mate. In England, mate, it's like the apocalypse here. It's that hot. It's terrible. And there's a great header there coming in. Unfortunately, it's over the top. But there we go. Oxford United are losing, though, which is helpful to Charlton. Refreshment's the answer. Phoenix there have a shot, and it's been tipped over the crossbar. I still think we're looking handier than Reading here, aren't we? As Corness puts the long corner in. Oshie at the near post, but he doesn't get it on target, which is a shame. And that's disappointing, but it still looks like we might have the edge here, surprisingly. They have gone 4-4-2, and 4-4-2 normally means this formation does very well. And as you can see from the match stats, it matches up quite nicely. Jack Marriott's got an injury here. It's a potential foot injury, so we're going to get him off and get Richardson on, who has done well coming off the bench here, so hopefully that'll make a difference. Anyway, Corness is going to play the ball in here. It's a penalty to Gillingham. Come on, guys, let's do this. Going to be taken by Zorro, and he's hit the post. Ah! You can't miss those against the big boys, guys. And unfortunately, our penalty taker was Marriott, right, who's gone off with an injury. Corners comes forward now. Here comes Phoenix. Comes inside. Unfortunately, there's a great crunching tackle there from Reading. Clark comes forward. Garcia now on the counter. They got quality. It's a cross, and luckily for us, Young had a really good save there. He's not been good for us at those either, so that's encouraging to see him save that. If we get to half-time at 0-0, I guess it's not a disaster, but Azora, that penalty miss, my word, that was a shocker. And our XG is incredible, so that's not good enough. We need to score. Right, Azora can come off for that. I'm going to be a bit harsh here, but I think you need to be scoring that. Kumbaini can come on, and we'll see if we get another penalty who ends up taking it here. Abu's done alright, a right back to be fair, hasn't he? He's a 7.1 today. No red cards, which is all you're asking for with him half the time. Kumbaini coming forward. Corness hits the post. A P-roller shot off the post there, guys. Very close, but unfortunately didn't find the back of the net. And it's still 0-0, and Reading are still well in this. Mbenge's going to come forward here. Can he find some space? No, he has to go backwards. And here comes Nibs. And that's disappointing. Ex-Cambridge United player, moved to Reading on a free transfer. If you let him through in that part of the goal, and I think that was Dunn's fault, unfortunately, which means we might make a change here for Chaplin. Well, they're saying I've only got one more change, so I think I maybe want to look at the wings, because Tavares isn't having a good one either, is he? And I've still got 40 minutes of the game to go. Was he onside? He was miles onside, surely. Oh, I don't know. That's offside, guys, isn't it? That was close. He might have been offside, but unfortunately no VAR in the Football League. Time to encourage them. I've already told them off at half-time, so let's not tell them off again. Let's encourage now. Right, someone needs to step up here and be a hero. Phoenix is that man. 9th goal of the season for Phoenix Patterson. And that's what he's good at. He's got a great finish on him. Don't forget, he only cost us under £10,000 on Fleetwood, which is remarkable. That's a hell of a finish. The fact he just hits it into the back of the net, superb stuff. We'll take that. Unbelievable. Right. Anyway, we've got half an hour to go here in this one. Phoenix with a free kick now. Oh, we nearly turned it around. We nearly turned this game on its head, guys, in the circumstances, but we haven't. There we go. Corness, and it's in. It's Oji. The set-piece master. The corner goes into the near post. That's great. We've not scored from a corner for quite a while now, so I'm quite happy we've broken that deadlock. Oji gets on the end of it, and we'll take that. Gillingham 2, Reading 1, and hopefully now we can get another goal here. We've got a 6-point gap to Fleetwood in third, which is insane. And you think Fleetwood came up with us, and also Patterson, we stole from them. It's crazy how well they've done. Knight comes forward. Kachunga's fouled him, but there's going to be an advantage played here. Kumbani's going to have to try and find some space. Phoenix curling it. And what an effort that is. I think Tavares is a guy to come off right here, and we're going to bring on Tifoni and see if he can make a difference, because he's got a finish on him from the right-hand side. Still only 2-1 here. Kumbani up to Corness. It's been picked up by the striker whose name I daren't try and say because I cannot pronounce that correctly. Nibs gets the header in, but Masterson's there to block it. Reading dangerous. They've got quality here. Plays it back and it's gone wide, luckily. No, it's been deflected. It's going to be another corner. No rest for the wicked for Gillingham here at the back. This will be a big 3 points, not only for us, for the entirety of League One, because it's going to drag everyone back in here. And if we win our game in hand, we've got Corness who's looking like he's about to go down with an injury. I need to protect this guy. Without him in our team, we've got no chance of winning any match. He's going to come off from Mackenzie here. Corner, and it's in from Clark. It's 2-2. We've still got some encouragement. Young is still on a 7.0 here, which is not bad in the circumstances, right? But anyway, ball's played in. Clark there. Young, yeah, unfortunately, should have done better, right? I know it's for a crowd of players, but you can see through that crowd. Reading have gone back to 4-4-2 here, which normally means we might be able to do something. But they might nick it here. The ball's played in. I thought that was offside there. Oji's going to come forward, though. Finds Phoenix. We've got quality. Knight forward to Richardson! And the home fans are wild, but it's been disallowed. I thought he wasn't offside, ref. What was that about? 6 minutes are out of time here. Encourage again, but I think we're going to end up only drawing this. And that's not going to be enough to drag us back towards the automatic promotion picture. I'm going to sympathise with them anyway, though, because I don't want to go too mad. Bear in mind they're not that fit in the circumstances either. But that's such a shame, guys, because that was a big opportunity to drag ourselves back in. We still have a game in hand, which will reduce 10 points to 7. But when we're at 30 games already, and you think we've only got, 13 left now? Yeah, it's difficult, right? And Jack Marriott's out for 4 to 5 weeks after that one, which is a bit of a pain. And it's Shrewsbury next to right on us as well, so that's difficult. I'm going to clear the team here. We definitely need to rest them more. I'm going to see if we can rest them here a minute in the training. I don't normally do the training, as you know, but it just appears to me we need to find some more rest spaces here. And saying that, look how much rest there's already in here, guys. There's a load of it. So I think, yeah, we're going to have to rest here. Extracurricular, oh no, it's physical. Rest. Oh, recovery's fine. Recovery's better, isn't it? Sorry. Right, let's go for physical again. Rest. And like I say, all the rest of this is set by my coach, but I'm going to rest around this. The only downside of resting is they might lose a bit of connectivity and a bit of, quality on the pitch. But I just think the way we are right now, I just think we really need to just rest legs at the moment. Because it seems to be it's not working, right? It seems to be it's getting them knackered. So I'm just going to rest for a few days here, maybe a week. And we'll get through the Shrewsbury Town here game, guys. And I probably will call it for tonight because, like I said, I'm still struggling a bit after yesterday's live stream where I seem to get to the end of a sentence and my brain seems to be slightly fried, where I seem to be like getting the words wrong almost, if you know what I mean. But, interesting. Tiffany thinks he should start more games. He cost us 25,000. I mean, he's worth now £500,000, so he's someone else long-term we consider selling here. I'm going to say I won't be able to give you what you want because I want to call his bluff. And he doesn't want to leave, which I didn't expect again. Call their bluff. Unless they're a top-quality player, right, then they're not going to do anything. They're not going to get upset. They're just going to go, all right, then I'm going to stay, right? So that's something. That's a little trick for anyone who's new in the chat here. Forest Green are coming for an offer for Williams, and it will do. Honestly, it's fine. He's out of contract at the end of the year, and he's definitely not getting a new one, because that £4,000 a week has been utterly killer for us, for someone who's sadly not been able to do anything at all. Oh, we've got Birmingham away next. Maybe we do the next 2 games, guys, actually, right, and get them done. I think then it leaves us with 12 games to go to the end of the season, which seems about right for one more live stream. Because then if we include playoffs as well, I think we're interesting. Right, Brad Jones is going to keep his place here anyway, right? So then we're going to go for... Lima's still on loan with Brazil under 20s. He's due back in the 2nd of February. I mean, he plays for Brazil. They're going to win whatever competition he's in, right? So he's going to be away for a while, no doubt about it. Done these arrests, so we're going to give him that opportunity today. We'll go with Chaplin on the bench. We're going to go with Masterson here. We're going to go... Excuse me. Masterson here. Oji, Abu. Abu could play it right, but then really I don't think Mackenzie is the right guy to start it here. We've got Corness, Azoro. Saying that Corness is looking a bit tired. Yeah, I'm going to have to rest him as well, guys. I mean, this is the problem. Our legs are running out. And perhaps it's time for me to consider, before we get to the next stream, a change in formation. Tifoni wants to play a game, so let's get him in. It's got to be Patterson on the left, right. And it's got to be Ben Knight in the middle. And then we'll consider off the bench Tavares. I'll leave Birchall for the moment because I wanted to get a bit more fitness. I'll put Joaquim on the bench today. Kande can go on the bench. And it'll be Richardson up top. And obviously Marriott being out is a big shame for us. But let's get to it now. Obviously they've lost a bit of understanding between each other because we've been resting them. But still, we will keep going here and see how we get on. Dressing room. I think we need to show our recent praise is justified. I have faith in you all. And let's get to it. Under the lights of Shrewsbury Town, Nathan Young-Coombs is a very good young striker they've managed to pick up there. So that's not going to be helpful for us because he's lethal. That's probably why they're doing so well this year. They probably have no right to be doing as well as they're doing, right? Anyway, we start here and it's Shrewsbury with the ball. They're in the blue, we're in the white today. But first we're in the pink. I think when we're in the pink, no jokes. When we're in the pink here, the pink kit, we seem to play better. Ball across, and did I talk about young Coombs as well? Luckily, it's been ruled out for offside. I thought he was onside there. The good thing about VAR not being in this division is hopefully it balances out overall between you getting lucky or maybe not so lucky. But anyway, Oji's going to play it forward now to Masterson, up towards Hutton. Can we get forward here? There's players in the box. He curves it in. That's a great ball in the circumstances. Abu's now going to run in, and he plays it to Tifoni. I think he was offside, but it's been given. Isn't that bizarre? I think that looked more offside than their goal, but we're not going to moan here. We'll take it. It's Shrewsbury 0, Gillingham 1. Nice run inside from Abu here, and a great finish again from Tifoni. Yeah, he broke the line perfectly. Well, I think he might have been offside, but there we go. Either way, we'll take it, right? It's a goal. And actually, Oxford are losing to Mansfield as well. Throwing now down towards our goal. Shrewsbury can pick it up here with Biggins. Comes back to Nasala. Collins here is going to come forward. Plays it back again. Wheeler lays it off to Collins. And Collins now drives forward here, trying to get past the fullback. Hutton luckily managed to get his positional place back to where he needs to be. And now Knight can drive forward from the attacking mid-position, lining up with Phoenix here. Abu comes inside. He's got to score and he's hit the bar. Richardson takes the rebound. We'll take that. Abu's got a finishing of 6, don't forget. However, he's got pace. So we tell him, run, run, run. And look at what he does every time. 7.9 again, and he's got probably the worst stats of the entire team. Once again, you hide the negatives and you extenuate the positives in life, right? So we'll take that. It's Shrewsbury 0, Gillingham 2. And now the ball's played down to Knight, who curves it in. Can we get the third? Abu again, and he scored this time. He deserves that one. Abu with the goal. Gillingham are 3-0 up away at Shrewsbury. And this is a bit of a confidence boost heading into what is going to be a huge game against Birmingham coming up next, who are, of course, top of the league. So when we play Birmingham, you've got to think, if we can win that, that kind of gives us that extra game back we had against Reading that we did nothing with. So that is encouraging. We've got 6 shots and 3 on target, so their 3 was 0. And I'm happy with this. And luckily for us, young Coombs has been ineffective so far. And they've switched to quite a defensive formation here to try and deal with us in the circumstances. But once again, at half-time, we're going to have to look at fitness. Young Coombs comes forward now. If they get a goal back before half time, it's game on, because we're going to have to save legs yet as well. Vickers heads it on. He's in. I think he was offside again, but that one's been given. What? He was offside. Hang on, guys. Watch this. Watch the number 11 here. He was offside there. He comes back on. He's offside. He's miles off. He's like a good player offside there. I swear this game is like... Maybe the score's correct. Watch. Yeah, he's off. Oh, no. Sorry, he isn't off. Okay. Maybe it's the angle. Maybe it's my tiredness getting to me. I mean, if I was a football manager, I'd shout for it being offside anyway. I'm pretty sure we all would, right? Oji's going to come forward now. He comes a boo again on the left. He's been the man today, hasn't he? He plays it to Kumbani, who we've got to be careful with here. Don't give the ball away there, because they've got options to come forward. Richardson can lay it off to Knight. Tries to play it back, but unfortunately he takes a deflection. Comes back to Richardson, though, and he does score. Second of the game. Might be on for his first hat-trick here. Our free transfer from Burnley might be on for his first hat-trick for Gillingham. And it's great, because they were looking a bit upset between him and Marriott, because neither one of them I particularly gave a chance to because of Glass. But with injuries now and moving players around to different positions, I think we've managed to really solidify what's been a decent little, striking option there in Richardson. He's got better, and the same goes for Marriott as well. Obviously, he's out injured. I'm happy so far. I've not given him a lot of positive applause so far. Let's get Knight off here, because he's looking a bit tired. And let's give Joaquin that go, right? See if he can do something. Long shot from Phoenix there as well. It's going to be a goal kick here. He's got the taste back since he's come back from his injury, but we've got to be careful of the fact he's had an injury. So we'll get him off for a Kande as well, the loanee from Reading, who obviously I want to keep at the club, and he's concerned about his playing time, so we might have a conversation in a minute. But the problem is, if I have the wrong conversation, I think they'll just recall him, right? Because that's what, normally happens. Tiffany comes forward now, and he's going to go to Joaquin here. Is he going to find it? A Kande off the bar. Wow, what a strike. Hutton. Tifoni. Good save from Sarvin. This could be 6-1 by now, couldn't it? I think we've had one of those games we have every 5 games where it's just dominant. Tiffany plays it back to Osorio. Or Zorro, sorry. My pronunciation of player names has gone this weekend. I mean, I'm still trying to learn Marti Cifuentes, who's going to be the new Leicester manager. And I'm just like, I say Cifuentes, I say Cifuentes. It's terrible, man. Honestly, I've got this problem in me. I mean, people can't take you seriously, right, if you can't say someone's name right. I just call everyone mate. That would be the easiest option, wouldn't it? God, the knackeredness of these players as well is quite worrying. 4 minutes of added time, though. We shouldn't concede 3 goals in literally 2 minutes of that left. But it's worrying how the fitness falls off a cliff at the end there. I've got to consider doing... Oh, it's in. It's 5. It's a Kande. I've got to consider this option of having a shutdown formation, haven't I, guys? I think when we're 3-0 up in a game like this, I need to create a formation now where we're just going to play slowly. And in fact, I'm going to do that before the next game, alright? I think that's going to be very important for us. Otherwise, I'm going to end up injuring my entire team and I'm going to have no players. Because we are trying to stretch it as far as possible here, right? So, 5-1 win, though, against Shrewsbury away from home. I think it's the second or third time we scored 5 this season. Nice work, everyone. Happy days. And what does that do for the league table? Right, so we're now 3 points off Fleetwood, but now I've got a game in hand, and 7 points off Reading, like we said we would be. I still think we might be able to catch Reading. I don't think... And you look at the goal difference. We're in competition with those two more than the playoffs, right? Which at least makes you think, if anything does happen in this, we might be able to, at least in the playoffs, be dangerous. Right, Mackenzie's going to loan to Bromley, which is a bit of a gamble, because we're not getting all of his wages paid. We're paying 600 of them. However, actually, I'll leave him transfer listed, actually. We might get 190,000 here in return. And obviously, we've got the loan from Forest Green there. What's this done for our wage budget? So if I quickly go to finances here and have a look. Right, so it keeps us at 71. We're still 10k under, but I was at 60 until, obviously, Johnny Williams came back, who's 4,000. And now I might have to consider maybe moving somewhere else on. But then we're so limited with numbers already, right, guys? I think if I do that, I ruin any chance of us actually doing anything. I think maybe the gamble in the game now is to actually stick to it and hope someone goes in for Corness in the summer for that release clause of 2.5 million quid, right? I think that's the best option. I think that's the way to do it, to try and sell that player. Mixed music vibes. Can you show me what Sabu's attributes? Of course I can, mate. I want to know what Sabu's determination. I think it's 19, mate. I'll show you. Derek Abu, determination 19, physical acceleration 16, pace of 14, natural fitness is good. Concentration and composure have gone up. They normally start lower. And of course, it can be slightly different game to game because they start young, right? And he's obviously has some development in game here. His long shots are good. Finishing 6, passing 6. Yeah, I mean, determination, mate, is like for me, if you want to say what is the stat in Football Manager, determination. That's the stat. That's number one. Because if they've got determination to play well, you can always shout at them and they'll play better. You know, and then you've got the acceleration and pace. If you want to play what is modern, sexy football, right? Acceleration and pace. You know, a bit of agility. If someone's good off the ball, that's helpful as well. But it depends on what position you're playing in. For example, your marking and tackling do not matter for a striker. It doesn't matter. You don't need marking and tackling there. But you do need finishing. You do need heading, right? Because they need to get on the end of balls. So it's stats per purpose, per place. And on that note, let's go to this tactics situation before we get to Birmingham. Right. So we've got these three. I think we'll convert this into a slower one. So we'll leave it as this is a setup. And I'll show you what we're going to do. I think we can still overlap right and left. However, and run a defence. However, my tempo. Right. Let's clean this down. Slightly lower. Time wasting a lot. Don't want to be more expressive. This allows someone to run outside of the tactical setup. I'll leave it for the moment. I'm happy to fairly wide. I'm happy playing out of defence, and I'm happy still running at defence. Even though the tempo will be lower, I think running into space means players are drawn out, which means you create space somewhere else, right? So say, for example, Hutton's running into here. This brings someone out, brings someone across here, which leaves Kumbi free. So even if we're playing slowly, I think that's a way to do it. We'll roll it out to the fullbacks and we'll slow the pace down again. But then apart from that, I think we'll keep things pretty similar. And I think this is fine. I think we prefer to play it probably slightly more at the pitch. We could go all the way back, right, and then just bump it all back here. But I think then you're enticing yourself into a position where if we lose the ball here, it's more likely for them to score, right? So I think it's better we go back what we were facing before here, which is like a higher and a high press. Yeah, I think we need to go higher and high press. I think that makes sense, right? I could go also get stuck in, but bearing in mind a Boo and what he's like with red cards, I think we'll avoid that. But we won't start that against Birmingham. We'll still go back to the original formation we've got, which is the kinky one with the register. And then from there, we'll see how we get on, right? I think that's the best way of doing it. Don't forget, guys, to hit the like and subscribe button. And I should be back tomorrow at some point for another stream as well. Like I said, I might run later tomorrow because I just think I seem to not do as well on views this time of day. There is a lot of competition, right? But we're only about 25 so far, so I won't say that's a great stream for us. It's probably the lowest so far. It's good, thanks. Thank you, Mixed Music Vibes. And I'm glad I can help. Obviously, really, I look at this as like an informal thing, really. Like, we're here, like, you know, to play Football Manager and all the rest of it. But I don't mind picking the team so early. We've still got 3 days to go. But, like, you know, I want it also to be a community where you get to pop in and have a chat, right, and see how things are going. You know, I think that's great. You know, talk football, talk the game. Superb. That's what we need, right? Right. We are sending Williams on loan. So that should be 70% of his wages. Plus, we might be able to, if I quickly change this, I think we got paid a little bit of cash there as well in like a fee. I think it's about 60,000. Yeah, we got paid 60,000. Look, it's gone up by 60k. So that's good. All right, so let's go back to finances again. FFP. We're back down to 67. It's still quite high for me. I still want to get it down to 60, which means perhaps I sell Lewis Thomas. Although now all of a sudden he looks like he's getting better, doesn't he? I've not seen his stats go that high for a while. I stand corrected. I'm not going to sell Louis Thomas. I'm not going to do that at all. I think that would be daft in the circumstances. Let's continue here. I think we'll make a decision after the Bristol Street game, which is the cup competition. We're in the quarter-final of against Manchester United under 21s, which is a big game, right? Because they've got some good players down there. I mean, if Jadon Sancho's been a naughty boy, he might rock up. You never know. Doncaster want to extend Turner's loan. Should we see if we can get a transfer for him? I know it's insane, but maybe to get some money for him. He's out of contract in the summer. I'll give him to you for 20k. Oh, that didn't go well. I mean, I drive a hard bargain. The problem is sometimes people don't like that and they will walk away, right? That's life. That is life. That's the way it works. Right, today we got Birmingham. Right, let's get to this game now. This is a huge one. Hutton on the right. Dunn is back fit. It looks like the rest has helped, guys. Right? Remember we did the little rest across a few last week. We rested for a few days. Looks like the fitness is back where we need to be now. So that's something at least. Let's go for Oji and Abu. Abu played really well at right back, didn't he, actually, which is interesting. I think Dunn will go in today for his experience against Birmingham because they got a lot of quality, right? And we'll go for Masterson there. Zentrich can play again in the DM position. Look. Right, Regista for Corness. Let's keep going here. Right hand side, we're going to go for Tiffany again because I think he played quite well last time. He wants some more minutes, right? Ben Knight attacking mid. Patterson. Up top, Richardson, who's now got 7 goals in 9 games, which is remarkable. Okay, they've had 10 games off the bench here, but he's actually jumped ahead of Marriott. Has his stats improved? No. Good acceleration, good pace. Not good at heading, which I'm disappointed at, obviously. But decisions is okay. Off the ball's okay. Vision's okay. Finishing's okay. There's something there. We might be able to sell him for some money, right? So that's the main aim of this down the line. So Masterson on the bench. We're lacking now because of that loan out. And with Pedro Lima being away with under 20s of Brazil, we're lacking that backup option for a winger. So we have to go high with strikers on this. So we go with Azoro, Tavares, Birchall, Akande and Joaquin comes in as well on the bench. And the game saves here, guys. And this is the biggest game of the season, in theory, in the league because it's away at Birmingham. At home, we managed to draw, which is quite crazy in the circumstances because I'm pretty sure they've at least got 5 times the budget we have. They must at least be £250,000. But anyway, let's get to it now. They're 4-4-2. They've obviously got Jimmy J Morgan up top, who last season was up front for Gillingham in League 2, and he's looking like one of the top goal scorers in the division. Jay Stansfield, oh my God, Paik Sun-Hu, Wilmson. I mean, they got some great players in that team, haven't they? If you carry your performance into the last match, you'll do well. Let's pump our fists at them like this. I have faith in you. Look at that. That's really made them happy, right? And obviously they got determination. We might see the best result possible. Against 4-4-2, I quite like our formation. It normally performs pretty well, right? Your podcast, oh hi, own a clothing brand, please visit it. How nice of you to put that in the chat for everyone. Anyway, we'll see you next time, my friend, if that's all you want to put in some advertisement for yourself. And he said hello. I know, a mixed music vibes, I'll have a look as well. Alright, there you go. You got a free bit of advertisement there, mate. I won't kick it out, I'll let you have that one. Good luck building your clothing brand, my friend, as I'm trying to build my football manager channel, so I feel you. We're all struggling to make a buck nowadays, right? Anyway, 10 minutes into this one here, and Birmingham here off to a good start. 2 shots, 2 on target. Gillingham in the white kit here. Looks like we're going to get the first chance there. We lose the ball, unfortunately. Oji can come forward, though. Plays it up to Hutton. Comes inside. Can he get a shot away? No. Abu here's the danger man from last game, and it's in for Patterson. He's back from injury, and he puts it in the back of the net. And we might be on for the shock of the century here. Birmingham City 0, Gillingham 1. Top of the league versus 4th in the league. A budgetary difference of being in Marks and Spencer's shopping and probably a Farm Foods, but it is Birmingham 0, Gillingham 1, and we will take that, guys. I think we're really, really happy with that so far. We're going to need some more goals here in order to be able to make this improve, right? But there we go. Anyway, we'll keep cracking on here. Half an hour gone. They've got a goal in them. They're quite dangerous, aren't they? Here comes Paik, here comes Hansen, who comes across, and it's deflected in. Unfortunately, we need to be a bit more on the ball there with getting the tackle in. Sat off a bit too much. And unfortunately, that is a difficult one for us there, because that has put us in a position where it is now 1-1. And that's the way it goes in football, right? Throwing in for Gillingham now. Can we take the lead back again? Zentrich plays it down to Dunn. Dunn now plays it all the way back to Young. And now Zentrich plays it forward. Here comes Knight. Can he come inside? He can. Richardson off the inside of the post. And it's gone behind for a goal kick. You can't miss those chances against a team like Birmingham. You've got to take them. But anyway, looks like we're going to have another chance at the cherry here. 10 minutes before half time. Cross in. Peacock Farrell reads that very well in the circumstances. And how's he going to feed this out here? He goes along. Can we win the header? We do with Abu. That's good because his heading's not great. Phoenix, Knight, deflects. Clara puts it behind for a corner. And we're still on here. We've got the short option with Corness. He's going to find Tiffany. Tiffany plays it on a course. Again, that was a nice bit of one-touch football there from the lads. Playing through the press there that was coming on. and it still keeps us all square as we head towards half time. I wonder if we're going to have the option here. 2 minutes of added time. Dressing room. We have to be better in front of goal. Hit the target more often. Anyway, we've got some players playing well. Phoenix having a good game. Knight's having a good game. Abu's having a good game. As Birmingham starters. Oh, and Richardson's in. And Precop Farrell. I don't know what happened there if he actually got a touch to it. But anyway, we've actually been dominant if you look at the match stats here. I want to encourage the team. Come on, guys. Abu to Corness. Birmingham won't lose many at home this season, will they, in the circumstances? Can our little thrown together formation with a little bit of flair, a little bit of attacking prowess... What a goal! I got my head in my hands over that. That is the best goal of this save so far. Guys, watch this and give a bow for Phoenix Patterson. What a goal that is. Just natural ability to turn and go, I'm going to put that in the top corner. And he's done it. And what a goal that is. That is insane in the circumstances. Can we hold on here, though? Because Birmingham could equally come back straight away. Could have been a penalty there. Bit of a push. Leonard back to Newman. Goal. 2-2. And that's the quality difference. I could have changed the other formation, but I wonder if in this one, I'd bring Masterson on here for Dunn, who's got the yellow card. I wonder if this one is going to be a game of rock'em sock'em robots. We might as well just go toe-to-toe with Birmingham, see how it ends up. I think if we sit back too much against them, they'll punish us, right? And Reading are winning against Wickham, and Wickham are around us in the league table as well. So it is important here. I think it's time to get encouraging them again in these circumstances and see if we can do something. Right, ball's down their end. Can we get the press to work? Cornest does well there to come back and pick it up. Ogie down to Hutton. Hutton forward to Tiffany. Back to Masterson. Hutton comes forward on the right. Plays it in. There's a header there, but unfortunately it was cleared away. Corner some distance now. Great save from Peacock Farrell. We've got a long shot in our game here, haven't we? We're going to try the short corner again now. Tiffany back to Corness. Corness drives forward. Into the back post. Ogie puts it off the bar and it's gone behind for a goal kick. I think Hudson will be the guy to bring off here if we've got someone. And we don't have any fullbacks. So actually I'm going to change my mind now and just say... Oh, I can't even do anything. Richardson's not played well. Let's get on Akande up top here. And it's going to be a corner to Birmingham now with 5 minutes to go. Don't lose it now, guys. That'll be brutal, right? Played in. Sanderson's there. Oh, my God. Yeah, mate, the Patterson goal was superb, right? But we look like now it's going to be a defeat maybe here. Sanderson's too good, right? Let's demand some more here and hope for a miracle here. We don't deserve to lose this game when you look at the stats. We've been all in this. But this is the quality difference when you're playing a team with that level of quality, right? Can we get an equaliser? Sanderson here with 2 minutes of added time left to play. He's taking his time, obviously. Look, thinking it's basketball. But he's going to play a ball in. Roberts is in, and it's 4-2. I feel this is a harsh one. I don't know about you guys. I think this is a harsh result. I think Birmingham we've been more than equal to in this game. But once again, it's the legs at the end, guys, look. Once again, these guys weren't on red until the last 5 minutes of this game. And against a quality team like Birmingham, it's going to cost us. So I think the decision to get that other tactic ready is the right one. Should I have brought it on when it was 2-2? Maybe, and maybe settle for the point. But when you're trying to go for automatic promotion, no gamble, no future, right? And it's a shame because we started off. Look at this. We started so much more XG as well. Oh, that's a brutal one. I'm going to say we look at the numbers. We should have won that. Let's keep the confidence going here after that because I think I could kick their bum for it. But you know, 10 points off Reading. Okay, we'd have taken 4th place at the start of this season, right? And really, if you look at our goal difference, ironically, the playoff final could be fascinating this year because Fleetwood won the League 2 playoffs last year. Imagine a League 1 playoff final with the League 2 champions from last year and the League 2 playoff winners from last year. That would be a crazy turn of events in the circumstances, wouldn't it, guys? But there we go. I don't know. That's disappointing how we collapsed there, really, in the circumstances. I'm going to quickly have another look at the finances here a minute to see how we're getting on. Because I think this is going to be the thing we live or die on, right? I still need to bring this down, perhaps. I just don't know where else I can sacrifice, right? I think I'm not going to. I don't think I'm going to sacrifice anymore. I don't think I'm going to bring in anymore. But I've got these guys tied up, the majority of them, like Patterson, for example, for at least 2 years, right? So he's not going to be, going anywhere anytime soon. And I think I've done some good deals for them. So I don't think, really, at that point, there's anything much we can do there, right? And the transfer window is... Oh, Zitch is actually going to go back off his loan, interestingly enough, which is good, because actually he's only on 0 a week, but we don't really need him. I think we are going to run now with Brad Young and Lewis Thomas, because all of a sudden both of them are really improving dramatically, right? So I think we're just going to run with these guys and just see how we get on here. But yeah, disappointing one that for me. I think we'll keep going for a minute. We'll get this Man United game done. We'll get to the 4-hour mark tonight. Why not? I thought I was going to tap out, but it seems to be I've managed to find a second wind here right at the end. Abu has shown good development. He's now a good player for most League One sides. We'll take that. Jimmy Heisman's just got a pulled groin, which means he's having way too much fun with a girlfriend yesterday, so we need to stop that, don't we? Come on, there's a lot of smut going on there. I need to stop that behaviour. Right, fixtures. Manchester United under 21s. Quarter final, the Bristol Street Motors Trophy. I don't care about this competition normally, but the reality is I put Thomas in goal today, actually. The reality is I put Zish in the under 18s, he's gone. Yeah, the reality is that you get £100,000 for winning it. So now we've got this far by me skimming it and, being fortunate. I think we might as well go for this, really, in the circumstances. But this time, we're going to do the thing we're using this formation if we're winning, all right? I'm not sure we will be, but we're going to try. And Josh Robinson is someone we want to include today. We're going to have to save some legs, aren't we? In fact, I think he's going to have to start a right back. Unless, let's not forget the man from last year, Webster. And in fact, Webster's fit. We might regret this, but let's get him back in the first team. Last year we did this, and what did he do? He became a superstar, and he's got no ability at all. I mean, look at his stats again, guys. There are no stats. His decisions are 14, his determination's poor, he's got acceleration, jumping reach, but he can't do anything else. That is the reality. However, last year he was an utter machine, wasn't he? So we're going to get him out there. Right, let's go for left back. I think it's got to be a Boo, isn't it? I think we've got the best chance of winning it. It's got to be a Boo. I think we should make the playoffs in the league, so I think we really want to win this trophy, right? And Birmingham is still in this competition. That's the difficult thing. But you know what? Right now, would I take Birmingham in the final? Yeah, because I think we played so well last time, we'll probably beat them next time. I'll go with Masterson, actually, I think, here. I don't think we can do this. Chaplin on the bench. And then we're going to go for Kungbenny. No. Corness, and we'll take him off for Kungbenny, I think is the right answer here. Azoro can come in because he normally has a good game and he's had a few games out. I want to give Tavares a go today, and I'm going to give Joaquim in attacking mid, Phoenix on the left, Tiffany on the bench, Birchall on the bench, who actually I need to start featuring more because he's very good and I've not played him enough. And then it also means we're going to go for Richardson up top and Akande on the bench because he'll be our backup striker. I'll rest Knight because he's not very fit there, right? Neither is Glass. It's a shame Glass keeps getting injured because he's been very good for us this year. One of our free transfers, right? Man United team is going to be, luckily, apart from Lenny Yoro, who's obviously very good in real life, Vitek's not a bad keeper, to be fair, as well. I think the rest of them are actual proper under-21s. We played Chelsea in the under-21s team earlier in this competition, and what happened? We got hammered 9-0, but they did have Datro Fofana in their team and everyone else. Me just giving you a lot of credit. We are away at Old Trafford. You always want to go to Old Trafford? Here's your moment. Let's go and do it. Is it Old Trafford saying that? Or is it at, like, Salford or something? I'm going to guess it's at Old Trafford, guys. I'm going to guess at Old Trafford. But anyway, don't forget to hit the like button and obviously share it around and subscribe. And don't forget to hit the notification bell because it will let you know tomorrow what the plan is. And also check the post section of the site because I'll always put a little update in there to give you a hint of what's about to come, what time of day I might be on, all the rest of it. And I did schedule this live stream today. I'll do the same next time for the next one as well, all right? Corner in now, short corner. Corness and it's in. We'll take that. Come on. Happy days. In theory, Manchester United under 21 shouldn't be sniffed at, even if you're in League One, right? Because they're actually not a bad little team here. Phoenix comes inside really well. The short corner plays off. It hits Yoro, ironically, who's probably their most experienced player of the lot. And goes past Vitek, who otherwise had it covered. He's someone, if he's available in the summer, we should look at. He's a very good goalkeeper, you know, guys. A very good goalkeeper. 15 minutes gone. Here comes Ibrahimovic. Not the Ibrahimovic, obviously. This is a youngster who plays for them. But luckily for us, it goes out for a goal kick here. Their first opportunity of the game. When we get through this, that's a jinx and a half, isn't it? But when we get through this, obviously we'll be down to the semi-finals, the final 4 teams. And being one of the top League One teams, we should be able to maybe lift back-to-back trophies. We don't think about it that way. We won the league last year in League 2, right? Which meant I got to lift a trophy. We get to lift a trophy again. Patterson, what a goal that is. This guy's brilliant, isn't he? Do you think he could be a Premier League player like Cornus? I think him and Cornus could be Premier League players. I think they're both that good, guys. Credit to Joaquim as well, to be honest. He's got a lot better because he's found a while to find his feet. He's played better in the attacking mid position, I feel, actually, than he has actually as a striker. So 2-0 up here, and we're going to take that. We're going to take that. I think in the circumstances, that's really good, right? They've had no shots on target as well. Corner now. Phoenix is going to play it in. Masterson down to Tavares. Goal. Oh, good save from the goalkeeper. I want Tavares to get a goal here, just to get him off and running a little bit. Dunn's going to pick the ball back up now, though. 3 minutes of added time. Richardson does well to come away from his man. It's in but to Joaquim. And then Tavares puts it towards the near post. Webster's doing alright again with a 6.8, you know. Unbelievable. I'm going to say the media give you a lot of credit. Go out there and put out a worthy display. AKA, make Manchester United's youngsters look silly. Phoenix is going to come off here because he's looking a bit tired. Birchall needs a go out here. Here comes Tavares. Richardson, great goal. And in fact, Richardson's going to come off as well because I need to start resting players for the next league game, right? Akande can go in. Corness needs to come off as well. He'll come off from Kumbeni. Have I got any more here? Abu can come off. And I'll put on Robinson. Why not? I mean, he's out of position, but I still think at 3-0, right? Oh, yeah, we were going to change formation, guys, weren't we, to see how this worked? Right, let's go to this much more defensive one now and see if it kills the game and saves legs. Corner here to Gillingham. Tavares. Azoro tries a curling one, but just goes over the top, which is a bit of a shame. But he's got a finish on him, as we know. And Masters is having a good game today, to be fair to him. Akande comes forward now, plays it across. It's going to find Tavares. Oh, he tried to find Akande in the middle there, off the bar. Vitek is having a lot of shots fired at his goal today, and it's actually his debut in this competition for Manchester United. And surprisingly, Lenny Yoro, who of course is a first-team player in real life for Manchester United, is having an absolutely, an absolute stinker of a game. One of the goals came off and went into the back of the net. And since then, Manchester United have really struggled. Logan comes forward here now. Mantano's going to come in. Surely they're going to get one back. It is in, and it's Kusiasari, or Kusiasar. Good header off the crossbar and in. We're trying now to slow the pace down of the team, obviously, to save some legs. And I wonder if that might bite us. But still, we'll stick with it and see what happens here, because it needs to be fully practiced, ready for the rest of the league games we got. I still think Tavares and Joaquim are offering enough going forward here to make things look, to give us an opportunity to get another goal. We're still dominant in the stats, right, as well. But anyway, here it comes now. The ball's played in. Tavares picks it up. Can we come forward now? We're slowing the pace down now. Joaquim's trying to get on the end of it. Nice idea. Vitek reads the game really well there and picks the ball up, and now he'll try and feed a long ball forward. We've got to be physically strong at the back here because Manchester United's under 21s have got some physicality. Birchall in towards Azoro. Oh, good save. Akande there hit that really well, and Birchall will let it run out from a throw. We're still looking dangerous here, guys. I still think we're looking very dangerous in the circumstances. Even though we're playing this formation where it's a bit slower and we're trying to save legs, and actually the fitness is looking a lot better this time. I mean, Azoro's still looking a bit tired, but he's only come back from fitness. Webster's not particularly the most naturally fit athlete anyway. And we're through to the semi-finals of the Bristol Rovers Trophy, as I call it. The Bristol Street Motors Trophy, but it's the Bristol Rovers Trophy. And I don't think they've won it, would you believe it, as well. It's almost like a karma they haven't won it because they're named after it. Oh, it's a shame. Birmingham won against Wycombe 1-0. I really wanted Birmingham to go out because if we get them in the draw, that is a difficult one. £50,000 in the door, though. Every little helps, and the overall balance is minus 1.6 million, right? And it does mean then we're going to head into a home game next against Stevenage. Do we do any more business? I don't think we do, but I wonder if we maybe want to cash in some stuff here. My transfer budget is huge apparently, but of course it's not, because I'm 1.6 in the red, so I can't spend it. Ironically, if I'd spent all the budget and run us at 3 million quid in the red by now, we'd be top of the league with Birmingham, because I'd have got some really good players, right? Let's view this draw. Final 4 teams, and it's all the teams at the top of League 1, guys. It's Gillingham, Stockport or Wrexham, Birmingham, Reading or Barnsley. I think out of all those, I've lost to Birmingham, I've lost to Reading, I've drawn with Barnsley, I've lost to Stockport, and I've drawn with Wrexham. Probably Wrexham is the best one, right? Reading or Barnsley? Okay, I'll take this one. Birmingham. That could be helpful if Reading draw Birmingham. Stockport or Wrexham. Okay, if we got a chance of winning this is probably the best scenario, right, in the circumstances. So, yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. That is not bad at all. Right, we got some scouting finish there, actually, out of interest. Oh, Jamie Shackleton. I like the idea of him, but his wages are ridiculous. I think he thinks he's Premier League quality. Anyway, Stevenage at home next, and that will take us to having only 10... Is it 10 games left after that? It'd be, no, 13, 46, isn't it? So we'll then be well into the second half of the season already. And Stockport County won that, and obviously we've got some revenge in mind for them because they did a big job on us last time. Still happy with our goal difference versus everyone else. Oh, excuse me. Zish's loan has finished. He has gone back to Aston Villa. It's not going to increase any of our wage situations at all, but there we go. And the transfer window is going to close, and I don't think we're going to do any more business, guys. That will be it. That'll be it until the end of the season. There's no one out of contract we're going to want to keep. Oh, Turner's loan ends. I forgot about that. Can I recall him quickly so I can actually try and move him on before the transfer deadline closes? Hang on here. Jake Turner. Yes, recall from loan. Right. Let's hire an intermediary to sell player. Oh, we'll get some money for him. Oh, well, I'm going to take, once again, every little helps. We'll take the 30k. He's out of contract at the end of the season. So would you take £30,000 for someone that's going to be gone? Grimsby want a bill on loan. No chance. No. 31,000. We'll take it. He's literally walking away at the end of the season, and he's a backup option. And I think Lewis, Thomas and Brad Young will stick with now, right? So let's get that money through the door, and every little helps, right? And of course, he was already at the club. Hiya, Morgs! Yo, dude! Oliver de Kock, mate. I hope you're doing well, Morgs. Good to see you. We're quite late into this one, mate. But, yeah, it's been an interesting one tonight. I had Nottingham Forest in the third round, and unfortunately got knocked out 3-0, I think it was. But that was my hope, to try and save this club financially. And unfortunately, it hasn't worked out. However, I've got £250,000 I could spend in transfers, and I've not done it, mate. I've been a good boy. And instead, if you look to the finances, I'm running actually 10 grand, 12 grand a week under, and I'm not spending this money that I'm meant to have, and I've got some fees. And the reason why is because I'm 1.6 million in the red, so that is not good. But however, we've got a big game against Stevenage tomorrow at home, and we're hopefully going to make a quick sale here. Transfer deadline is passed. Oh, a Forest Green in the National League. Oh, that's helpful. That means the transfer deadline doesn't apply to them. I thought we just lost out the opportunity to sell a goalkeeper for £30,000 who, is going to walk on a free transfer in the summer, so that's really good. We'll do our squad registration and just leave it as it is. We are still, for a team running on 60,000 wage budget, somehow, remarkably, 4th in Sky Bet League 1. 14 wins, 10 draws, 8 losses. And all those losses are coming against the teams above us, pretty much, right? Apart from Fleetwood, who we oddly stuffed 5-0 out of utterly nowhere, but there we go. Oh, Morgs has just got down to Devon. Bless you, mate. That's lovely. Of course, mate. Yeah. Well, I'll be seeing you on Tuesday, my friend. So, yeah. I was going to run a late night shift tomorrow on this, actually, but I might have to do it slightly earlier, guys, because I did semi-forget, so I've got to include Morgs on Tuesday. So, anyway, anyone else in the chat, say hi to Iron Morgs. He's one of my best friends in the entire world. He's one of my best friends. He is my best friend in the entire world. I've got 2 of them, and he's one of them. So, yeah, I don't know why I said that. Motherwell want a boo. Oh, guys. I mean, the guy's getting good, right? I mean, bear in mind, what did we pay for him for from Southampton? I think it was 25,000, wasn't it? 70,000, yeah. He was one of our most expensive signings, and it's all about raw ability, but 160k. I mean, that's not gonna do the job for me there at all. Not in the slightest. It's not gonna do the job. Oldham signed Sanderson on a. Oh, I thought that was the defender then. I'm glad it's the centre. The striker. Because if it was a defender, we'd be in big trouble. Looks like we're untouchable at board level, which is remarkable, bearing in mind I'm running the club at a £1.6 million loss right now, which really for Gillingham does seem a bit ridiculous. Seems like the sort of money that could bankrupt the entire city down there. The supporters couldn't be happier. Good to see the dressing room atmosphere is good, because that can be problematic when you're trying to make changes, right? But luckily the social groups are well formed now. Tavares has obviously come in recently on a free transfer. He doesn't look as good as I thought, but the Portuguese element, right, being called Tavares, which makes me quite happy. And also the money we might be able to get from him, that's fine. Right, let's get to this Stevenage game. Stevenage have been a bit of a bogey team for us. Last year in the FA Cup third round, they knocked us out 4-1 when they win League One, but we did beat them 5-4 early in the season in a really topsy-turvy game. We'll go with Brad Young in goal today. Thomas is going to be the backup here. Right, Pedro Lima's still away with Brazil's under-20s. It's amazing. I can't believe I've finally got a Brazilian player. It's almost like a rite of passage to get a Brazilian player in your save as quick as possible. Right, Masterson alongside Oji Abu will come in. Zentrich is my boy as well here, isn't he? Look at him. Oh, Zentrich. £100,000. He was the only guy I spent any money on. I probably shouldn't spend any money on anyone because of where things are. Corness, our free transfer from Liverpool. He's our hero because 2.5 million quid is a release clause. If someone activates it, we're going to miss him. But that will save the entire football club, right? So my battery and my mouse is going again. I seem to be getting through them in this save. Right, let's go to the right-hand side here. Difficult decision here because we've got a few options now and we seem to have in and out performances or quality. I think we're going to go with who's been the best. We're going to go with Tifoni. Declan Glass isn't fit to play attacking mids. We'll go with Ben Knight again. And on the left today, we're going to go for Phoenix Patterson again, who's been superb. I think we signed him from Fleetwood, who are in third place, for 9,750 quid. He has been unbelievable now. 16 games, 11 goals, 2 assists, and 2 man of the matches, and 1 player of the month award, which is insane. Lewis Richardson goes up front. He's been a revelation really now. 11 games and 8 goals, 7.42 rating. The Burnley youngster we got on a free transfer doesn't really have the stats to do this well, but I think he's a free transfer. He's now worth £500,000 quid. I mean, so why these finances are bad? I think we have developed our entire squad for 2 years now. I really do. And there is some players wanted. I mean, a lot of it's going to be loans because I'm cheating a little bit. Well, I say cheating. Breakthrough prospect, contracts are going to be cheaper. But I still think there's someone we're going to be able to sell there in a minute for big money and going to save us. Right, bench, Chaplin. Robinson I'm kind of giving up on, but I can't send him back. I'd probably need to put Webster in just to have someone there as a fullback cover. Azoro can go in. Bruno Tavares, the new lad. Birchall. Right, and do we go for a candidate? Joaquin, to be fair, has played well the last few games. I mean, his physicals are useless. Look, I mean, he obviously spends his time at McDonald's rather than actually doing it. But he's like Yakubu, isn't he? He's got a finishing of 15, off the ball of 16. Kane's concerned as well there. Birchall's delighted. I want to get Birchall involved more now. I'll give Joaquin a rest for this one. This is another one where I look to think we probably should win this now, and if we don't, it kind of gets them back on our arse, because even though they're 13th right now, there's about a 3-point gap between them and where we are at the bottom of the playoff sort of range, right? Let's just encourage the boys here and see how we get on. And it's a big home game for us, but I still look at this team and I go, do you know what? Bear in mind we're running it miles behind the budget that, everyone else has. We are still competitive, which is crazy. There's going to be a problem if we get to the championship where we're going to have to do something to remain competitive, but there you go. Corness, Tiffany's coming inside here. Great finish, 7th goal of the season. Come on, that's what we do, boys. That's what we like. Oh, we've got some more people in there. Happy days, man. Mixed music vibes. Good evening, folks. Yeah, mixed music vibes have been really good, man. He's popped in many, many times. It's always nice to see him as well, mate. Yeah. Learning the game as we go, aren't we, mate? Which is brilliant. Just woke up, but believe from Malaysia as well, which is wonderful. Glad to always have you along, mate. And like I say, guys, hit that sub bell, hit that little notification bell, and check my posts I'm doing, because every day I'll put a post on, and it's 2! Oh, and it's an own goal from Lewis Freestone. I said this is a strategy. We press forward with intention. We run with the ball like Masterson did here. Hutton comes forward here. Everyone narrows inside. Look, the wingers come inside. Look at those 3 players waiting for that ball. It's like ice hockey, I say. We're trying to put pucks on net with our formation here, and it's working. We're now going to go 2-0 up here in this one. A stock putter right in our arse, so losing 1-0 to Cambridge. But yeah, guys, you're back to what I was saying. I'm gonna. There's a post option, isn't there, on the what do you call it? The page. Oh, it's free. Tifoni again. Right decision to put him on the right. He's coming into his own now, isn't he? Cost us 25,000. This bloke from Dundee United. He's now worth at least £250,000, and he's looking superb. But yeah, I'll put it in a post tomorrow. What my plan is, when it's going to be. It might be early afternoon, which means, you know, sadly, mixed music, you might miss it, but you can always watch it on catch up, and I'll do all the timestamps in it. You can click through, so if you do go back and watch it, you can literally click through games quicker, and it's an easier watch, isn't it, then as well? It's like having DVD chapters back in the old days when we used to watch DVDs. But also check the post option, like I say, as well, because that will tell you an indication of when it is. And I will schedule the live stream before it goes on there, probably about an hour or two before. Corner some distance. Every now and again we turn up, and I think it's Morg's turning up and give us a bit of good luck, right? But every now and again we turn up and we stuff someone 5-0. And it means now I can do what I was doing before and switch back to the formation where we can save some legs, because we are showing some tiredness here, right, already. So half time, guys, I think we're going to, you know, batten the hatches down here at 4-0. Still incredibly hot, mate, down here, honestly. That was more directly to Morgs, who's just come down from Wales and probably thought, my God, Devon's warm, and it really is. I've actually caught the sun hideously as well, and I've not gone brown yet. It's terrible. Look at that XG. Whoa. Oh, that XG. Right, yeah, we're ahead, and we're deserved to be ahead. I'm going to be nice to them this time. Let's switch to number 1 formation, which means in possession now we're playing a lower tempo and time wasting, and just going, right, let's save some legs for the rest of the season. Talking about that, Corness, who's had a big injury already this season. I'm always protecting this boy. He's going to come off. He can swap there. Zentrich will go back to be the ball winner, which is what he's suited to. Azorio's good at coming off the bench and getting a goal, though. And maybe we need to do the same with Abu here as well. The only problem is, it'll be Webster. It is 4-0, right. And what I'll do is I'll swap them around, because while Hutton can just about play there, Webster certainly can't, right. So let's rest some legs and get into it here. 4-0 at half time. The record, I believe, is 5-0. So there we go. Mixed music vibes, no worries, Tom. Appreciate it, mate, honestly. Always appreciate you coming along, mate. Top man, top man. 62 minutes. And what we really want to see now, guys, is no highlights at all. I literally want it to go, because it's key highlights. It's just going to jump in and something big's going to happen here. I don't want to see any highlights. That simple. Corner in, they have got one back, but it has taken 25 minutes of the second half. Right. No panic stations yet. However, if they get back another one in the next 2 minutes, perhaps us trying to shut it down might be a bit of a bad decision in hindsight. You can't get them all right. You can't get them all right. Last 10 minutes here. How much added time to go? Wickham are beating Wrexham, and they're all in about the same area as us. 3 minutes of added time, and you'll take that, won't you? Oh, saying that, there's one more. Oh, it's headed wide, luckily. And to be fair to Stevenage, their set pieces are okay, but it hasn't worked out from today, and we'll take the 4-1 win. Nice work, everyone. That's good. I want to have a look at our schedule, see how many we've won in a row now, because that's pretty good. And actually, that's good, because Reading, I believe, dropped points, and Birmingham did. So we're only 7 off Reading now. It isn't outside the realm of possibility we might get back into an automatic position here. I mean, we're competitive with Reading. I mean, you look at the goal difference, that's more important than the points, right? It seems to be we are the one that could do it of anyone. But it does mean we need to go on a run, and I think the way we do it is by doing what we've done with the tactical tweak in this episode, which is to go with the gegenpress generally, but to have that backup option to save those legs. Because now we look, the condition isn't as bad as what it was before. So we're basically managing the team a bit better. We'll do the Crawley game next. We'll make that the last game of tonight, because then that'll be the 4-hour mark. And I'm surprised I made it after the 6-hour stream yesterday, because as you guys know, after 2 hours, I was stumbling over my words a bit at the end of sentences, because yesterday's 6-hour stream molested till I die, which I utterly adored. It's not a moan at all. I utterly adore doing it. You know, was brilliant, but it was a tiring one, because it was a long, hot day, and it was a long, hot stream. That's working with Chris. If he sees that joke, he'll give me a pat on the back. Anyway, 30k in the door for a goalkeeper walking on a free at the end of the season. We shall take that very much. that could be the 30k that keeps the club in business. And you think we pay 60,000 at the moment a year in wages out to players. We've just paid half our wage budget by selling a player that was going to walk on a free. And to be fair to him, he's got better actually as well. I mean, I don't think he was terrible. I didn't give him much an opportunity, but we just had other options here, right? And when you have that, you might as well run with them. So, yeah, I still think it's the right decision. We have got Crawley, and it has only been 2 days. Let's quickly check the schedule a minute. So, yeah, if you look, I mean, last few games, I mean, that Birmingham one was really annoying because we lost 4-2. But if you look, it was all in the second half. And actually, we led twice. And also, we had the better XG, we had the better of the game. So I didn't even tell them off. Great win against Shrewsbury. Yeah, Stockport was the worst game I've played so far. We didn't turn up, but that was when the fitness issues were coming in, and we had Zish in goal. He's now gone back to Aston Villa after we cancelled his loan. So yeah, I think, okay, let's get to this Crawley game. And obviously then we've got another run of games here, but we're getting through them quick, you know, guys. There's not many to the end of the season. The next live stream will probably include the playoffs if we're in them. So definitely mark your diaries for that one, because that is a big one. And of course, when we get to that last season, we obviously see in the bottom left, we did win Sky Bet League 2, which is why the trophy is always nearby. And we still got a trophy we can win this year. Could I win a trophy every year with this team? That would be unbelievable, wouldn't it? I think I'm going to leave the same team, you know. I don't think I want to make too many changes. Although Charles Dunn needs to come on the bench because he's got the experience, right? Kumbi can come on as well. I don't think Webster's going to feature for me, really. And I want to get Joaquim involved here. Akande I'll replace him for. I mean, I might regret that if I have to put him up front, because I put Joaquim up front, he's terrible. He's better in attacking mid for some weird reason, even if his stats don't support that. But there we go. Right, Crawley away. We stuffed this lot earlier in the season, 3-1. So I'm looking for a big win here in this one. I'm Morgs. Cooler tomorrow, thankfully, man. So you have a habit of creating teams that score for fun. Yeah, I've been a bit brave with this one, Morgs, with the Regista role, and it's not something I usually pick. And it's Corness playing it. And the reason I don't really pick a Regista is because it's a difficult position to fill, but it is very different. And the thing we're doing is we're not matching up player for player with this formation. We're sitting in the gaps. And with this formation here, ironically, it'll play quite well, even though it doesn't look like it will, because we'll sit in the gaps around players who'll get in each other's way, like here, 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 and here. And the Regista drops here, but he's got a long shot on him as well. So yeah, you know, I'm quite happy with that. But saying that, Crawley have had the first chance of this game, so who knows? Could be, you know, one of those weird ones like the Stockport one where we had a difficult game. Abu comes forward here now on the left. He's been a bit of a revelation. We won the penalty. We'll take that. Now, we haven't got on main penalty taker Marriott, so it's going to be Tiffany. But he's had a good run recently. Tiffany! Left-hand side. That was a rocket ship. No goalkeeper in the world, no matter if you're Edwin van der Sar or if you're Onana from Manchester United. I'm guessing he was my bad example there. I'm going to finish that. I'm going to save that one, right? So we take the lead here away at Crawley. I don't know, guys. But get it in the chat. Do you think this team is going to make the playoffs? Corner in. And it's in from Richardson, his 9th of the season. I still think I could even switch this up to a 4-2-4. I think when Marriott's back, I think with Richardson and Marriott both on form scoring goals, we could end up winning every game. I think we really could. I mean, it's a bit more of a Football League strategy to go 4-4-2 right and hoof it a bit longer. Oh, this is good news. Birmingham will lose to Fleetwood. Although I say that, it means Fleetwood, while dragging Birmingham back in towards us, are going to move ahead of us as well. Out of play there for a goal kick. Unlucky from Tiffany, though. Could have got another one. But there we go. Keep an eye on his other scores. What is shocking in this league this year is Preston, because they've got a player in their team worth £18 million, who I believe is a Danish international. They're in the relegation zone in League One, back-to-back relegations. I'll be shocked if we didn't get a job offer for them in a minute. Or, you know, we've been offered 2 jobs so far, and I'm going to stick with Gillingham, obviously. Both of them win the Dutch Eredivisie, oddly. It was Roda and it was Fortuna Sittard. Right, I want us to show the praise is justified here. But I still think we'll get to the 60th minute, guys, and we're going to go back to the switching of formation. I'd like to be 3-0, really, though. Corness isn't having a good game. Let's get him off from Kimbeni here. And I wonder if, actually, I need to watch out for Phoenix. He's already had a cruciate injury this year. Let's get Birchall on, who also deserves an opportunity. He's been very good. Ball in across here. Is there going to be a goal back? and it's a long shot, and that's a great save from Young. For someone who's been difficult to manage at times, when I've told him off for playing badly, he's ended up playing a 5.8 after that and being hideous. That's more like it. That is what we want to see. Right, I'm going to switch to the formation because I'm looking at this. Look at the heart. That is getting a bit difficult, right? I mean, if we draw this, it'll be on me, right, after we eat poo and like the taste of it. But I think we need to try and keep resting these legs. Knight comes forward. If we can get the third, I'll be a lot more happier. Tiffany, oh, he's put it over the top. He could have had a hat-trick today in this game, couldn't he? He's been that good. Birmingham, though, are fighting back. Look, it's Jim. Our main, ironically, it's a Morgan, Jimmy J. Morgan, related to the Morgan in the chat, no doubt, who was our top goal scorer last year on loan from Chelsea. He's worth £20 million, and he's smashing him in for Birmingham. We couldn't bring him back. There it is. It's in. No. They bounced around and ended up over the crossbar somehow. I don't even know how that ended up going over the crossbar, but it did. That's insane in the circumstances. Abu's going to pick the ball up. As you can see, we're in no rush here. 5 minutes ago, just run with the ball a little bit, but no rush. We still want to try and create chances, though. You know, the team will come on to us. Tifoni plays it in. We can't get the free header. Quintana comes away with the ball now. Tries to find Swan. Might be a goal back. He has put it in. That's a good goal. Right. Let's focus here, guys. And I think now we might make one more change to try and waste some time. It was a good ball. I think he was offside. What do you guys think? Was he offside there? I'm Orgs, looking promising for playoffs. You seem to have a good team chemistry and players that score from over the pitch. Absolutely, mate. Yeah, I think that's it. And we're fighting above our weight. And in the Championship, we probably should be fodder. However, I still think there'll be enough about them with some loans. And we'll probably lean into the loan market next year. And hopefully financially secure the club right. There should hopefully be enough there to keep us in the division. And then we can go from there. I have taken a team from League 2 with Swindon before. Back to back promotions to the Premier League. That's probably too many back-to-backs. That's probably a bit of a wrist-off session of back-to-backs. But I've done it before, and it's very difficult. And I kept them in the division on the last day. I was in the relegation zone all season in the Premier League with Swindon, but I kept them up. I'm happy with that. We got the result despite not being our best, and we're trying to save legs, so I'm happy with that. Crawley down to 15th. Actually, Fleetwood obviously beating Birmingham. Reading now have dropped out, and actually they've got a game in hand. I'll just skip it forward a day because I imagine it'll be the next day. We've got some fitness concerns here from Knight and Hutton. So I'm going to say I want to rest him. That sounds good. Because otherwise you drop them, they get a bit funny. Good. I basically gave him a hug there and said, mate, you're really tired. I'll give you a rest. Let's just skip to the next day here as we're in February and just quickly see, is there going to be here a round of games here with Reading involved? Because I'd like to see them drop points. FA Cup, Carabao Cup. Doesn't look like it, does it? They normally follow up on the next day if that's the case. And I was talking about the Preston job. He's just been sacked. If I quickly look at the league table, and he's still in the relegation zone. That's insane. He got sacked there, didn't he? I didn't. Hang on. Let's go to the jobs and have a look. I'm not applying for the Preston job, obviously, but I'm just interested to see if we did. Yeah, he did. I predicted it as well, didn't I? I said he was about to get sacked, and it finally happened. So, ironically, there are some good jobs here, though. Like, look, we've got the comedy name of Brest. Fortuna Sittard I've been offered with before, but obviously Robbie Keane's a favourite. I got offered this job before, and I've said this, I'm going to do this as a save at a separate time, because I really think that'll be a good one. Right, guys, I think we're going to wrap it up for tonight at that point. I think we've got enough games left next time out where it's going to be an interesting stream. We should be able to include the playoffs. If we look now quickly at the league table to finish off, we've played 34, won 16, so we won half our games pretty much, right? Drawn 10 of them and only lost 8. And that's including teams that I think... And I mean, Bradford we lost to and Bristol Rovers, we rotated for those games, so in some ways you're going to eat that a bit. We were trying to get the FA Cup third round for the big draw, which we got. Unfortunately, we didn't get the TV game, which meant we didn't get any money at all. But we're still in the Bristol Rovers trophy, as I call it, as well, if we go to competitions here. 58 points, we're 10 points clear of Blackpool. I think you're right. I think everyone that said in the chat, playoffs is very likely. I think it's very likely. Back to competitions. Yeah, knocked down the third round by Forest. Knocked down the first round by Chesterfield in the League 2 in the Carabao Cup, but we did rotate. And you might just be able to see by my headed, but I'm going to quickly get rid of the webcam for you. If I quickly do that. There you go. You see on the right-hand side of the Bristol Street Motors Trophy, we're away at Stockport and Barnsley got Birmingham. Birmingham are going to be the difficult one there because they are the best team in this league as well. They just beat me 4-2. I'll take the final against Birmingham. I think on that day in particular, we played really well as well, and we just got unlucky. So I'll take that, and if we win that, it's 100,000 that goes into this deficit, and every little helps, right? It's Tesco's time. But anyway, there we are, guys. Thank you very much again for coming on. Reminds me of your Blackpool squad. Thank you very much. That's a good save on it, guys, as well. It might be old, but I used to do 24 episode series for Blackpool, and that's the best series you can watch on this channel. The first season, the second season, 48 episodes, not overly long. So, you know, give that a go if you fancy. And obviously, like I say, if you want to watch any of these episodes back, they look intimidating at 4-hour live streams. Once again, I am putting timestamps into them, and I'll be doing timestamps for this one straight away. So if you do want to come back and see anything you missed tonight, especially you mixed music vibes, lovely to see you as well, mate. I'm thinking about running it later, mate, because I know you like to pop in, actually. I know it's better time for you, so I think that'll be important. Obviously, Morgs, I'll see you very soon as well, mate. But I made the 4 hours tonight, guys. After 2 hours, I was lagging and thinking, I'm not going to make this. But the second wind has got me through. I think it's time for bed, Lows. It's midnight in the UK. But, guys, thank you very much for watching. Once again, hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the little bell at the top. That way, I will be able to notify you of when I'm going live. And I will obviously be setting it up with, you know, what's it called, a schedule. I've worked out how to do that now because of technicalities and all the rest of it. And like I say, keep an eye on the posts on this because it will tell you when I'm going live next, and it will be tomorrow at some point. All right, so guys, thank you, have a good night, see you soon.